Hello, my beasties. Welcome to the lair. Let's buckle in for, round 4 of crazy.
Four of 24. Yeah, there we go. There she is in the orange jumpsuit and the handcuffs, sitting in the middle of a row of chairs. Wow. That's a thing. Well, I hit that a while ago there, and yes, everybody, do please hit the like, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe button and the little bell. We'd appreciate that. Oh, and there's Creed here, and
Apparently, Thomas, you have competition.
I think he's actually working. I think he's actually been shopping, Arto. Uh, because that was the ad shortly before.
Love it.
I'm not sure that Tasteful Yet Tactical Yet sells a fishnet T-shirt, but actually, well, technically they're not late. They can't be late because that's just the way it is. We're actually about 15 minutes early starting the live.
Yeah, I always set the stream a half an hour before court starts, just in case they start early or there's some internet issues, and to give people a place to, gather and chat before insanity commences.
Mm-hmm. I want to know how you got that countdown timer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to bust out the freaking intercom system in my own damn house.
Ouch.
Oh, I hate screaming through the house. And since we have security cameras in every room, and they're two-way, I just talk to the kids through it. Are you better now? Hold on.
I don't know with the way Star Wars has been recently. I'm not sure it's worth celebrating, but that's just me. See, that's a person I feel bad for. Well, yeah, Star Wars Day is May the 4th.
Yeah, Creed, no, I have to have a security system with my job. Well, what my job used to be. Yeah, I have to have. Eyes on the house.
Oh,
And then I cheat, and instead of just screaming through the house, I use my intercom system.
because that works. Huh. When a lamb falls, if saltwater pork wouldn't do that for you, Creed? Okay.
Isabella Catherine.
Where'd you hide the rest of the pipe?
Uh-oh.
Well, you didn't with it. Where's the rest of it?
Izzy, give him the rest of it.
I found a white tub. It's Skwerl green. Remember, green. I know it's green. Maybe this is it. I put into a bowl to save it. Okay, that's a stress ball. How do you know?
It was in like a little bathtub thing.
Ow!
Alex.
You stepped on my foot.
Isabella, go find that damn putty, because swear to God if I find it.
Uh-oh.
Izzy, you used more than that. Where's that little white tub?
Yes.
Yeah, where's the putty? You had it 5 minutes ago. Find it now.
I think this is them without the overabundance of sugar, Nick. Well, unfortunately, Nick, I can't exactly feed her the caffeine through my microphone. It would be nice, but mine too, Anubis.
Oh my Lord. Sorry, I thought I hit mute before I had to go into mom mode. I feel like I have like parenting Tourette's. Mid-sentence, like I have to stop to yell at them and then go back to what I was doing.
Oh. Oh, Sandy. There you go.
Nick, this is one just woke up and is grumpy.
The other one
Then
spit up.
give it to your brother. And of course, I forgot to hit the mute again. Oh my God.
And the other one's been up for 5 hours plus.
Yeah, no, Nick, mine just woke up. Well, one of them, and they're not particularly morning people.
I found it.
Well, go give it to him. Hand it over and get your little butt back down here. J. Michael. Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, but what fun's that? You miss you miss all the you miss all the things.
Debbie, there was no court yesterday, so you have nothing from yesterday to catch up on.
I think we should just put you on a caffeine drip there, Loki.
No, Texas, nothing works on them some days. When my little one is up at 5:30 in the morning, and then the other one just woke up and is not a morning person.
All right.
And the big one has learned why little siblings are frustrating, and has also had to learn why little siblings like to get you in trouble and do things just to irritate you. Well, Carl, I am sorry it's quiet in here. I was busy yelling at my small people. Because my small people are trying to get rid of any hope of sanity that this Stauch trial has left me with up till now.
Here, I thought they kept the same people in sanitariums to protect them from everyone else.
Then I'm going to put myself on a 72-hour hold. It's a vacation. I'll be good.
I've been tempted sometimes. Okay. Especially with my older one. Because Kurt.
Yes, Nick, I need all of the caffeine. It's like objection, all of them. Objection, absolute objection, all of them. That's my house right now. That's not my house, that's Croc.
All right. Are you good to go? All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Judge. So prior to us starting trial, you'd asked us to give you notification when we're going to bring in any sensitive photos. So there will be some of those today. Some from the scene where the suitcase and Gaina's remains were found, but then also clothing. But more importantly, the suitcase we intend to bring in today, since the time that it was recovered in Florida, it's been in the freezer. It's got
Okay.
lots of fluid on it. So I intend to have that be the very last thing that I admit into evidence.
Okay.
It'll be in a plastic bag so that the jurors can see it and appreciate size and that kind of thing. And then what I would like to do is then once it's admitted, unless defense has any specific cross on that item, have it taken right back out. It will smell at the courtroom if we keep it here.
Mr. Tellini or Mr. Cook?
I would like to take it out, yeah.
You stopped at take it. I wasn't sure if it was cross-examination or what, so,
I don't know if we cross-examination.
but it's okay to bring it in, take it right back out. Okay, all right. All right, so what witness is that going to be through?
Our very first one, Kelly Smith, will be our first witness this morning.
Okay, okay,
And then what I would like to do, Judge, just because of the size of that exhibit, is probably
the
have
suitcase.
the suitcase, is have our investigator come in and actually just hold it for the witness, and then have that investigator show it to the jury, lift it up, and then when we're done, walk it back out.
All right, and I assume just substitute photographs for it?
I'm sorry?
Substitute photographs?
We have photos of it as well, yeah.
Okay.
Just with photos, it's hard to,
Hold on just a second.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Ardo, or you could pull a New Mexico
I'm sorry, go ahead.
becoming
I was just going to say,
and find
the
an
photos,
alternate
obviously, it's hard to get
small
a
child
good
to try to
feel for
stuff in
rightful
it.
size.
No, and I understand that part,
Because-
so, okay.
That's how that case
Um,
went.
Okay. Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury in? Prosecution,
No, you're right.
defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in.
And no, that was not an invitation for anyone to try to stuff Mayor Wrench McNome in it.
No, she's.
Maybe we should just wrap it in. Maybe we should wrap it in the plastic instead.
That's what I was just checking. Are you doing okay? Okay.
And now everyone says she looked like the chick from the movie The Ring. Now I can't get that out of my head. Great.
Well, she's not in Prison Orange. That's at least a start.
All rise for the jury, please. That's okay.
She's in shorts.
Yeah, it's
Why is she wearing shorts?
Better than some of the other options, I'm sure.
And this attorney's going, "What the hell are you?"
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day the same way that we have every other day, and that is, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror? If so, please raise your hand.
Croc, remind me at break. I have an
No response?
interesting
All right.
thing I wanna bring
With
up.
that,
If there's been
prosecution,
an
for our next witness,
accusation
please.
made about
Thank you,
the
Your
trial.
Honor. Good morning. We would call Kelly Smith.
Somebody asked me to remind you of something, but I have no idea what it was.
Ms. Smith, if you would step
Didn't
forward and
mean
raise your right
now,
hand, please, ma'am.
jackass.
No, the court's loud.
Good morning. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and spell your first and last name for the record?
Morning, I'm Kelly Smith, KELLY-SMITH.
And there's a microphone there. Slide it closer to you and try to speak into it so that everybody can hear you.
Okay,
Ms. Smith, who are you employed by?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a crime scene technician,
Is this
And
better
just
for
because
sound?
we don't have a Santa Rosa County here in Colorado, where is that?
Florida.
All right. What's the biggest city in that county?
Milton?
Milton? Okay. Is that very near to Pensacola?
Yes,
Okay. And Pensacola is in what county?
Escambia County, Florida.
All right. And I think you said that you're a crime scene technician, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What education do you have that allows you to do that job?
I have several crime scene classes, water classes, suicidal classes that I've taken for the job, and then a 40-hour class that they gave me when I started.
The 40-hour class, is that the basic crime scene investigation class?
Yes,
Was that in 2019?
yes, sir.
Did you also take a crime scene processing class in 2020?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you took a water class. Was that the aquatic abuse, death, and homicidal drowning investigations?
Yes,
Was that in 2021?
yes,
And then you said suicide investigations also? Is that right?
yes,
Okay.
sir.
Was that in 2022?
I believe so.
Let's see. What did you do before you became a crime scene technician for Santa Rosa County Sheriff?
I was still employed at the sheriff's office as a 911 dispatcher,
How long did you work as a dispatcher?
13 years.
What are the duties associated with being a crime scene technician for Santa Rosa County?
Documentation, photograph, collection of evidence, packaging of the evidence to turn it in. We do dusting of the fingerprints and take DNA samples.
Is it common for you to actually go out to potential crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Do you sometimes collect evidence from crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Do you also occasionally attend autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Will you typically collect evidence from those autopsies
Yes, sir. And photograph.
and photographs? I want to direct your attention specifically to March 17th of 2020. Were you working as a crime scene technician back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a specific call to respond to the Escambia River Bridge on the report of a suitcase with a body inside of it?
Yes, sir.
What's that approximate location where you were called to?
The county line between Santa Rosa and Escambia.
And we had previous testimony from other people that had also gone to that bridge. It's sort of, if you look at a regular map with north being on the top, it looks like the bridge runs north to south, but it actually, I think, has a east-west lift. Is that right?
Sir.
And or responded, was that on the west side of the bridge or the east side of the bridge?
East side of the bridge.
Is it typical for you when you go to a scene like that to get briefed by somebody that's familiar with the investigation up to that point?
Yes, sir.
Did you have that occur here?
Yes, sir.
Who briefed you?
I don't remember. I don't recall on that one. Who
Okay.
the first person I spoke to?
Was it by chance Detective Jason Yoder?
Yes.
What was the information that you received from Detective Yoder when you got that first briefing?
That they had located a suitcase with a body in it under the bridge.
Did you have a chance to make your own visual observations of that area?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury just basically what you saw, and then at some point here in just a moment, we're going to get into some photographs.
I noticed we had to park on the other bridge, so I was able to look underneath the east bridge, and I just seen what appeared to be a suitcase and a material beside it from a distance. It just looked like material.
Did you have a chance also to view the scene from above, meaning on that bridge span looking down?
Yes.
Did it appear that the location where there was an indentation, that was where the suitcase was dropped from that bridge down to the ground below?
Yes, sir.
What color was that suitcase? Do you remember?
The olive green color.
Okay. Did you go up closer to the suitcase area?
Yes, sir.
You said that it looked like there was some fabric or something like that associated with the suitcase. When you got closer, could you tell what those things were?
You could see that it was a blanket and a body.
And then you mentioned earlier that it's very typical for you to take photos of scenes. Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I would like to approach and show the witness exhibit 77 through 85, which are
You may.
photographs.
All right, go ahead.
You could just look through people's exhibit 77 through 85 and then give me a heads up.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
These are the pictures around the suitcase that I've taken.
Out at the scene at the Escambia River Bridge?
Yes, sir.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move for admission of people 77 through 85.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 77 through 85 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Give me just a minute, though.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So, Ms. Smith, this is going to be a little bit tricky for you, but I would like you to turn around in the witness stand there. Yep, you found the pointer. And then if you want to, you can actually stand up in the witness stand. But just please make sure when we're describing these photos that you speak loud enough so that the furthest juror from you can hear you.
Okay.
So point out for the jury what we're looking at there, please. And this is people's, I'm sorry, this is people 77 for the record.
These are the pylons to the bridge with the suitcase here, and from a distance, I could just tell it was material to the side of it.
Okay. And then people's exhibit 78.
Same thing. Suitcase with a different angle. I'm seeing on the different side of it.
Is that the way it appeared when you got up to the scene, that it was, everything had spilled out of the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People's 79.
Just up close of the actual material and the victim here.
And, okay. And people's exhibit 80.
This is just the suitcase itself.
Was it apparent to you when you got on scene that there had been quite a bit of decomposition happening already?
Yes, sir, due to the coloring here and the bug activity that was there.
What kind of bug activity are we talking about?
Maggots.
Does that indicate that the suitcase had been out in this condition for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
People's exhibit 81. What are we looking at there?
This is what appeared to be a void spot. You were up on top of the bridge looking down. And then beside it, you could see everything's laid over and it's discolored, a little discolored from everything around it.
So is that looking from the span of the bridge down towards where the suitcase likely had dropped?
Yes,
Okay. And that's what it looked like for you when you stood there as well?
yes, sir.
82, I believe is this 82 or 81?
81.
81. So please put up 82. And is that just a close-up of that last photograph?
Yes, sir.
Did that suitcase have one wheel on it?
I don't recall.
Okay. People's exhibit 83.
Let's minimize the jokes about
Just a side view
the
of
the
suitcase.
decomposition of the
And you see a
child.
wheel on that bottom left of that photo?
Yes, sir.
So if we go back to 82, does it appear that that really deeper indention there would coincide with that wheel potentially?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then people's 84.
The inside of the suitcase.
It's hard to tell in photographs, but was the inside of that suitcase wet?
Very.
Is that common to have, I guess, a wet area like that when a body's decomposing?
Yes, sir.
85.
The backside of the suitcase, and it's wet. That's what the discoloration is there. Some liquid coming out.
So that darker area below the wheel there is liquid that had leaked out on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can take a seat again. And then that was on March 17th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also attend the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
So tell the jury, was the body that went to the autopsy the same body that you saw on scene on March 17th?
Yes, sir.
Blankets that you mentioned, were those also at autopsy?
They were.
Did you collect a lot of those items during the autopsy?
I did.
All right. Do you also take photographs of the autopsy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At Sacred Heart Hospital in Pensacola.
Was there a tentative identification done as to the remains that the autopsy was performed on?
Yes.
What was tentative identification made as?
Gannon,
Gannon,
Stauch.
Stauch, okay. Your Honor, may I approach with people's 87 through 102?
Okay, go ahead.
It won't be the only one, Ardo. We're not actually seeing the
Actually
picture.
going up with people's exhibit 87 and then 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. So there's a gap for physical evidence that we'll be admitting as well.
So it's 87 and then it jumps to 89 through 102?
87 and then 90.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Same thing as before. If you could just take a look at those and then give me a heads up. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
What are they, generally speaking?
Pictures from the autopsy.
Are they fair
Evidence.
of evidence?
Mhm.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw during this autopsy and things that you collected?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 87 and then 90 through 102.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 87 and 90 through 102 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish those, Your Honor.
May.
So we've got 87 up on the board behind you, and same as before, Ms. Smith, if you could just stand up and then let the jury know what we're looking at there.
This is gonna be the bullet that was extracted from the victim's head, and these two plastic pieces were in there.
So the bullet that we see there, that's a projectile?
Yes, sir.
Where did
Is
Stauch
that
go?
typically
Or is she
expelled
just
out of
off
the end of
screen?
a firearm?
Yes, sir.
I know it seems obvious, but we got to be technical, right? What about those plastic
she's off screen.
pieces there? What do those appear to be?
From my understanding, they were
It'll be
part
on
of the bullet.
the attorney.
And then you
Alright.
said that these were recovered during the autopsy. Do you remember where specifically?
Leave the head.
The head. And then I want to approach with people's 88 and 89.
Go ahead. No, that's fine.
So if you could first take a look at people's exhibit 88.
Okay.
You recognize this item?
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition today as the day that you collected it?
Yes, sir.
And what is it appear to be?
The projectile.
Same one that's in people's exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, since she couldn't even listen to herself without her fingers in her ears, I'm not surprised she
Mr. Cook?
doesn't want to look at the pictures.
Objection, Judge.
Exhibit 88 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna look. Yes. And then I've got People's Exhibit 89 here in front of you. Do you recognize this item?
Yes,
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition today as the day that you recovered?
yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
The red plastic pieces.
Same red plastic pieces that are in People's Exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 89.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
exhibit 89 will be admitted.
If we can just have the witness display these to the jury by walking in front of the witness stand.
Well, that's fine.
Box. Starting with the 88, if you could just hold this up like this and then just walk slowly in front of the jury box.
That's not impossible.
I don't think that's the case because she's already thrown the DID thing out the window with the phone calls. I just think she knows she's guilty and doesn't want to look at what she's done and didn't want to hear herself talking about the lies.
And you'll see that you can now do the same thing with People's Exhibit. Just set it on the table. Now, Ms. Smith, we're going to go back up to the photos to People's Exhibit 90. Tell the jury what we're looking at there, please.
That is the pillow. that was
Debbie, it
located
doesn't work
inside the
that way.
suitcase.
I just think she doesn't want to face
Were there
the
any
truth.
defects apparent in that pillow?
Yes, there's a defect right here.
When we use the word defect, what do we mean?
Not if you wouldn't buy it with that in it. It's something that's occurred after the fact.
And can you tell by just looking at the defect in the pillow, what might have caused the defect? Or does more investigation needed?
More investigation.
In People's Exhibit 91,
This is the other side of the pillow. It was one of those that had reversible on each side. This one's wet with the discoloration. And I had some remnants on there for the decomp.
People's 92. What are we looking at here?
That's the projectile.
No, Debbie,
It was
the lawyers
next
probably came up
So is
with
this
it,
actually
but
an X-ray
her
of that
own
pillow itself?
of the pillow itself.
testimony,
Are there actually two
already
projectiles
got rid
visible
of
in that X-ray?
any chance of getting DID as a defense.
When we, again, just so that we're being technical and not leaving anything, projectiles are in talking about bullets
Yes,
or inside of the pillow.
correct.
People's 93.
That would be a close-up of the,
Her lawyers
Damaged
may
by
have talked to a
Would that coincide
Like
potentially
professional
with a bullet being fired into that pillow?
symptoms fit.
yes.
People's 94. What,
The same thing here with the defect right here on the pillow once we've taken the pillowcase off.
again, does that coincide with a bullet being fired into the pillow?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we've seen the X-ray
Creed, it's
and the
not
bullets
a
were
mental
inside the pillow.
institution for life.
Does that mean that there
The
would
guy
not be
that
any exit
shot that guy
defects
Hinckley
from bullets?
Just got out.
People's 95.
It doesn't mean you,
Up close,
if you're NJRI, you're
not the
committed
material,
for
but the
life.
filling of the pillow, the damage that was done to it from the projectile.
Does that actually, can you see the projectile there as well?
40 years?
Maybe a little bit right here.
Yeah, I mean,
23?
People's 96.
you may do
Closer image of the
way
damage
more
done
than you
from the
needed
projectile.
to,
And can you also
Something
see the
that's not a
projectile?
life sentence, but if it's a case
People's
of
97.
a life sentence with the
That would be one of
option
the
of
projectiles that was in
parole,
the pillow that we got out.
they may have tried it thinking
People's 98.
give her parole options.
Defect in the pillow
Maybe.
from the projectile.
Is this a separate
I don't know.
defect?
Yes, this is on the other side of the pillow.
LWAP in
People's
Uh,
Exhibit 99.
There is LWAP in Colorado. There's LWAP,
So
which she
this
would go
this defect
to
that we're looking at here now is the pillow with
state
the pillowcase
mental,
removed. Is that
state
right?
mental hospital. But if she's
And then the this
sane
defect
after
coincides with that last
they
defect
can
in the
let her
pillowcase that
out.
we just looked
There's
at.
no mandatory amount of time.
People's 100.
So in a year, they, generally it doesn't happen, but like in a year or 5,
People's
she
101.
would get out. So they would go shop and try to find
cutting
someone.
the
It's like, well,
material,
this
getting
you
to
could
the
explain
filling
it
of the
with
pillow.
this. But the
And people's
content of the
102.
phone call is what is going to
That would
prevent
be
a
the projectile that
DID
we pulled out.
defense.
So correct to understand that you were able to pull out 2 projectiles from the pillow itself.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 103.
You may go ahead.
Debbie, we need to talk about your channel and live streaming and all of that stuff at some point.
maybe post a link to that episode. Oh, that's right. You can't get that back.
Can we take a look at People's Exhibit 103? You recognize People's Exhibit 103?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
The 2 projectials we pulled from the pillow.
Are they in the same condition?
Mayor
today, or
Wrench,
roughly the same
please
condition
eat.
today as when
Even
they
if
were
you're in
taken?
pain,
Yes, sir.
I
you
move for
don't
admission of People's
you don't
Exhibit
need a
103.
stomach ulcer.
Mr. Cook,
Debbie,
Objection.
don't worry
Exhibit
about it.
103 will be
Doc's gonna
admitted. Go
post
ahead.
it.
Permission to have the witness persuade us for the jury.
That's fine.
Croc and I were watching one of my friends who's an ortho. Most orthos
Step
are
there.
because of the sheer amount of strength you need for orthopedic surgeries. Mayor Wrench, Croc's gonna post it. To all the lovely beasties and all our new viewers, welcome, welcome. Sit down, enjoy yourself, chat. You subscribe, share, like if you're enjoying having us put the feed up and comments. We love having you here.
Judge, at this point, I would ask for permission to approach the witness with People's
Okay.
Exhibits
I'm gonna
104
post
through
the entire
120.
channel link rather than a specific
Maybe.
video. Everybody go show Debbie some love.
Yeah.
We'll be covering the Keene case with Debbie.
Ms. Smith, same as before, if you could flip through those exhibits 104 through 120 and then give me a heads up when you're done looking at them.
My godfather was an ortho and he said it's human carpentry.
Wipes.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the photos 104 through 120?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took during the autopsy of Gann and Stauch on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes.
We're going to move for admission and permission to publish 104 through 120.
Ardo,
Mr.
where
Cook.
am I in your harem?
Sure.
Mayor Wrench, pizza's not an awful idea. Well, Debbie, there's the link to your channel, so we will promote it, but I'll be doing the Sheila Keaton Warren case with Debbie.
Yeah, pizza's not a bad option. It's lunchtime where you are. Ask Sassy. If she says it's okay, then you guys can figure something out. Is something going on with the court there? Everybody looks
They
like
are muting some of the graphic discussions.
ugh. Yikes.
I have seen the full autopsy report and some of the discussions, and it is beyond graphic, and just the wording and what is written alone would make many people very sick.
Any chance I can get a copy of that autopsy report? Okay.
Sending out a link to someone. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Miko quit.
Ardo, I was hoping like top 10. Damn.
He thinks you would have issues with at 100,000.
Right. Court will exclude Exhibit 104 as cumulative. Court will admit Exhibits 105 through 120.
And permission to publish starting with 105 and then through 120. Well, if you just,
You may go ahead.
okay, same as process as before, Ms. Smith. If you could just stand up and tell us what we're looking at here. First, in a general sense, what are we looking at?
This is the t-shirt that the victim was wearing when we located him.
Did this T-shirt have a number of defects in it that coincided with injuries that the victim had on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we're looking at People's Exhibit 105, there's obviously some graphics on the T-shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's that angular measuring device there? Is that signifying, as we look through these photos, where specific defects were in the shirt?
Yes.
So can you point out the defect that we're looking at first in 105?
The defect here is gonna be right here. There's cotton, white cotton behind it to help make it stand out.
And then if we go to 106, is that a close-up of that same defect?
That is a close-up of the same defect.
107,
Here, now we're here.
sort of where it says Minecraft over the R, it looks like.
Yes.
And then 108,
Yeah, close to you. That defect.
109. Those first two, would that coincide roughly with the left chest area, lower left chest area?
Yes.
And now would that coincide with, I guess, left shoulder area,
Yes.
collarbone maybe? And then 110,
Close-up of that same image
111,
to the arm. Here.
the sleeve of the arm,
Yes, left arm.
and then 112,
Close-up of that same defect.
113,
Up to here.
so are we still looking at the left sleeve, just upper portion of that sleeve?
Yes.
114, I think,
Up close of that one.
115,
Turn the shirt over. And this would be the defect.
that appears to be a larger defect than the others, is that correct?
Yes.
And then 116,
Close version.
117,
Left arm again, back side.
118,
Up close.
119.
And that one just moved up to here.
And then are we looking at the backside for both of those last couple of photos, the backside of the left sleeve?
Yes.
120,
Up close of that one.
left sleeve again.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could go ahead and sit down. Or may I approach with People's Exhibit 121 through 141?
You may, go ahead. Right.
Go ahead and flip through those and then let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs of?
The jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
To sort of contrast what we just looked, t-shirt, was that a base button t-shirt with the graphic writing on it?
Yes.
Okay, that we're going to look at next, is it more of a nylon type jacket?
Yes.
Is it the jacket that the victim was wearing that you recovered at autopsy?
Yes.
Are these fair and accurate representations as to what you saw of that jacket at the autopsy on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
And at this time, I move for admission of 121 through 142 and permission to publish.
Mr. Cook?
It's done. We moved it to the bench.
Okay.
About these,
Council approach, please.
Well, it's going to be quiet for a minute. How's everybody doing so far?
All right, exhibits 121 through 142 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
So Ms. Smith, same as before, 121 should be up on the screen here in just a moment. So tell the jury what we're looking at in 121.
This is the jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
Is this the inside of the jacket, so the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
So point out where you can see any defects in this jacket.
One. Here. Here. This appears to be one here.
Okay. And then moving on to 122.
Up close to that first one that I pointed.
And would this generally be, since we're looking at the lining of the jacket, would this essentially mean that this would coincide with the victim's back area?
Yes.
Okay. 123,
Close to that one.
124,
Showing the defects right there.
again, is this still looking at the lining of the jacket, which would generally coincide with the back of the victim?
Yes, sir.
125,
Close to that one.
126,
Over here, same back side of the victim.
127,
Up close.
128.
We're here, now we're over here. It's still the same on the back side, and this is the lining.
Sort of would this coincide roughly with the back shoulder? It looks like it's closer to the sleeve here.
Yes.
129,
Up close to that one.
130,
Right.
so is this getting closer to the top of the shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
Still, are we looking at the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
131,
Close to that one.
132,
Gonna be the hood. There's some defects here.
are we looking at the lining of the hood?
Yes.
Okay, 133,
Back that pointed to.
134,
Close to that one.
135,
Second one.
136. And those last couple, also the inside lining of the hood.
Correct.
Okay. 137,
This will be the back of the jacket.
is this just an, oh, I'm sorry.
Here, one here.
Essentially an overview of the back of the jacket.
Yes.
138,
First one that I,
139,
second one that I pointed to. Still on the back of the jacket.
140,
Here, now we're over here.
141,
Still here.
and then 142.
Here's the defect. I was trying to see where we're at on the jacket.
Does it appear that this is closer to the zipper?
Yes.
Can you see the zipper there at the top?
Here's the zipper.
Okay. Thank you. And Your Honor, now I would like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 143.
All right, you may go ahead.
You know what I think? I think they're doing this in the WebEx rather than the quote unquote traditional camera because of the nature of the evidence. Thoughts, Loki?
Yeah, they're
You had a
doing
chance to
it
look at People's
this way
143?
instead of the
Yes, sir.
traditional
recognize
views
it?
because of
What does it appear to be?
the nature
Pair
and
pants.
content.
Photo of the pair pants?
Correct.
Are these the
And
pants that
the
the victim
age
was
of the
wearing
child
when you went to
involved.
the scene on March 17th and then the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect those items?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the pants as you saw them on March 18th?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move for admission and permission to publish 143.
Exhibit 143 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Colorado does
Permission
have
to publish, there
some
we go.
particular laws about trials involving
Just
kids.
generally give us
in the
a,
evidence.
are these nylon sort of athletic pants?
Yes.
Does it appear that there's,
What?
it's hard to tell,
Web
right? There's a lot
Act
of
is
standing on
the
this from decomp, I would
The
assume.
court's
Yes, sir.
streaming.
But does it
service
also
they use.
appear that there's white stripes running down the legs of these pants?
Yes. 2 on each side.
Can you point those out for the jury, please?
There's one right here and then the other one's right here.
Okay. All of these items that we just looked at, so the pillow, the blankets, the t-shirt, the hoodie, and these pants, I think it may be obvious, but were these heavily soiled with decomposition from Gannon's remains?
Yes.
Associated with that heavy decomposition, was there quite a smell associated with them?
Yes.
Is that why we're not bringing those items into the jury to let them have to deal with that as well?
Yes.
Finally, would like to have my investigator approach the witness with People's Exhibit number 86.
All right, May, go ahead.
And just so that we're all clear, this is the item that we talked about prior to.
Okay. Is there any objection as to the foundational issue of this defense? Okay. Mr. Allen?
So, Ms. Smith, our investigator Cecil Weir is going to help with this item because of the size of it. But if you could just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize People's Exhibit 86.
Ardo, there's no requirement for it, but
I didn't hear your question over the paper.
Yep, that paper was a little loud. Do
has
you
played
recognize People's Exhibit
instructed-
86?
I
Well,
do.
she doesn't
What
want to
does it
look
appear to
at it.
be?
Olive green
Putting her head
suitcase
down
that
will
was
be
at the
seen
scene
as disrespectful.
Did you
by the
collect this
jury
scene at
and can
the
be
River Bridge, or
accused
was it at
against her
autopsy?
at the River
for her
Bridge.
demeanor.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 86.
Mr. Cook?
Objection.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted. Go ahead.
That's why
Your
her
Honor,
face was buried in her
because
hand.
of the decomposition material on this item, we are asking for permission to not leave this here in the courtroom, but I would like to have permission for our investigator, Mr. Weir, to show this item to the jury by holding it up. It is a larger item.
You may.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll hold the glass.
Is that the kid's mattress?
Yes.
How would she be able to testify to the mattress?
Thank you, ma'am. Does that suitcase have a broken handle on it as well?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't
If
the-
Mr. Weir
That
holds that up,
wasn't
can you point that out to the
mattress.
jury?
I thought you meant the pics for the link I gave you. That was just the suitcase and the bedding that
And
they
then
found.
just so that we're all clear,
wrapped
although I
in
think it's
the suitcase.
probably fairly obvious, but we need to build a record as well.
Okay.
All of the items that you saw out at the Escambia River Bridge, so the 2 blankets, the pillow, and Gannon's remain inside of this suitcase.
Correct.
And if I wasn't clear before, the clothing that I mentioned and that had heavy decomposition material on them, was that true also for the blankets and the pillow?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so at this
bedding
point,
that was
Judge, I would
in the
ask if we can just
suitcase
have our
and the
investigator take
suitcase.
that item back out before it starts to,
Is there an objection?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, you may, go ahead. Just take it out.
he's trying to collect the baggage or the paper too. Stephanie?
Texas Mom over, that was the suitcase they were carrying. There's also a
All right,
bag.
Ms. Smith,
had the bedding.
just a couple more questions for you. How long have you lived in that, I guess, greater Pensacola area?
45 years.
Are you familiar with several bridges in that
It
area?
was the
Yes.
last piece of evidence they
Um,
brought in. and
The
it's
Escambia
already
River
back
Bridge
out
obviously
and
is the one that we've been
back to-
talking about today, correct?
On the way
Yes.
back to a free.
Is there also an I-10 bridge
Yes.
and then a 98 Pensacola Bay Bridge essentially? Of those bridges in the area, is the Escambia River Bridge less traveled or more traveled than the other bridges?
Less.
Less traveled. And then are you also familiar with I-95?
Yes.
Where's I-95?
It goes along the east coast of Florida.
Okay. All right, that would be my questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Smith? Just write it down, pass it forward. Looks like we might have a couple, so just write them down, pass them forward, and I'll have somebody collect them.
Want me to retrieve them, Your Honor, or?
Yes, yeah, just put them on the bar in front of you there, pass them forward, put them on the bar in front of you, and then Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve those, please, and counsel approach.
Given the evidence we're talking about, I know this is strange, but I am trying to decide between chicken nuggets or salad from Chick-fil-A. Debbie, it is because of the amount of fluid and biological material on it and the size and it was in the Florida sun for weeks. So it stinks and it's been in a freezer, and so they just walked it through and took it back out, because if it starts to thaw in any way, you're not going to get that smell out of the room ever. Never apologize for that, Texas Mama Bear, as you heard my parenting Tourette's earlier. Most of us.
Ms. Smith, was the suitcase cleaned? It appears cleaner.
No, it was not cleaned. It was kind of black.
Debbie,
And this is a timeline question. You did this, the
restriction
site on March
trust
17 of
this.
2020, and the autopsy was on March 18 of
They,
2020. Let's start there. Is that,
are
are those
allowed
2 dates
to-
accurate?
They don't want
Yes.
the jury
And
voices.
so you already knew on March 18 of 2020 that it was Gannon?
They didn't know for sure. They went by the some pictures, and then I'm not sure what their procedures are for identification.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
Just on that last question, when we were talking about identification of the remains, was that just a tentative identification,
Yes.
not a finalized
Well,
identification?
Danny, they have.
You know that a
usually they
finalized
can
identification came sometime
ask
later.
the
Yes.
question.
Okay, thank you.
But
Mr. Cook?
given the high profile and the nature of
All
the
right.
things,
Thank you,
we
Ms. Smith.
don't
You
want
may
the
step down.
voices on record, and
Prosecution, call
we
your next
don't want
witness,
to
please.
necessarily to know who's asking what question. See, Mayor, and I was doing Chick-fil-A.
Morning, Your Honor.
and now you
People
gotta
call
treat me
Trevor
like something
Seifert
else.
to the stand.
Mr. Seifert, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
My name is Trevor Seifert, spelled Trevorseifert.
I just mispronounced your name, so I apologize.
That's okay.
What is your occupation?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Just over 17 years.
And what are your specific roles within that title?
Up until
Texas
September of
Monitor,
last
most
year, I
juries are
was in
allowed
the
questions.
biology
They're
section
just
of the
doing it
Pensacola Regional
this
Operations
way
Center. And in the
because
biology
of the
section, we do
specifics of the
DNA
case.
analysis.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in the field of DNA analysis?
Education-wise, I have a bachelor's of science in biology from Southern Oregon University and a PhD in microbiology and immunology from the University of Florida. At the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I also went through a one-year training program in forensic biology.
And does the field of DNA analysis include the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
And have you been practicing in that field within the role that you just described? And approximately how many investigations have you been involved in where you've done some DNA testing in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Hundreds of cases, and we actually count the number of samples that we analyze, and it's well over 8,000.
And do you have some continuing education that you participate in to stay up to date in that field?
Yes, we have required annual continuing education, and we keep up to date with current literature.
And have you been qualified as an expert in a court of law to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, in the Florida 1st and 14th Circuit,
Approximately how many times?
approximately 55.
First time in Colorado, I take it?
Testifying, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask the court to allow Mr. Seifert to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis as an expert.
No objection. All right, just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, a person may be qualified as an expert by education, experience, skill, or training. You are not bound by the testimony of a witness who has testified as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Andrew. Could you please educate us in the field of DNA? What is DNA? Where does it come from? That kind of thing.
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a molecule that is found in every cell of your body except for mature red blood cells. It carries the instructions for the development and structure of all living organisms. At FDLE, and Florida Department of Law Enforcement, we do what is called STR DNA analysis, and STR stands for short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats vary between individuals, and the number of repeats at markers that we look at are what differ between individuals and create their unique profile. We look at 21 different areas in the DNA, which I'll call markers, and 3 gender markers that can tell us whether the DNA is consistent with a male or a female. In order to develop a DNA profile, I will take a sample from biological material and do chemical processes which will break open the cells, releasing the DNA into a solution. Then place this solution onto an instrument that quantifies the amount of DNA that I was able to obtain from the sample. And if I reach a high enough threshold, I can then use a process called polymerase chain reaction, which amplifies each of the 21 markers that I'm looking at millions of times with a fluorescent tag that enables another instrument, a genetic analyzer, to measure the length of each of these fragments, which determines the number of markers, the number of short tandem repeats, and gives us a profile for the individual or the sample.
Can you talk to the jury about the uniqueness of these profiles that you've been talking about?
Yes, depending on the number of markers that I'm able to generate a profile from, statistics differ with how unique it will be. But overall, a DNA profile of an individual is unique to that individual, and only a identical sibling will have the same DNA profile.
And where do we get this uniqueness from? Where does our DNA come from?
Half of your DNA comes from your mother, half of your DNA comes from your father. And so the combination of the DNA from both, so you have 2 copies of DNA, 2 copies of these markers. And so at each of these markers, I will get a number of repeats. So one marker may have 5, let's say 5 of these short tandem repeats from your mother and 10 from your father. So at that marker, you would be considered a 510. And what we're looking at when we're comparing profiles from a questioned sample to a known individual, we're looking at those numbers and matching those numbers.
So if we have, for instance, a body found where we don't know who that person is, would we be able to create a profile if the DNA was in good shape and then determine who the parents of that individual were, or vice versa?
Yes, we can.
When we talk about the field of forensic DNA analysis, I think you just alluded to it a little bit in your previous answer. Are we talking about having a known DNA profile and then unknown DNA profiles to figure out if there's a match or if there's some consistency between the two?
Yes, so in most cases, we're dealing with evidence from crime scene, looking for a suspect. So we're looking for the DNA profile from the evidence and then comparing it with DNA profile from an individual said to be involved in the case. In other cases, we're looking at unidentified human remains and comparing that to DNA profiles from individuals that are in a missing persons database.
And so is there databases in the United States, for instance, where there's DNA profiles for unsolved crimes, things like that, where if you develop a profile, you can compare that to a database to see if there's a match?
Yes, there are.
And do agencies across the country submit DNA profiles to those databases?
Yes.
Now, where does this DNA come from? What do people leave behind where you might be able to obtain DNA profiles from?
Well, the majority of it is bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva, tissue, and we can also obtain DNA from items that people have worn or handled, so epithelial cells or skin cells that are left behind, or hairs.
You alluded to earlier about crime scenes. Are there particular crime scenes that might deteriorate DNA?
Yes, DNA is stable in dry and cold environments. When it's out in the natural environment, DNA is degraded by the human body. Once a cell dies, it releases enzymes that breaks up the DNA. Microorganisms also break up DNA. So in hot, humid, wet, or damp environments, the DNA is degrading rapidly.
I'm going to take you back to 2020, in particularly March 17th of 2020. Were you familiar with a body that was discovered underneath the Escambia Bridge there by Pensacola, Florida, around that time frame?
Yes, I was.
Please don't go
And
anywhere when they break. I have a
after
picture I want to
autopsy
pop
and
up
into
for
the
everybody real quick.
investigation, were you asked to conduct some DNA analysis to confirm the identity of this individual who was found deceased under the bridge?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What did you do? And we'll get into your results in a second.
In the first submission of evidence that I received from our medical examiner, I received buccal swabs, which are swabbings from the inside of the cheek of an individual, and a card with a couple drops of blood. I then performed the analysis that I already explained, where I took samples from each, broke up the cells in solution, and attempted to obtain DNA profiles. The blood sample did not give me enough DNA to amplify and get a profile. And the buccal swab gave me enough DNA to attempt to develop a profile. However, the results were so low that I could not interpret the results.
And what was your understanding of the condition? Did you later determine that this was Gannon-Stauch?
Yes.
I'm just going to use Gannon-Stauch as who we're talking about here. Did you learn about the condition of Gannon-Stauch's body as it laid underneath that bridge, February to March of 2020?
Yes, I heard that it was a body in a suitcase, and based upon the condition of the initial evidence that I received, the buccal swab and blood stain, I could tell that it was a decomposing body.
And was it surprising to you that you were not able to get enough DNA from the buccal swabs and the blood card from autopsy to develop a profile?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
During decomposition, the DNA breaks down, and usually we have to go to a harder tissue such as a bone or teeth.
And is it because of the deterioration that you alluded to earlier, Gannon's body being under the bridge by water in the humidity and heat of Florida?
Yes, and the amount of time.
And I think you just said you had to go to some bone. Tell us about what you did with the bone and why did you go to the bone?
Yes, next I received a rib bone, and I took numerous samples from the rib bone at separate times. So initially I swabbed some of the tissue on the rib bone, took a cutting of the rib bone, and went through the process of trying to get DNA from those. The swabbing of the tissue resulted in not enough DNA to go any further. The cutting from the tissue, I again got a very low amount of DNA, but was not able to interpret a profile. So I went back to the bone again, broke it open and removed marrow, and went through the DNA analysis again, and again was only able to obtain information, but not enough to interpret. Went back to the bone again and actually took pieces of the bone and did a longer process. It takes several days to get a DNA profile from. And with that, I was able to get a partial profile. So a complete profile is information at all 21 of the markers we're looking at. And with this partial profile, I was able to get information at 9 markers. So the difference between the markers is the length. So the longer a marker is, the more likely it's going to be chopped up and not give us any information.
And so when you were able to get these 9 markers you alluded to, this was from a rib bone, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have at least information that there was a tentative identification that this was Gannon-Stauch?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have indication that there was a DNA profile developed for Gannon-Stauch here in Colorado Springs at the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did you contact the Metro Crime Lab with the 9 markers or the profile that you developed from the rib bone to see whether or not there was a match with the known profile from Gannon-Stauch that was in Colorado Springs?
Yeah.
And what was the results of that?
confirmation from them that they had a match with the profile that I generated from the rib bone and a case here.
And what does that mean?
That means that the markers that I obtained a profile from matched a standard or a DNA profile that they had developed here in this case.
Was that confirmation, at least for you, that that was the body again in Stauch?
Yes, if it were a case that I was working through to the end, I would have continued working to obtain a complete profile from the remains. And then I would also need to obtain whatever piece of evidence they used to get the complete profile from here in Colorado and compare those myself. And then perform
Welcome back,
statistics,
Becky.
which would give you a likelihood ratio on how good of a match it was.
And do you know whether or not anyone from Colorado Springs did exactly what you just described?
I assume that they did, but I do not know.
Essentially, when you made this determination that the 9 profiles from the rib bone matched the known profile for Gannon Stauch, did the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the Metro Crime Lab here in Colorado Springs kind of take it from there and take over the investigation?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini?
No question.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Seifert? Seifert, sorry. No? All right. Thank you. You may step down. Council approach, please.
It travels.
Should we break coming up here pretty quick?
Yeah.
All right, prosecution, come next witness, please.
Oh, Alexis Peck. Stand there.
Last name again? Heck. Thank you.
Hack. I'm sorry. PAC.
I do, Becky, all too well.
Ms. Pack, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Up here.
Why
You
is
swear
the-
affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Where is Escobar?
Morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Alexis Pack, P-A-C-K.
And where do you live, Ms. Pack?
Pensacola, Florida.
First time in a courtroom?
Yes.
Everyone's really nice in here, I promise, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Pack, what do you do for a living?
I just stay at home now. I did work at the hotel as a front desk agent.
Okay. And when you say the hotel, are you talking about the Candlewood Suites?
Yes, sir.
And which Candlewood Suites did you work at?
The one in Pensacola on Davis Highway.
And how long were you working there?
I worked there for 3 years.
Were you working there back on February 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that job at the front desk, would you routinely check people in, check people out, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And would you fill out paperwork as you did that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Me?
Hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 181. And it's in a plastic folder. You can pull out that document if you like. I believe it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the form that they fill out whenever they check in.
And did you fill that form out?
I did not.
Okay, who filled that form out? Do you know?
It's the person who checks in. They fill it out.
Let me have you turn to page 3 of that document. You see that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see your name on that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see the name of the person who checked someone in on that computer printout?
I do.
Okay. So tell us about that. Who checked this person in that's related to this document, and then who checked them out?
So there was a lady named Sharon who worked there who checked her in, and I checked her out.
And are these documents that you use with anytime someone checks in or checks out of the hotel?
Yes.
And are these routinely used in the course of business at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
And does this accurately depict the check-in and check-out for the person named in this document back on February 4th, 2020?
Yes.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 181.
Defense.
Objection.
Exhibit 181 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish that, I'd like to show you another exhibit if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Show you People's Exhibit G21. It's already been admitted into evidence. You recognize this overhead photo here?
Yes.
And I don't want to be Captain Obvious here, but the label that says Candlewood Suites there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that where the hotel is located at?
Yes.
And is that where you were working on February 4th, 2020 when this person checked in?
So I don't think I was working when she checked in, but when she checked out.
Did she check out on February 4th, 2020?
So I'm not sure if she checked out with me or if the housekeeping staff told me she was gone, and that's why I checked her out.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Just for the record, I'll publish to the jury again. Okay, we can publish People's Exhibit 181 now. It's kind of tough to see on the TV screens. Can we zoom in on that a little bit, please? So let's start with the top part of that exhibit, and you can look at the one, the actual exhibit in front of you if you like.
Okay.
What is the name of the person who checked in back on February 4th, 2020?
I don't know how to say the last name,
Okay.
but it's Letecia Stauch.
Okay, you did a pretty good job with the last name. And again, I know it says there, but where is this person from, at least what they're saying when they check in?
South Carolina.
And they, does this information also show the method of how they paid for the room and things like that?
Yes.
Down below it says, where it says reservation information,
Mhm.
it says company, and it says Ford Motor Company. Where did that come from? Do you know?
So that's a fixed rate we would have had in the system for that company.
And so whoever is getting the reservation, would they have to tell whoever's working the front desk that I'm with the Ford Motor Company to check in?
So yes, or if they make it online, they can put that in themselves if they have the rate code.
But you get that from the person, whoever's making the reservation. That's not something you just put in there.
No.
If we go down a little bit, can we just scan down that first page? Right there's good, thanks. Is there information when they check in to describe what vehicle they're driving?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did the person say they were driving, or this Letecia Stauch said they were driving?
And Nissan Altima.
Hello, hot
Does
coffee.
anybody check to see if that's accurate?
No, sir.
If we can now go to page 2 of that
Hey,
document.
Letecia, how you doing?
Again, we have page 2 of this exhibit. Again, Ford Motor Company, is that again the same information
Yes.
that you get from the person who's checking in?
Yes.
Hi, JMK.
Can we go back to the first
Hot
page? I
coffee. It
forgot
shouldn't
to
be
mention
too bad
something on
this
there.
morning.
Thanks.
They're
the
muting
top
any
part.
descriptions of the pictures.
Appreciate it. You're familiar with the rooms there at the hotel?
Yes.
What is a standard suite one queen non-smoking mean?
It's just one queen bed.
Standard room, I take
Yeah.
it? Okay. I went to law school, so that's how I come up with these great questions.
Yeah, but
Can we
apparently you
put a
missed the
page 3 of that
professional
document now?
part of not saying, I don't want to be captain.
We rotate that so we can. I'm asking you to do a lot. I appreciate that, Ms. Brentiano. It won't rotate, huh? All right. Well, let's look at this page here. Does it have the times that the person actually checked in and the times they checked out?
Yes, sir.
Could you please tell the jury the time that Miss Stauch checked in to the hotel?
It looks like it was 12:23, I think.
Okay. And you base that on the 0023 that we see on the document?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been on what date?
February 4th, 2020.
And then
Hot coffee.
your name is
it'll depend on how
associated with
long
the
the break's gonna
checkout.
be.
What time did this individual check out?
11:11.
Mayor wrench, what kind?
And that top line, I know we can't see it because it's documented. Could you read what the description says?
In a criminal case, the state.
Where it says
in a
checkout.
civil
It
case,
says Stauch,
it
Letecia.
depends.
Okay, it says Stout Letecia checking out on 2/4/20, having arrived 2/3/20.
Now, does that indicate when the reservation was actually made?
Yes,
So the actual checkout time would have been what is documented on this page.
correct.
Can you tell by looking at this page what time the reservation was actually made?
11:43.
So roughly a half an hour before she actually physically checked in?
Yes.
Does this document indicate to you how many guests have been checked in on that date?
No.
If you go down to that back to the first page, kind of the second area on that first page, we can zoom in on that, please. Thanks. Let the scroll up a little, please. And keep going. Yep, there we go, right
Hot
there.
coffee. We
You see where it says
always
number
put
of guests?
flash
Yes.
At lunch,
What does it
and
say
then
there?
the evening stream is out
One.
Windsor for the day.
And do you know when this document was signed? Was when they check in or when they check out?
When they check in.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I'm an attorney for the defense. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
So you had
And
nothing.
yeah, they're
to
not even
do
allowing open
with the
discussion of a lot
kid
of
in
the
this case.
evidence.
No, sir.
Okay. And you can't remember if you actually checked out on February 4th
No.
or the 5th, this Letecia Stauch?
Other than
no,
the
sir.
expert
Would you be able to
testimony, I
recognize the
can't
person
see
that
how
checked
those
out
things is
or
going
you
too
checked
much.
out on that date?
No, sir.
Okay. In fact, you may not have ever seen this person.
Correct.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thanks, John.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Pack? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step down. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess until about 10:45. If I can have all of the jurors back in the jury room at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
So a little bit over 20 minutes for the break.
Yeah, Croc, hold on.
Babe, did you give her her treat?
Oh, that's what she's asking for. I had wondered. There. Now stop annoying people's beagles.
Can you guys see this, or do I need to make it big? I can make it a little bit. Ardo.
All right, actually, he's still here. I don't know yet, Nancy. Certainly.
Ardo, can you see this? Hold on. Ardo, can you see the picture I just put up? Ardo, the beasties love you, and this is from all of us beasties. I tried to do it through the Finnish one, but apparently I don't know. I couldn't make it work. It wouldn't happen from the U.S. Mayor Wrench McNum is the acknowledgement that we donated money from the Beastie Fund in the name of Ardo's cousin Pekka, which is the policy of the Beastie Fund when family members are lost. Okay. Yeah, Croc, if you want to do it and think we can do it in 20 minutes, go for it.
20 minutes is pretty easy as long as people get in quick.
That's fine. Did you see it, Ardo? Or do I need to put it back up real quick?
It's going to take me a minute to get this, so.
Okay, well, we'll put it up real quick for Ardo. Ardo.
Okay. You were
Hold
going
on
to
1 second, Croc.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay, now you can switch it to your screen.
Okay. Here we go. And one room code.
Okay, I'm going to grab something real quick while you start Quiplash.
YVW. You wanted me to remind you of the thing.
Well, we looked at the Ardo thing. The thing that I got reminded of, we'll do after.
Yeah. There, Kenny. Look, he'll be back in a minute. Of course you're there. Sandy, Debbie, Nick. Nick's been lurking a good chunk of the day. Mary McNo. How about you? Oh, you're driving. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, don't get into the game while you're driving. That might be bad. Oh, cool. Give it one more minute here. Let's see if Loki comes back. Yeah, I know that feeling. All right. So, yeah, we're good. 2, 1, flush.
Prepare yourself for Quiplash 3 and the Wind Whispered Quiplash.
Ooh.
I'm your host, Schmitty. Cash tips are appreciated, and extra players can put in that room code and vote in the audience. Time for round 1. You're going to see 2 prompts on your device. Answer each one with a brilliant response.
Why
See
would
who can
that be,
go up
Danny?
against another player's answers while everyone else votes for their favorite. Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip.
Nah, it's okay, we'll call. Don't risk your job or anything for something like this. That would be silly. Come on, guys, 60 seconds. Oh, Ardo. Wow. Okay, dude. Where's my copy? Here it is. Running out of time, folks. 30 seconds. Kick ass.
What do you say, shall we? And here's your first prompt. Mother called you a toddler tyrant when you blank. Okay, time to choose.
The sad part of it is I was such a little monster. I think I actually did both once. Wow.
And next, the dish that gets you uninvited from future potlucks. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Oh, both of those would be bad. Oh.
And next is what a mystic vampire craves more than blood. Okay, everybody, pick your
Yikes.
favorite quip.
Wow. I didn't know Anthony was a cat.
Without further ado, look up blank in the dictionary and there will be a picture of this player. And now pick your favorite.
Right. Okay, there. Safety foot. No. Wow.
Next, what's the trick to staying up when you have to pull an all-nighter? Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Just do it. Getting that 50-50 thing
Let's
going
see how
on.
they handle a bribe. Is it a bribe to give a federal judge blank?
A Maserati.
Okay, choose your favorite. I took a locket of round one's hair to remember it by. And let's look at the scores.
Go, Danny, go.
Round two is here. The points are doubled, so try to bring it, okay?
Clock's running. Oh, no, you know what from college there, hot coffee. I must know. Okay. Because the timing was just too silly. Okay. Tons of coffee, yeah.
I hope you didn't embarrass yourself.
Try to keep you awake.
First, but not
That wouldn't
necessarily
happen to me.
best, is the most underrated use for a tree. Now vote.
Oh, somebody went for a poop joke. Yeeks. Extra fertilizer.
Moving right along.
Oh.
What sign was left off of the zodiac? All right, vote
Wow.
for the one you like best. Next up, a college degree that will be surprisingly useful in 20 years. Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Might get crease, huh? That sounds like fun.
Next one up. Sigh, why is it impossible to find a good man these days?
They're all taken.
All right, choose your
Oh.
favorite.
Yikes. Wow.
And here we have, why doesn't this player show up in photographs?
He's magic.
Here's
Yes.
the fun part.
That's
Pick your
actually
favorite
that's actually a thing. Apparently, it's part of the that's part of the Nomies. It's actually
And
part of the
now,
Legend of Gnomes.
the worst thing to
Seven
read on
leprechauns.
the whiteboard when you enter a meeting
Good
room.
morning and good afternoon, everyone. How are we?
Yay!
Time to pick the one you like best.
We're still breathing. We're on our first break, so
Oh, well, that's good. First breaks are always good. I haven't gotten a break yet today.
yeah.
Oh, Debbie, that was a good little quip there.
Yep.
Hey, Ardo. Good
Two
morning,
is
hon.
how did
Or
you
good
say-
night. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Not intentional.
Hi, Danny. Hi, Becky. I'm good. Yeah, I'm dealing with other dumbness this morning. So
Rip
having a
lad.
real job. Figured I'd take my lunch break. Come here. Say hi. See what's going on.
You a
3
prompt.
lines will show the trip flash structure. Oh, yeah.
Responses. You got this.
I
We
see
should be
Nick's
done on
here.
time.
I see Nancy's here. Who all is
Yep.
here? Everybody looks like they're here.
Yep. Even Mayor McDonald.
We love the Mayor McGnome.
Danny's killing it right now.
Mayor McGnome is just Mayor McGnome.
And Nancy's
Send you another picture, Patty.
Oh God. Now what? What is my kids doing? What is my tiny human up to these
Nothing.
days?
It's on Discord. The tiny human's been up since 5:30 in the morning and it's being a holy terror.
Yikes.
Aww.
As opposed to the other one.
It's Ardo's cousin that he's very close with.
That's awesome, Ardo. Thank you so much.
No, we did it. That's from
we
the
did it?
Beast. Yeah, that's from the Beasties in honor of Pekka, Ardo's cousin.
That's cool.
All right, let's have it.
NAMI is a great organization.
It's from the Beastie Fund.
Nancy, if your answer gets you in trouble, we will set you up for the spankings with a wet noodle.
No, Ardo picked the kind of charity.
All right, people, it's voting time.
For the Beastie policy.
Shots fired.
My cat jumped on my wiener, Judge. Imagine that.
Well, so much for Nancy finishing the last place.
Birthday gifts for a very sad man. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Wait. Isn't there a song called "Here's a Quarter"? Call someone who cares.
Yes.
Three names a kid can call their grandpa other than grandpa. Now pick your favorite.
Ooh, again, Danny's killing it.
I can't believe we made it. Let's see the final scores.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Danny knocking it out of the
Nancy in
park
second
this
place.
morning.
Yes.
Good job, Danny.
Private chat, Patty.
All right, folks. Time to shut this one. Time to shut this off. Make that go away. And
So we're back in 2 minutes.
Yep, 2.5 minutes. Supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have all the answers. All the answers this time were pretty tame. Wait till we get it. Wait till we get a little later and people are a little more drunk. Nah, you've actually done pretty well several times, Debbie. It's just a question of who likes what. You don't suck. People's opinions do.
Debbie, we can't all be gorgeous and have good game. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, your awful answer didn't get you into trouble. Have you seen some of the answers I put on here? I put on some stuff that's pretty offensive. Well, it would be offensive.
Yeah, if we had a bunch of snowflakes in the chat.
I
Danny.
my chat and my channel a certain way, and even we're being a little more serious during the day. It takes a lot to get yourself in trouble. But when we do our nightly party streams and palate cleansers, it gets a little out of hand.
Better 12 weeks than the rest of your life there, Debbie.
All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to pick up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please.
Go, what are you talking about? Hi, Mama Bear. How's Melissa? How are you feeling? You doing good?
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jason Hess, Hess.
Thank you. Officer Hess, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Texas Mama, were you able to share the CCW update with the people you wanted to?
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jason Hess. I'm a lieutenant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Last name Hess.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
For 26 years.
What kind of roles have you served on with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been a deputy assigned to detentions, assigned to the patrol division, the SWAT team, a supervisor for the SWAT team, a supervisor on patrol, both sergeant role and a lieutenant.
What was your employment back in January of 2020?
I was a sergeant assigned to the patrol division.
What are duties associated with
Thomas, none.
assigned to patrol?
The only thing you may have missed was when I put
For
up the picture of
patrol, we're
our
finding
charity
calls for service,
donation from the
proactive policing,
Beasties,
traffic enforcement.
since that's
general,
what Beastie Fund is
community
for.
concerns.
Is it fairly common to have a lot of contact with members of the community?
Yes, it is.
Some point, did you get involved in the Gannon Stauch missing child investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that investigation?
I was at the office of the sheriff performing some administrative duties and became aware of the call that had occurred the night before and that an 11-year-old Gannon was reported missing that night. And I started making some phone calls
Okay.
to help.
Let me know if you need anything from me, Mama Bear.
Excuse me, just so we're understanding when this exactly happened, you referenced the night before.
January 28th is when I became aware of it.
So you became aware on January 28th?
Yes. Correct.
Did you have an occasion to call?
How's volume for everyone?
Particular phone number that you understood to be the stepmother of Gannon?
Yes, I did.
I'm
Remember
good.
the phone number that you obtain that phone number?
It was from the previous call for service records that we have internally from the call that had occurred.
When you called the person, did that person expect you to be calling, or was this just a cold call?
It was a cold call. I was just following up on information.
Who were you trying to get a hold of?
I was trying to get a hold of the parents of Gannon or the person that had called in the original report, Letecia.
Did you identify the person that answered the phone?
Yes, as best you can over the phone by just asking questions.
So what, describe male or female?
Female?
Did you have subsequent contact with that person face to face?
Yes.
The voice that you heard on that particular call, did that coincide with a person that you met face to face?
Yes, from what I could tell.
And so the person that you were talking to on that phone call, who was that person?
Letecia.
Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
What did you want to gather from Letecia Stauch at that particular time?
The first thing I wanted to know is had Gannon returned home? And if he had not, had she learned any information or got any other information as to where he might be?
What information did Letecia Stauch give you during that phone call?
That he had not returned home and she had no further information.
Did she also make reference to the fact that deputies had searched the home the night before?
Yes, one of the procedures that we do is to conduct a search, and I wanted to make sure that had occurred. So I asked her if deputies had searched the home, and she said that they had.
Did you get from her permission to put Gannon's photo out in the media?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you a photo, or did you already have one?
I do not recall if I asked her to send one or if one was obtained during the original report, but we did have a photo, and I provided that to our public information officer to push that out to media and social media resources to get his photograph out there and available.
And did that in fact occur, that a photo of Gannon was pushed out?
Yes, pretty quickly that occurred.
Did you do any searches yourself on that January 28th day?
Yes, after the photo went out to the media, some tips had come in about people seeing a child walking in certain areas, and I drove to some of those areas and began searching.
So let's talk a little bit in bigger picture here. The report was either missing or runaway child, is that right?
Yes.
Does that sort of guide you in those early stages of a case like that as to what you might be doing?
Yes, and then the age of the child is also a major factor.
So tell the jury about that, those factors that you would be considering and how that would potentially drive the investigation in those early stages.
In this particular case, an 11-year-old child who is unaccounted for during winter months, so cold, and now overnight is at an extreme risk, and they're considered that within our agency. So additional resources are immediately put into place to start that search, which would be different than a 16-year-old who's run away 5 times in the past and has come back a day later. So different styles of approach to those.
And as it relates to the information you had, who was it that reported that Gannon was either missing or had run away?
His stepmother, Letecia.
On that same day of January 28, 2020, did you respond to Starbucks on Mesa Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go to Starbucks?
I learned that some of the detectives had come out to meet with Gannon's parents and speak to them. And I went over there to see if there was anything else I could do on efforts with doing searching or canvassing.
Did you actually see the parents of Gannon Stauch at that time?
Yes, I did. I sat at a table with our 2 detectives and them.
The person that you had been on the phone with earlier the morning of January 28th, and now the person that was at Starbucks, was that Letecia Stauch?
Yes, it was.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You identify her to the court and to the jury by where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting over on our far right against the wall in a pink shirt.
I would ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
At some point during that contact with the father and the defendant, were you able to look at what was described to you as Gannon's phone?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Trying to determine if he had searched anywhere on like a Google Maps feature where there would be a history that might direct me on somewhere to go.
Would that be something that you would typically look for if you're looking for a missing child or a runaway child?
Sometimes you don't know where to look, so you look at all available information, and that is one thing that you would look for is did they search somewhere to go or enter a friend's address or something like that that maybe they hadn't walked to before, give them a route or something.
And not necessarily asking you for the address that you found in there. Did you learn of an address and then that ran to ground, meaning it was not really associated with the missing person here?
Correct.
Did the defendant herself at some point show you a picture of somebody that had been reported that looked like Gannon or that she thought was Gannon?
Yes, there had been some Facebook groups that were active in attempts to help locate Gannon, and she had been forwarded a photograph from one of those groups.
Did you do anything with that information?
We took that photograph and attempted to identify if it was in fact Gannon or not, and we were subsequently able to determine that it was not Gannon and that somebody else identified it as their child based on clothing and items they were carrying.
Did you become familiar with Gannon's neighborhood, so Lorson Ranch area, during this part of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you canvass that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
What does that mean to canvass a neighborhood?
There's many parts of it. The typical part that you would assume is police officers knocking on your door, asking questions, asking if you have surveillance cameras that are showing the roadway or sidewalks, driving through areas where kids might play, under bridges, construction sites, things like that.
Did you do those things?
Yes, I did.
Did that lead to any clues that you were readily able to find to locate Gannon?
No, it did not.
In the afternoon time, did you actually go to Gannon's home at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go there?
I wanted to clarify the timeline because I had not been part of the initial part of the investigation on when he would have left the house. So as I knocked on doors at different neighbors, I had a timeline to ask to look at their security camera feeds.
Did you have any contact with people at that residence?
Yes, I did.
Who was there?
There were several people that were unidentified to me. I think friends and family members, Letecia and Eugene.
So the defendant and Gannon's father?
Yes, and their daughter.
Did you try to verify a time from the defendant that would be of note for the investigation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was between 3:15 and 4-ish approximately when he would have left the house.
Did she describe in that statement to you what she was doing when she reports that Gannon left the house?
Between her and her daughter during the conversation, it came up that a candle had been knocked over and there was a burn mark on the carpet, and she had been taking care of that when Gannon left.
Trying to fix that burn area?
Yes.
Did she describe in any detail anything about that candle or burn incident to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant what friend's house Gannon may have been heading towards?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She didn't know.
Did you then return to the house on a later date, January 31st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go on that date?
I received a phone call from our investigations division, and they asked me to go to the house and told me that Letecia and some family members might be removing property from the house, and that they thought Letecia and another daughter of hers might be wearing smartwatches that could potentially contain some digital evidence that may be helpful in the investigation.
Did you in fact go to the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you see different vehicles than other times when you'd been in the neighborhood?
Yes, there was a van that was there, and then some other just personal cars.
Let's talk about that van. What do you remember about the van?
It was not like a U-Haul moving van, but a van that you could, like a cargo van that you could pack stuff in. And they were unloading items from the house and packing it into the van.
Was it a white van?
Yes, it was.
Did you also see a Nissan vehicle there?
Yes, I did. I believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
I'm sorry, say that last
I
part.
believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Do you remember, was it a Nissan Altima?
Sounds correct, yes.
How many people did you see there that were helping the defendant move things out of the house into the van as you described it?
There were probably 4 or so directly, but there were also other people present. So what each person's role was, I don't know exactly, but I know there were a couple at the van helping load stuff. I believe an aunt that was there as well as her mother.
So let's talk about the aunt. Was that person Brenda Awkward?
I believe so, yes.
And spelling on that, do you remember it off the top of your head? Does ACQUARD sound correct?
That's correct.
What vehicle was Brenda Awkward associated with?
Nissan, I believe.
Was she in fact the driver of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her at all? And I'm not asking you for statements, but did you talk to her?
It would have been briefly, yes.
Okay. Other people that you identified that were associated with the defendant and potentially helping her load things into the van? Can you tell us those names?
I do not recall everybody's name, but I remember Harley was there, her mother was there, her aunt. I think there was another male that was there assisting as well.
Harley, who was that in relation to the defendant?
Daughter,
Okay. And then mother, is that Deborah?
yes.
And then you said a male, would that be Dakota Lowry?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know his relation to the defendant?
Not specifically, I thought he was a son, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Okay. Lieutenant, called on the morning of January 28th, you said you didn't remember, but if you looked at your report, you might be able to remember.
Yes, I documented that in my report.
I've got your report here. Would showing you that refresh your memory on that point?
Yes, it would.
Or ask for permission to approach the witness for refreshing his memory.
You may go ahead.
Yes,
Does that refresh your memory?
yes, it does.
What number was that?
843-655-7460.
Thank you. I want to get into more detail about the statement that you got from the defendant when you went to the house after that phone call on January 28th. How long would you say that conversation lasted?
Just a couple of minutes.
Do you remember details of what she told you in that conversation?
Some of it, yes.
What do you remember specifically her telling you?
I had asked her if she knew where, again, it had gone, so I had a direction to go to and contact that house or houses in between. She said that she did not know. Her daughter made a comment about her mom being,
Mr. Allen?
I was reading the report and I couldn't tell who he was referring to there.
He said her daughter.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you for any statements right now. From daughter, I'm asking you for statements of the defendant.
okay. She had made mention that she might have got a little excited during the fire during that.
Okay. Did she describe specifically what she did in relation to that fire?
I recall her saying she tried to put it out with a blanket, and originally the blanket caused it to get slightly bigger, and then she was able to put it out.
So basically, was she describing that she was trying to smother the fire?
Yes.
Did she describe, and when I say she again, I'm talking about the defendant, did she describe that Gannon had got something on his shirt?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
What did she say about that?
It was pretty vague. It was just he had something on the front of his shirt that had gotten on there during the fire incident.
Okay, may I have just a moment here?
You may.
Was there a younger daughter there as well?
Yes,
Did you ever get that daughter's name?
I did not.
Would you say rough age?
Approximately 8.
Did she at some point point to you direction of which direction Gannon may have walked to?
Yes, she did.
And which direction was she generally pointing?
She pointed east from the house, referring to a friend of Gannon's that lived a few houses down.
Okay. Now I want to get into some other information as it relates to your experience and then what you learned in this case. Have you responded out to other calls where a kid in this rough age range is missing or had run away?
Yes, I have.
How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
It'd be hard to put a number on it, but over my career, a lot, probably in excess of 30 runaway or missing persons style calls.
When you go out to those types of calls, have you had opportunities to observe people's emotional reactions to that sort of an event?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Yes, it is.
Based on your contact with this defendant in this case, did her reactions and the way that she was interacting with you, was it consistent with other times that you've gone out on these types of calls or different?
Overruled. I don't think Mr. Allen is asking for an expert opinion. I think he's asking for an opinion based on his prior encounters with other individuals. So it goes to weight, not admissibility. Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
In similar situations where a child as young as Gannon, 11 years old, is missing or has run away for the first time, there's usually a little more emotional reaction, especially when it has now been overnight and a second day. The emotions are usually more visible and present. It's not always the case, but most of the time it is when a parent's child has gone missing and they have no idea where they are now for a period of 2 days.
During your law enforcement career, have you dealt with people that, excuse me, that are dealing with severe mental health disorders or diseases?
Yes, I have.
Can you approximate, or is it too many to even put a number on?
It would be difficult to put a number on that.
Was the defendant in your contact with her on January 28th and on January 31st, did she appear to be suffering from any severe mental health disorder or disease?
Overruled. You
can
go ahead
answer.
and answer.
It did not appear to me, no.
Did she, when you were talking with her, asking her questions, would her answers logically follow the questions?
Yes,
Did she appear to understand, I guess, what you were asking about?
yes,
Was she able to give you specific answers to those questions?
yes, she was.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Sorry. All right. Cross-examination.
In your experience, how long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years.
In your 26 years, how many people have you dealt with that suffer from dissociative identity disorder?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know exactly what disorder people may have to be suffering from.
Do you know if you've ever dealt with anybody who suffered from dissociative identity disorder?
I would believe I've probably come in contact with them, yes.
How many?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Did the defendant, based on what you just testified to, did she appear to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Hess? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. Next witness is,
Yes, Your Honor, Leslie Hicks.
thank you. Ms. Hicks, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Start out there first. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Hicks.
Good morning.
For the purposes of the record, would you state your name?
Leslie Hicks.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at Academy School District 20 as an assistant principal.
And about how long have you been employed at that school?
At the school, I'm currently at Timberview Middle School, but I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School for almost 25 years. I was there from 1997, with the exception of 2 years.
And in January of 2020, what school were you at?
I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School.
And as an assistant principal?
Correct.
How long have you generally been in that type of role?
At that time, I had been in that role for 3 years.
And prior to that, what sort of role had you had in education and that kind of context?
I was a teacher in several subject areas at 3 different grade levels. I also served as an intervention coordinator at Mountain Ridge prior to the assistant principal role. And I was at Rampart High School for 2 years as an interventionist, but for about 17 years, I was a teacher.
Okay. And in terms of the course of your role as an assistant principal over the years, how many interviews have you been a part of?
Hundreds. I've interviewed probably hundreds of people, both in the role as a teacher and as an assistant principal and interventionist, probably over the span of that 20 plus years, definitely hundreds of interviews.
And why is that interview process so important for the nature of the work?
Okay, because we're trying to find the best person to educate our children. And it's very important that we put the best people in front of our kids.
Okay. As a part of the open applications for the school that you were at in January 2020, was there an applicant by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes, it was.
And for what position did Letecia Stauch apply for?
She applied for a resource teacher, which is a teacher for students that have IEPs or a special education.
And as part of that interview process, did you meet in person with someone by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify them where they are seated in the courtroom?
Yes, over here.
Okay, and that is your right side?
That is my right side in the purple shirt.
In the purple shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Hicks has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hicks, you explained that it's a resource teacher position. What are the roles and responsibilities of that position?
Okay, the role of the teacher in that position is to serve as a case manager for our students with learning disabilities. And that person would teach some classes to help meet the needs of those kids. And in our school, that person also worked as a co-teacher in classes with the general ed teacher and would work in partnership with that person.
And for that particular position, as it relates to working with this particular set of children, would that person also be responsible for making sure that students follow rules?
Yeah, I think every teacher at school is responsible for classroom management, and that's part of the role of a teacher, is making sure that kids are performing the way they need to perform, both behaviorally and academically.
And as part of the onboarding process for employees, are they also given particular guidance about how to report violations from students, that sort of thing?
Yeah, within the school, yes. And that would be something as far as, how we manage that in our own buildings.
And as part of the interviewing process, what forms of communication did you have with the defendant?
We interviewed in person. She came into the school and we have a set of questions. We had an interview team. There were 3 of us on the interview team. And we asked her a series of questions that had to do with the topics that you were speaking of, both, how do you manage students academically and provide for them, as well as classroom management and behavior.
So in addition to meeting with someone in person for that interview panel, are communications also done through other forms? What other means?
After the interview or during the
After or
interview?
before, at any point with an applicant?
Before, it would be, actually probably the secretary probably contacted her to set up a time for an interview. And then after the interview, if the candidate is chosen, then I would reach out and I would be checking references and then reaching out ultimately to decide whether we want to move forward with a hire or not.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 207 previously shown to the defense.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 207. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that first page. And I'll ask you to look through the messages that follow and familiarize yourself with those.
I did leave my glasses in my purse. Could I get those? I
Yes,
apologize.
if that would help you.
Yes, it would help.
Under permission to approach.
You may.
I apologize.
It's all good.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hicks, I'll actually stop you there on that first, that first page of messages. Do you recognize the telephone numbers that appear on that page?
Yes, I do.
Which one is your telephone number? Do
My
you recognize-
number is 719-400-8405.
Okay.
Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
This is sort of an unfamiliar experience for a lot of people.
Yes.
The lady to your right is taking down everything we say as we say it. So it's important to remember, let the attorney finish the question all the way before you give an answer, and she'll let you finish your answer. It's common in ordinary conversations that we talk over each other, but it makes the court reporter's job really, really hard if you do that in the courtroom. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you bet.
So you recognize a telephone number that's associated that you use, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And not to read from it, but do you recognize the other telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And how generally do you recognize that telephone number?
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I remember the area code and the number does look familiar to me.
Okay. And what number did you use? Who did you use that number to communicate with?
Ms. Stauch.
Okay. I'll ask you to look through the remainder of the messages to familiarize yourself with them.
Okay.
JLo, I had to guess that's her office number and publicly available, not her private number.
And you'll have an opportunity to read them.
Not
Okay.
really, Anubis.
But I just generally, as you flip through the pages, if you can make sure that they represent a text message exchange that you're familiar with.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
And are they?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the message exchange you had between yourself and the phone number that you know to be associated with Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 207.
Defense, exhibit 207 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Hicks, messages are going to be displayed behind you.
Okay.
If it's easy for you to stand next to that, you can do that. We may still have a pointer there. You're probably familiar with using a pointer as a teacher. So if you want to use that.
Okay.
Great.
No,
Your
it's
Honor, if you would turn on the.
It is on.
Oh,
There we go.
okay, great. Now, Ms. Hicks, you've explained that your telephone number. We see this first message displayed here on the screen. Who's sending that message?
I am.
Okay, and what does it say? Can you read it for us?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge Middle School. I left you a phone message yesterday, and I'm wondering if you've received it. Would it be possible for you to call me today at this number or to email me? I'd like to talk to you about the resource teacher position. Thank you.
All right. And just to make sure that your voice is projecting to all of our jurors, is it possible for you to stand on the other side of the screen? All right. And what date was that message sent by you?
January 16th, 2020.
Okay, and we'll move on to the next message. And again, the telephone number that you see in this message, you're familiar with that number? Okay. And so we see a maybe Nicole. Does that mean anything to you? Okay. What is the response that you receive after you sent your first message?
I have iMessages. I will email you.
Okay. And what date was that sent?
1/16/2020.
Okay, great. And we'll move onwards. What's your response?
Great, thank you.
Okay. The following day, you send another response. What did you send on January 17th?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge again. I sent you an email yesterday. Is it possible for you to get back to me today? Thank you.
Okay. And did you get a response?
I emailed you back.
Okay. And was that sent to you the same day?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Hicks, as part of this process, at this point, January 17th-ish, where is the defendant in the application or hiring process at this point?
At this point, she has completed her interview and I'm in the process of checking references.
Okay. And if you want, you can take a seat now. We'll come back to more of the messages. So as part of that application process, you referenced obtaining references. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the defendant able to provide you with some references?
Yes, on her application, she had references, and I was having trouble getting a hold of some of the references. And so through the course of our dialogue, I asked her for additional ones.
Okay. Do you remember a particular reference by the name of Connie Huddle?
Yes.
Do you remember the first telephone number that was provided to you for Connie Huddle?
I remember that it was an area code from South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe it was, I know it started with a six.
And that's
Four-
fine.
Okay.
Fair to say it's been a while since you've seen that.
Yes,
number.
it has.
Okay. And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Marissa Williams on January 31st of 2020?
Yes,
Do you recall giving those specific telephone number to the detective that day?
I do.
And would seeing your statement refresh your recollection number?
Yes, it will.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, go ahead.
Right, Ms. Hicks, as far as the first telephone number that was provided to you by the defendant here, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Okay. What was the first telephone number the defendant provided to you for a contact named Connie Huddle?
it was 843-504-6724.
And what happened when you tried to contact that telephone number?
I have a caller ID on my telephone, and the name Eugene Stauch came up.
That name?
Other than the last name, I was not familiar with the name at the time, no.
Okay. And I'll take a step back. The first telephone number that you called,
Mhm.
Was there more than one number that you were provided for Connie Huddle?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Ms. Hicks, do you recall talking to Detective Williams and providing her with a very specific first telephone number?
Yes,
And would reviewing that statement refresh your recollection as to the first telephone number?
yes. Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
What was the first telephone number that you called?
843-957-3486.
What happened when you called that first telephone number? Were you able to get through?
No,
What did you ask for after you didn't get through with that telephone number?
I asked if there was a different number.
Okay, and were you provided a different number by the defendant?
Yes,
Okay. And from memory, are you able to recall what that second number was?
843-604 6724.
All right. And I'll ask you again would seeing a statement of your report refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes,
Okay. And can you review your statement for that second specific telephone number?
yes. 843-504-6724.
Okay, thank you. A lot of different numbers. You called various numbers as it relates to references.
Yes, I did.
And so now I'll come back to the question that I had is, when you were actually able to complete a call, can you tell the jury what you heard on that call?
Yes, a female answered and didn't identify who it was, but I heard children in the background.
And were you did you ask, what did you do when you
Yes,
heard?
I asked if it was Connie. And if I recall, the person said no. And,
Hold on.
okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yep.
Ms. Gratiano?
Is Your Honor, I'm not asking what the other person said, Your Honor. And
Oh, okay.
but further, it's also not offered for the truth in the matter asserted.
Okay. Well, then where are you going?
I'm just going to ask, Your Honor, permission to approach.
Okay.
Now, did this principal here employ her, or was she refused? That's the question.
I do believe they hired her, or I know at some point she had been hired by a school. I'm not sure if this one, but I do know she had been hired, but then never actually started teaching from what I recall. From what I recall, and I don't know if it's necessarily this specific school, but from what I recall, um, they said she had been hired and then called out sick like her first day on the job. And they never heard from her again for one of them. So I don't know if it's this one or if this school's going to say, like, yeah, we knew there was a problem because she gave us her dad's phone number and said it was someone else or something like that. But I do know wherever whatever school she was ultimately hired at, she like no showed or called off the first day.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Oh, or that her stepdad died, something. You know, like, wherever she did get hired, she called out the first day, either sick or death in the
Objection
family.
sustained.
I don't
Ms.
remember.
Hicks, how long was the duration of that call?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. After that interaction,
What?
did you have any sort of concerns about moving forward with the application process as it related to the defendant?
No.
Okay. And why is that? At that point, where were you at in the interview process?
Well, the interview had been completed. And as I said, we were checking for references. And so sometimes people give incorrect numbers. And so I asked for additional numbers for references.
In terms of educational background, is that also part of the interview process?
Yes.
Okay. And did the defendant provide you with some sort of information regarding an educational background?
I had access to her resume, yes.
Okay. In terms of the educational background, was there a particular degree that the defendant claimed that she had?
I did say she had a doctorate.
From where?
From Liberty University.
And were you able, as part of the interview process, able to vet that?
That's not my role. Yeah, that's not my role.
Okay. In terms of during the application and interview process, did the defendant ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Okay. What about any other educational references, either through speaking with her or through emails, text messages, any other way that she wanted to be referred to as?
She did sign her emails, Dr. Stauch.
Okay. Ultimately, what was the decision with regard to hiring the defendant?
We did eventually offer her a position at the school.
And is that a decision that you unilaterally make?
During the interview process, there are 3 of us that decided that we would like to move forward. And then I do the reference checks, and then I bring that information to my principal, and we decided to move forward.
Okay.
Yes.
And so based on that decision, when would have been the first time that she made contact with either you or the school at that point?
Well, at that point, it's a recommendation for hire goes to our district human resources department, and the rest of the process goes through them. And then once they are
Yeah, me and John, when they had pictures and
have gone
things
through
up,
their
she had,
process,
she's
recommended to come over to the school.
her hair and hands covering her
And
face.
for that, was she recommended to come to the school?
Yes.
And do you recall a rough approximation of when that would have happened?
Yes, the 22nd of January.
Of 2020?
Yes.
If we can project people's 207 again, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hicks. As we scroll onwards past January 17th, We will move to, we can continue on. And we'll move to, looks like January 20th. There's a message that is sent by the defendant's telephone number. What is that message?
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Okay, and what date is that sent?
That is 1/21.
Okay. And the subsequent message after that, what else does that message, that phone number say to you?
And do I need to bring anything specific? I just hung up with the district and they said to be there tomorrow.
Great. And what was your response?
Hi, Tisha. We're so excited to have you here. The workday begins at 7:30. You don't need to bring anything in particular. We will have a sub there tomorrow that has been filling in. You'll have an opportunity to shadow him and meet the kids, as well as get set up with the things you will need. Sherry Fuller, our SPED department leader, will meet you tomorrow as well. See you soon.
Great. And what was the next exchange that the defendant's telephone number sent to you?
Good evening.
And what date was that sent?
And that date is on the 22nd.
Okay, and can you read? Great. Can you read the rest of the message?
I wanted to ask your guidance about what to do about tomorrow. I had scheduled that interview at the district office before getting hired. I understand they probably have someone someone in mind, but I don't want to burn any bridges and would like to at least let them know my interest in eventually moving up later, or even if it's a year or so. I know we have to all start somewhere. What do you think is the best approach to take? Thank you.
Great. And what was your response to that message?
Hi, Tisha.
So she hasn't even worked.
Please remember that you will need a substitute and subplan.
Hasn't even worked, but she wants
Please let us know
to
if you need assistance with that.
get a new job.
Great. And the next message that you received from the defendant's telephone number?
Well, they told me to do the fingerprints too, so I was just trying to do the right thing.
And the message after that?
Okay, I will just try to do the right thing by everyone. I didn't want to stand anyone up and wanted to be loyal to our school too.
Okay. And the next message?
It's 8 a.m. I mentioned it before in our emails, but wanted to make sure to follow the necessary steps. They did say I could do the fingerprints while I'm there, so I could get some link to do the paperwork. I haven't done any of that.
Ms. Hicks, how would you generally describe this type of exchange in these messages?
Overruled.
I would say that they be typical of somebody who might be, who is just a new employee.
Okay. Conscientious, would that?
Conscientious and wanting to do the, making sure that she's putting herself in her best job.
All right. At some point, was there arrangements made for her to shadow somebody at the school and be present?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the last time you saw the defendant in person?
The last time I saw her in person was that Friday morning of the 25th.
And how would you generally describe her demeanor?
She was at work and working and meeting the kids. She was running a class.
And it's a little tricky, but would Friday the 24th sound more accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Friday, January 24th, her demeanor was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Did she appear to you, based on your work in being around teachers and hiring, did she appear to be going through any sort of mental health crisis?
No.
Okay. Subsequent to seeing her on Friday, January 24th, what was the next contact that you had with her, either in person or through other form?
I received a text message from her on Monday, 27th.
All right. And if we could move to Monday morning, January 27th, through the messages. They should appear on page 5. What time was the message from the defendant's phone sent to your phone on January 27th of 2020?
3 a.m.
Okay. Did you read it at 3 a.m.?
No.
What were you doing? Okay. What did the message say?
I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time.
All right. Subsequent message that your phone received. What was that message? The same? Was it?
The same message.
Okay. What time was?
37.
Okay. So it's exactly the same as the message that was sent at 3 a.m. from the defendant's phone? At some point that morning, did you wake up?
Yes.
Okay. Like a busy assistant principal, were you then able to look at all your messages?
Yes.
Okay. When you had an opportunity to read this message, what was your response?
I responded saying, "Oh my goodness, Letecia, I'm so sorry."
Okay. And we'll move onwards. What else did you say?
And then shall we try to find a sub for you today?
Okay. And about what time is this based on the timestamps we see here?
5:50 a.m.
Okay. Subsequent response by the defendant's telephone number. We'll move up. What was that response?
2 question marks. It's apparent. All my family lives in the East Coast. I'm trying to find a way to get there.
And what time was that sent?
I was sent at 7:21.
Okay. What was your response to that message?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?
And what time was that sent?
7:32.
And the response from the defendant's phone?
Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe I can't believe that would not be an assumption in a time like this.
And your response to that?
I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward.
Okay. Ms. Hicks, you can take a seat now. Thank you. In the text message exchange that occurred on January 27th that morning, how would you describe the tone of that exchange?
Angry.
Okay. In terms of candidates and now a hired candidate contacting you, was your phone number provided for this type of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
When there is an emergency, as far as whether or not somebody can be at work, what's the procedure? What is that person supposed to do?
Typically, they might contact their supervisor and let them know what's happening. We do have a system to get a substitute, but she wouldn't have gone through that training as yet.
So instead of going through that process because she hadn't received that training, what other avenue would she have had to inform you of an emergency?
To contact me as their supervisor through either phone or email.
Okay. Had you had any other contact with the defendant after that last exchange we saw in
No.
People's 207?
No.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination? Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Hicks? No. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. Council approach, please. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. All right, sir, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the witness stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Your Honor, we're calling Kevin Clark one of probably several times in this case. Mr. Clark, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kevin Clark, Kevinclark.
And Mr. Clark, where do you work?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What kind of education and training do you have that allows you to do the work that you do?
I've got an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, a master's degree in Project Management, and then I've earned undergraduate certificates, since I already have the bachelor's degree, in digital forensics, cybercrime, and database management. I've also received training by law enforcement agencies in cell phone tower and mapping data, fundamentals of crime intelligence analysis training, level 1 and level 2 of a program called GeoTime for cell phone data and mapping program, as well as the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, level 1 and level 2 training.
And then as it relates to the investigation for Gannon Stauch, missing Gannon Stauch, how did you become involved in that investigation?
At the time, I was a senior criminal intelligence analyst for the Colorado Springs Police Department, assigned to their Metro Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence Division. And in that capacity, I work with all the law enforcement agencies in the local area. We were aware of a missing child, and then I was asked on Saturday, February 1st, by my commander, if I'd be willing to go TDY to assist as lead analyst in this investigation for the next 30 to 60 days.
Not everybody necessarily knows what TDY means.
Temporary duty. So instead of working at my normal office with the Colorado Springs Police Department, I worked primarily out of the command post.
And then as a result of your involvement in this investigation, do you know whether multiple search warrants were obtained for phone numbers?
They were.
What would you typically get when you issue a search warrant to a cell phone provider?
To a cell phone provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and then Sprint at the time, you would get something back called call detail records. The call detail records is just a business record full of dates and times with phone numbers that communicate with each other. So the outgoing call from the target phone number or the incoming call to the target phone number, what that phone number is, how long the duration of the call was, if the call was connected. Text messages, same thing. At this date, on this time, phone number 1 sent a text message, phone number 2, or on the receiving end of that, data sessions, and usually some sort of subscriber information, who pays the bill for that phone.
So do you submit a phone number to the cell phone provider to get that information?
You do.
Okay. So we just heard Ms. Hicks testifying about the defendant giving a reference for a person called Connie Huddle and listed the phone number 843-504-6724. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Based on your knowledge of that particular phone number, who is that phone number associated to?
Gannon Stauch.
Indicating that the defendant created that reference and used Gannon Stauch's phone number for that person.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, all right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
This witness will be available throughout the trial, and my understanding is going to be testifying at a later time.
At least 2 more times, Judge.
Go ahead and submit your question now. I'll hold on to it. It may be that we can ask it now. Do any of the jurors have any questions? Let me ask that. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. You can go ahead and step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess a little bit early. If I can have all of you back in the jury room at say 1:15, we'll be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, then that gives us an hour and about 20. Loki? Is the Loki in there somewhere? I think the Loki is in there somewhere. How about you, Patty? Are you in there somewhere?
Loki
Yeah,
is here. You can go ahead and do whatever.
Okay, I was supposed to remind you for the first break about the thing.
Yeah. So, where did it
I'll
go?
get that set up while you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So when we come back, that's when we're going to have the 30-minute video or so.
Yes, Judge. So it's People's Exhibit number 211. Defense has indicated that they'll stipulate to admission and publishing of this. It's a audio recording.
Okay.
I will pull the story up because I'm not exactly sure it is later, but apparently there's been an accusation by someone on the jury that Letecia was
We just have more
mouthing things
witnesses,
to
obviously,
her
Judge.
and
Let's see.
making inappropriate gestures towards her.
At some point today, we'll have
Yeah,
Dr.
that's
Leon
no
Kelly
good.
will
Can't
come
have
in and
that.
testify, Detective Marissa Williams.
Yeah, I'll find the article. I'm not
Depending
sure
on how
where it
far
went.
we get, Janine Sanchez and Nicole Mobley as well. And then a
I was just
deputy,
like, oh,
Christine
that's going to
Steve.
help your case.
But we will not be getting to the
Like,
person
not at
who
all.
did the autopsy today.
No, autopsy, doctor for autopsy is being flown in on Sunday. So she'll be first thing on Monday morning. Yeah, arranging all these flights from Florida has been challenging.
I get it. Okay. All right. All right. Anything from the defense? Okay, great. We'll see you.
All right.
All right, there's your game and your room code. Boop.
And the room code is SAUM.
Saum. Good music. I know, right?
See you in an hour, Ann.
Oh, we never get into trouble much. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Can we get one more? I think we might have one more in here. Oh. All right. Any more? I have no idea who 13 is, and we might find out. How about you, Patty? You coming?
No, I'm doing something. I'll get in the audience.
Okay. It's me, John.
Sorry, guys. I got to be in the audience.
There you go, Mama Bear. You coming, Loki?
No, I'm herding cats. I'll audience it.
Yeah. Cat herding is fun, right?
Yeah, I'm never. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've spent all morning in research Anubis. It's a thing today.
Oh, jeez. Okay. You coming in Anubis or am I starting this game?
Come on, Anubis, get it done. Go make me proud.
What are you researching, Patty?
Work stuff.
Fun.
I found this on the web.
Siri evidently wants to help me.
Yeah, I had a feeling. 3, 2, 1. Pushing button.
The name of this game is Quiplash 3, Race to the Bottom.
Uh-oh.
I'm Schmitty. You're ready. Let's do this. Round 1 is on deck. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
No ties now. Halftime. Thirty seconds, people. Nick, me, John. Perfect. Outstanding.
Let's make some noise. And going first is Doctors Without Borders is a much better organization than Doctors Without Blank.
Tools. Oh.
Okay, show some love.
Okay, both of those would be terrible. One more than the other, I think. How about you, Loki? Ooh. Well.
Let's keep it going. What social distancing is called on Antarctica? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh, dear. I'm not sure about Gomer Pyle there. It worked.
Next we have, did you know your garden hose can double as a blank? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Okay. Ooh, ow. I have heard tales of them being used as sex toys.
Okay, what's next? Oddly enough, the Tour de France takes a tiny detour through blank. Okay, choose your favorite.
Okay, then. That's complex. Oh, man.
Next on the docket, the strangest thing to discover in a mummy's tomb. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Ugh. Whew. So you're
Let's
getting
see the
there.
next one. Hard to believe, but Madame Tussauds now has a wax statue of blank. All right, choose your favorite.
Yikes. I was half expecting to see dragons and crocodile squirrels.
At least it wasn't a croco squirrel and a dragon penis.
Yeah, you know, right?
A fun nickname.
That'd be just scary.
Yeah, that would be.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Wow.
Actually, they're missiles for little children to play with.
Ooh.
Round one is behind us, and the scoreboard awaits.
Uncle Wilty. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. All right, Anubis out in front. Off to a good
Thank
start
you,
here.
Anubis.
Where's
You're doing
Anubis?
good, baby.
Round two.
Nancy
You're doing
seems to have
good.
run away.
But get ready. The points are doubled, and the pressure is on.
We're going to find Nancy again.
Nancy who?
Hot coffee, Nancy.
Ah,
She's not here. I didn't think she. I
Coffee
didn't know-
Nancy?
Yeah, Coffee Nancy. I don't know her surname, and I don't wish to. I may
Okay.
find out, and I will ignore it.
Ignoring stuff is fun.
Depends on what it is, though. There are certain things
Yeah,
you shouldn't ignore.
Yeah, today I couldn't ignore some stuff. I had to deal with it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, you know.
We'll
It's
talk
called
later.
adulting.
All right, there's the first one. Come on, everybody.
I know it seems a little ridiculous, but yeah, I do have to adult every once in a while.
15
Time's almost
seconds.
Done. Save your bacon with a safety quip.
Come on, get him. Oh, this is not going to end well. 3,
Are you
2,
I think it's
1.
And time's up.
Uh-oh.
Your entire lives have led to this moment. First in line.
Okay.
The name for
Main
a
John, I
cruise
wouldn't
ship
want
that
to
only
watch
caters
that.
to single ants. Let's vote.
Watch out. Yeah, watch out for the timer, guys. Yeesh. I'll also take votes for who wants what next.
Next on the docket, why nobody wants to be roommates with Sherlock Holmes. Now
Duh.
it gets real. Pick your favorite.
They have to find another location.
And here we have, after the wheel and fire, what was humanity's third discovery? Time to pick the one you like best.
They got chomped then too. Ha. You don't get to pet the cracker squirrel.
Yeah, when you pet those, they bite.
Well, some people would get away with it, but not very many. Oh,
It's like,
ow!
that's like disciplining crocosquirrel offspring. It's not a good idea.
Next, a sure sign you are living in a Hallmark Channel holiday movie. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Yeah, the wife could pet the cracker squirrel. She knows how. She had to be taught very carefully.
Yeah, well. She's a brave and amazing woman. We love the crocosquirrel wife.
Yeah. That's what I was
Let's
thinking.
see how they handle the absolute worst time to plug your podcast. All right, choose your favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a bad time.
That'd be a very bad time. Lamau. Pretty much any funeral.
And next, the discontinued Nobel Prize, the Nobel Prize in blank. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
I forget. I forget. I think it was chemistry. There's no Nobel Prize for chemistry.
That's unfortunate.
And now, what cause of death is
Oh, there
both a
is one.
tragedy and a comedy? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
That wasn't chemistry. Just by trying to get beer.
Round 2 is through. Let's see how things shook out. Get ready for Thriplash, a crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream.
Uh-oh.
On your device, you'll see a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, it's
And
mathematics.
since we have an odd number of players, you get the honor of competing against me.
Rubbing the eggplant.
Eggplant. Oh, public for eggplant. Ask Elizabeth Holmes about that. Yeah, there's no Nobel Prize for mathematics. There were, I think they originally intended one, but then his wife ran off with a mathematician. It was one. I knew it was one of those: chemistry, physics, or math, and I couldn't remember which. So I went through all three. The closest you would get would be economic sciences. All right, 20 seconds, people. Push them buttons.
Time's running out.
Mean John and McNome, 5 seconds.
Right down to the wire. Ooh, I hope you got it in time. I'm ready if you are.
Yeah, you can't rush a good poop joke.
3 things on your to-do list if you could spend the day with Albert Einstein. And now, what's your favorite?
Wow. I'd spend all day picking his brain, getting him to explain all of the things. Hey, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Yikes. Ow.
Want to win the Kentucky Derby? The best horse trainers never let their horses blank, blank, or blank.
Oh.
Okay, choose your favorite.
One of those, actually, 3 of those are true.
Yikes. Poor Sandy. Which ones? Those 3?
The 3 terms the cool kids are using for constipation these days. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Oh. Yikes. Okay. One for me, John.
Follow these 3 survival tips if you're lost in the wild.
Oh.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
If you have a cell phone that works out that far, then you're in good shape. You wouldn't need to do the first 2. My brain is mush. Nah, it's okay. It's okay, Mama Bear. Everybody has off days. Especially me.
Oh, Snarky P wants to make a comment, and she's not going to because she loves the Croco Squirrel.
I guess this is really happening. Let's see the final scores.
And McNome at 95.30. Nice. Okay. Shall we play this again, or shall we whip out some trivia? What do you think?
Whip out some trivia. Whip out some trivia. Congrats, Renome. Mama Bear,
Okay.
my brain's mush too. I actually had to work this morning, and it was trying, and it was uneventful.
And
It wasn't fun.
And some people were very trying, I assume.
Yeah, well, you know.
These things happen. How about the chat? Who wants trivia versus more quiplash?
Who wants what? You got to tell him what you want, or he's just going to put up something random, and then we never know what we might get.
John
Right,
says,
Thomas?
oh, they want more. Couple people. Okay. All right. So it's 50-50 with those. That's 50-50 with those two. We had Patty and we got Sandy's going to go audience.
Sandy, don't go audience.
Eeny, meeny, money, mo. Oh, boy.
You guys better watch out or I'll throw riff tracks on it. We all know how much fun that one is.
Oh, yeah. Have a great time. Okay. No, you'll be fine.
I admit it, riff tracks is my least favorite of all the games.
Oh, but I find it fun. That's just.
But that's you.
Uh-huh.
And you've gotten out of playing here lately, so you
Well,
just have to do the stuff.
I'm tired. I the primary reason to get out of playing was that I'm really tired of people being mad about my keyboard. So once I have another one, then we'll do that. Yeah, it is. It's a lot like MST3K. All right.
We can fix that right freaking now.
No, Loki said she was going to do it.
Loki said she was going to do it for Christmas.
There we go. And then a room code. After I click on the thing again.
The room code is ZLFM.
Zulu Lima Foxtrot Mike. Oh, there's Amanda. Hopefully your homework isn't going to be too disrupted. Come on, Sandy. You can do it.
Come on, Sandy. I jumped in. Oh, God. I'm in there with Amanda, too.
Oh, yeah.
She's so good at the trivia.
Steely Pan. Here's to Sandy.
Although it's cute to hear her because she's just, I'm just guessing.
Now we got Mayor Ranch and
Amanda, just don't hand it to us.
it's a lot. Oh, wow. Okay. She says she really does guess. Oh, hello, Miko.
I really do guess in all capital letters. Yeah, if that's what you say.
I'll get you some food in a little bit. Oh. That and I have a dog that wants up on my lap. It will not be tonight. Because she's just like that sometimes. All right, we're waiting for McNome to come back. Let's see if we can get a couple more people in here. while Loki herds her cats.
Ta-da!
Okay, there's J-Lo. You coming, Mom? You coming, Mama Bear?
Come on, Loki, this is your game.
All right.
Apple, rose.
Button. Oh, okay. There's Debbie. Yay, Debbie. 2, 1. Everybody else can go to the audience. Are we still waiting for Thomas to vote there, Patty?
Do what?
Are we still waiting for Thomas to vote, Patty?
No.
In the thing?
No.
Sorry.
We don't need Thomas to vote.
No?
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Tutorials are set to minimal, and we're ready to go.
We're gonna let Opalina vote.
Oh, jeez.
People wrote a book of their musings called Thank You and You're Welcome.
Eh?
You know what she's gonna vote for?
Use your device to answer
Yes,
the
I
question.
do.
I'm talking to you too, audience.
She's gonna vote to go take a nap.
So she can go take a nap while Opal gets tortured with Aliens Fire Team Elite.
Yeah, pretty much.
Almost out of time. And the correct answer is, who got the question right?
Oh. Ouch.
The rest of you, follow me.
I died.
You're not dead.
And here are your bags. Welcome to room 105. Let's do a spooky handwriting test.
Oh, dear.
Oh, hey, look. The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. She has her own consistent handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror to camouflage Aunt Mildred's. Let the drawing begin. Watch closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost.
And only
So
one
many
writer.
convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. Enter the right word now.
Yep. Okay.
Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Aw, you got it. I'm not sure who I'm most disappointed in, but I think it's my dead aunt.
Oh, yikes. That happens
You're going to
sometimes.
see a lot of this elevator, so just get used to it. Let's try another one. What does the Raven say in Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven?
So it's fire Opalina, fire Opalina, fire
Yeah.
Opalina.
Who's left?
This.
Oh. Everybody
That
leaves. Yes, it sucks.
Let's keep moving.
WD-40 has already been applied,
Lady
Mama Bear.
Gaga's
It's not
secret
helping.
preserved in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I know what I would do.
Time's running out.
Tiger Balm.
This.
They made it into beef jerky.
The rest of you, come with me.
That's gonna go bad eventually.
Salutations! Welcome back.
They literally made it into beef jerky.
Congrats! All of you are entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Just scratch and find $3 signs and you get to live.
And you must scratch at
But
least
if you
3.
scratch off even one skull, you die.
Hot coffee?
Scratching.
You were being looked for earlier.
Oh yeah, and if you keep scratching, I'll give you
Don't
cash
get-
for extra dollar signs you find.
Don't get greedy. Come on, Debbie, scratch one more. Here we go.
We know what a losing ticket means.
Ah,
Oh, man, mean John Angelo.
Everyone can see that the dead players are ghosts, right? I'm
I
not
just said
freaking
don't
out.
get greedy. Yes, you did very well to quit Blashkov.
Let's try another one.
What
movie features Terrence Howard and Taraji P. Henson trying to start a musical empire?
I have no idea. Some of it's just getting the right prompts.
Who picked this?
That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. And Amanda's having no luck
The
at
rest
all
of you
today.
are still alive. I want to show you something. Donation time. Give money to each other. The person who ends up with the most money will die. But if you give to someone with $800 or more, I'll kill you instead. Begin.
I know what I would do in this situation.
Let's see where all the money went. If you're overfunded, you're safe. But an overambitious investor, on the other hand,
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. See, what I would have done
when one player is left alive,
is push the dollar off to somebody, and then let the other two go
What's
nuts.
the start of winter in the southern hemisphere?
I'm dumb.
This. It's time. It's my old favorite, chalices.
Oh boy.
Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
Ugh. Well, you just like the whole sleeping on my chest thing. You know, hers is more stable.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. If you drink from a poison chalice, yum yum. Now let's see what everyone drank. It's refreshing and toxic.
And we had one case where everybody selected just one chalice.
Let's keep moving.
And I mean everybody.
What's the atomic number for helium?
Oh, we only have 2 left alive.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
What did you answer,
Time
Debbie?
for consequences. Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Write your answers now. Time's almost up.
Now it's our KP. There we go.
Now, let's see if there are any matches. Nobody guessed that? Aw, man.
I was thinking everybody was going to go for lion.
Let's try another one. What's that song that always makes me cry from the movie musical Once?
I have no idea. Isn't that always the way in this?
Almost out of time. Who picked this? I want to show you something.
Watch us get both of them killed.
Tattoo.
Oh, no.
Create a new tattoo on my back by drawing on your device. Bring it. Ow. Yeah.
Come on, ladies. You can do it.
What a waste of my time. This assignment was not optional.
Oh. Patty's got nails on the wall.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Final round. Fight. Hey, Bebo.
You've made it so
How
far.
about you?
But can
You want to call your beastie? She wants better snuggles than I am.
Volcanoes. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
Cool. You better go catch her.
Let's see the right answers. Andrew Lloyd Webber musicals. Time is almost up.
Nope, I'd have been wrong. And the audience is getting there.
Moons of Jupiter.
Yeah. That's fucking hilarious.
Things from the song My Favorite Things. Don't look behind you.
Uh-oh, I think Snark. I think Patty walked away from her.
Darkness.
Had to walk away from her desk.
Countries on the equator. Time is almost up.
Yep, I got it.
The ghosts are catching up. Lights out for you. States of New England.
We got lots of East Coasters.
Geologic time periods.
None of the above.
Uh-oh, this might be over soon. Where do you think you're going? You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too. Time is almost up. You have to get all the right answers to escape.
Uh-oh. We might actually get an audience
high in protein.
Oh, we very nearly got an audience win. Holy crap. Whoever it was that was in the audience, you just about got there. All right. Yeah, they're on lunch right now. Oh, no fun. Good job, Deb. All right. So, what do we want next? So we got about 35 minutes. You want to go back to Quiplash, or do we want to do another round of this? Okay. Quips. Two for quips. Two and two. There is your link. We got 2 and 2 right now. If we get the rooms filled up enough, we might actually have time for both. I got 2 and 2. 2 for trivia, 2 for quiplash. I need a tiebreaker. Actually, Debbie, you've had me laugh at a few more than once. Okay, so there is our 5th vote. Any more? Quick. Yeah, it's currently 3 and 2. I'm waiting to see if we get maybe 1 or 2 more votes. Oh, hold on a minute. We're still picking a game.
Did I win?
No.
Oh.
Debbie did, actually.
Yay, good job, Debbie. I feel like George Carlin this week, you know? Do you remember his old skit where he talked about how do you know if little bitty pieces of hell are breaking off? I know where they're all landing right now.
At your house?
Yep, my house.
Okay, we will go back to the trivias.
The room code is
PDLO. Papa Delta Lima Oscar. Amanda can play this way, but she couldn't play during Quiplash. And McNoman first. Come on, let's go. George was hilarious.
Patty's handling some technical stuff, so she's not going to be in on this one.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Lori Vallow. Oh, dear. Okay. That's probably enough, but I'll give it another 30 seconds.
Next thing you know, Edgar Allan Poe's going to sign in.
Ooh.
Or John Gristle.
Yes, St. George of Carlin. Didn't always agree with him politically, but you know what? He was still funny. And that was good. Okay, we have an Amanda. We're good. Oh, Anubis didn't get in here quick enough. All right, somebody hit the skip button.
To a tutorial like getaway at the Trivia Winter Party. First question. What golf term means the same thing as a double birdie? Use your device to answer the question. Time's running out. And the correct answer is, who got the question right? The rest of you, I want to show you something. Welcome to the killing room. It's the Pegs game. You're going to drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones. You know what? We need some death zones. Go ahead, everyone else. Choose a slot to make it no bueno. Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. It's fun. I made this board in shop class. Don't blame me, blame gravity.
Basic physics puzzler.
I always want to just push all the buttons, but don't worry, I'll stay focused.
Yes, you can still play.
Let's keep moving.
Because you're still building money in case you can get ahead of whoever it was that that survives at the end.
Audience, you need to answer too.
I'm afraid my vexillology skills aren't up to par. Who's left? Come on.
Who picked this?
Bermuda for the triangle.
The rest of you, time for consequences. Bonjour! Welcome back to the killing room. This one's just about me giving you a gift.
That will get you killed eventually.
Pick a box and keep what's inside. See, I could be giving.
What have you is boned? Oh! Maybe not so boned.
Oh dear, my mother's wig. I'm powerless when I think mother's around. I'd let you go, mother, but I can't ignore my duties as a murderous trivia host. It's how you raised me.
Oh, it'll get passed around, I'm sure.
Maybe I should renovate this hotel. It's got great bones and some complete skeletons.
Complete skeletons, lol.
Let's try another one. Where is the ancient city of Petra?
I will say nothing. Kale and hot coffee or looking it up on Google.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, no, we're not back yet. It's gonna be another what?
This.
Half an hour almost.
Oh, mother, I can't send you to the killing floor. The rest of you who are still alive, come with me. Oh, good, it's my money pile. This is my babysitting money. If you take the most or least money, you'll be punished. Enjoy the mind games. I'm excited to see what everybody took. Uh-oh, the most greedy and least greedy must be punished.
Wonder what happens if you collude to pull up the and all type in the same thing.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. Who is the main antagonist of the Nutcracker?
Yeah, Amanda, mine are 132 and 187.
Time's almost up. Who picked this? can't protect you forever, Mother. It's time.
That wig is going to get passed around.
I'm giving you the laziest gift of all. A scratch ticket. Just scratch and find $3 signs and you get to live. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Start scratching. Oh yeah, and if you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for extra dollar signs you find. We know what a losing ticket means.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Mother. As you're dying, here's a friendly reminder to fill out your will. Oh good, they had a will. Now this belongs to you. Let's keep moving. Which of these stores was founded in Germany? Almost out of time. Who picked this? Follow me.
Dumplings are us.
Screw it. Let's play a game of Quiplash. It's no drawful, but what is? Team will send a question to your devices. Type in the funniest answer you can think of and hit send. This timer is a little longer so you can write, and it gives me a chance to take a bathroom break. Oh god, I'm gonna pee my pants.
Wow. Guys better write well. Because the loser's going to die. I don't know what happens if you type
or
right.
I will be very angry. All right.
I'm not sure, Coffee.
The rib cage that would make the best bone xylophone. He's got like a glockenspiel made out of bones. Who has a glockenspiel made out of bones?
All right, everyone else, vote for the answer you like the best. The player who
Okay.
wrote the answer with the fewest votes dies.
Let's see how this goes.
Let's see the votes.
Oh!
The quips have been lashed.
Yeah, Coffee. You're currently at 2,100. You've been dead for a while.
Debbie, you're rocking out on this one.
I know, right?
Who picked this?
How you gonna get over there, little rascal?
Wrong. Way too easy. Let's keep moving.
We've still got 2
I
survivors.
need a mythological griffin. I have half an eagle. Now, what do I need?
Well, if it was half, if you're making a mythological croco squirrel, you just need half a crocodile and part of a squirrel.
I eat most of the squirrel and part of the crocodile. Eat the head.
Who picked this?
Oof.
Everyone again? You all need to be taught a lesson.
We may not have time for the next game. I may not.
Let's play a dice game. We start by handing out extra dice. Go ahead, give your die to someone to make life harder for them. You know, I was hoping you'd team up on someone, but I guess we can do it this boring way instead. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Roll the dice. The player with the highest death by dice. Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Means that the wig is gone.
Congrats on making it here alive. But can you escape? Here's your first category. Synchronized swimming positions. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
I have no idea.
Let's see the right answers. Peppers. Time is almost up. Ugh, I gotta get some harder questions. Next question. Arthropods.
That's an easy one.
You looking for something, little dog? Apple says, Mommy might have dropped something on the floor. I want it.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Agatha Christie mysteries.
Doesn't mean you're going to stay that way.
Don't look back because there's a ghost right there. Don't look behind you.
Yeah, but you can come from behind and win.
Yes, you
Are
can.
you afraid of the dark?
You'll come back to life if you can catch Danny.
Human blood types.
Uh-huh.
Time is almost up. Kind of a gimme.
Long past it, Danny.
One last trap. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
And the game
Have
is
done
now
really,
over.
really.
Boom.
Danny won. Congrats, Danny.
Fight Editors. Here we go again. All right. We've got just 15 minutes. And maybe, just maybe, we can get through a game of whatever it actually wins. Okay.
Well, I know we can't get through the Wheel of Enormous Proportions in 15 minutes.
No, we wouldn't. It wasn't even on the list for the poll. All right. Complete for 13 votes. We got to move quick, folks.
So type fast and hit enter.
Type really fast. And watch me screw up. Watch me screw that up. Okay. Play. That's why I put a poll up.
Put in this
Poll up.
Play OONX.
I'll take one more.
Come on, Mean John. Debbie's in there. McGnome's in there. Hot Coffee's in there. I'm in there. Danny.
Panda too. One more, folks.
Mean John. Texas Mama Bear. You still out there? Come on.
Danny. All right. 3, 2,
Halo, you don't have to
1.
be funny.
Okay.
Quiplash 3. Quiplash 3. The Kingdom of Inside Jokes. My name's Schmitty, according to my socks. If you didn't make it in, get yourself into the audience. Enter the room code and vote, vote, vote.
And while everybody's doing that,
deck. You're going to see 2 prompts on your device. Answer each one with
I
a
will
brilliant response. Soon you'll go up
put
against
stuffs
another
into the
player's
chat.
answers while everyone else votes for their favorite. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
all right, there's those. We're doing pretty good on the lag right now. It's only about 8 seconds between here and YouTube.
It's pretty good. I know we've had some lag times up to like 35, 40 seconds.
Yeah, 8 seconds is good. Come on, Danny, you can do it. Yay.
Let's have a look.
Every second we shave off of inputs is 1 second.
Money
We have
can't buy
earlier.
happiness, but it can buy blank. Voting time.
Oh, ow.
I know which one McGnome's is.
Yeah, I know too.
And now, something that makes you go, ugh, fine, I'll do it. All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh, ouch.
Shots fired.
Definitely. All the fired. Yeah.
Sorry,
I thought
Amanda.
that was
Not really.
Sorry, hashtag sorry, not sorry.
Exactly.
Okay. You know you're super bored when you fill out the "Which blank are you?" quiz.
Disney princess. Ooh, I like that one better.
Favorite.
I like that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, that's
Wow.
fully expected.
That was a hard one.
I know, right?
Moving right along. Remember, never buy, build your own blank. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Oh.
What do you think, Patty? The Peanuts mightier or a Cracker Squirrel?
A Croco Squirrel should be mightier. But McGnome
Is killing it.
you want to put your entire 5-inch body in one and make yourself bigger.
Oh.
Blank.
Oh.
Here's the fun part. Pick your
Gross.
favorite.
In both cases.
Yeah.
No, build your
Amanda,
own
but if you get the tail in the wrong spot, it's no longer a Croco Squirrel.
No, then it's just then it's just pissed off.
Then it's a naked mole rat.
Yeah.
And here we have.
Those things are rancid.
Everyone was sad when they saw the piñata was full of blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
I don't think people would be sad for one of those. I think they'd be running. Yikes. Oh, ow.
Good job, Debbie. We're just
like
handing it to Amanda. Poor kid.
Mayor McGnome here says, I'd like pumpkins and candy corn. I can't stand them.
Yeah, pumpkins and candy corn are not my thing.
I just.
Wow, this is a close game.
Either way, we'd have
I hope
like
you took off the
grainy
ribs
textures,
because
and
it
I'm not
gets
huge on
real
those.
in round two. The prompts are more demanding, so I've doubled the points.
Yes, you have been. There was great smiting of the Amanda, both times. Yeah, that's all right. You'll catch them. You'll never get more than 6 votes for your answer from the players, or in this case, 4. Patty and McGnome, let's do it. 40 seconds. We're down to 7 seconds of lag, which is better. It's getting much better.
Okay, here's where the fun starts. And going first is... This cuckoo clock is disgusting. When it rings, instead of a bird, a blank comes out.
A cock. Ooh.
Make your vote count.
Yeah.
It would be a used suitcase, I'm thinking. A waterlogged used suitcase, no less.
Yeah. And McGnome.
Wow, Anubis.
Tell Amanda.
You guys smacked.
Again.
Without further ado, the weirdest thing to discover after coming out of anesthesia.
Ooh.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
With any luck, it's a fully functional squirrel tail. That way you can communicate your anger when they push you off.
Yes, it goes completely straight and gets all brush-like.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, damn.
Let's keep it going. What you might have seen in a sexy Tinder photo in 1930. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Showing a little knee.
Well, in 1930, showing off one's knees was, yeah, that was a thing.
Actually, in the 1930s, that was, yeah. What? Damn it, Debbie. I don't think you're my friend no more.
See the next one. If this player were a fashion, would be famous for wearing blank.
Banana hammocks.
Red pointy hat. Bikini and a hat.
Let's pick your favorite quip.
Oh, there's an image I didn't want to see.
Yeah. I don't want to see either of those. It was bad enough when we got the banana hammock, the dancing banana hammock in the freaking chat.
Let's see how they handle.
I love you too, Debbie, but still.
Oh dear.
The one you like best.
Busted meat bags, it's your busted meat bags. Yeah, yep. He's slimy. Ooh, no. Good ravioli shouldn't be slimy. Ooh.
Hey, but I got a quiplash off of it.
Still.
Next we
This
have
game has been full of them.
a sign that your spin instructor hates you. Okay, choose your favorite.
There you go, Coffee. There you go, Nancy. You got it.
Goodbye, round 2, and hello, scores.
No. Oh, poor Amanda.
No, Miss out of it. Yeah, no sense in even trying on the last one.
Oh no, there is.
One last chance to strut your stuff.
You can kick somebody else into her. She can kick somebody else into her position.
3 separate responses. Pretty
Especially
cool,
if she can super quiplash McNome. Yep, we got time. Come on, answer quick, folks. We got like 2 minutes. I had a feeling this one was going to be tight. Which is why I stopped the count at 6 players. I don't know where Sandy is. I think she may have run away.
Okay, Miss Nancy. Time for that hot coffee to get hot. Things getting cold.
When going through airport security, make sure to remove your blank, and blank. All right, choose your favorite.
You're hunting your sanity. Good job, hot coffee.
Three things that only get better with age. All right, people, it's voting time.
Killing it.
Sorry, Danny.
You'll find in your aunt's bathroom right now. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Somebody's got a really old aunt, because
Wow, this is it.
I don't know
Show
what
us the
Jean Nate
final
is, so
scores.
Jean Nate, it's an old perfume from the 1970s and 80s.
wow.
Damn it.
And Amanda
How
got
the hell did I
whiplash
pull that
again.
off?
I don't know.
Debbie, I'm so old I no longer have any relatives older than me other than my two brothers and their wives. I am like the old matriarch of my family, which is just scary.
Wow. That is the lowest score I have ever seen.
4.
Amanda's score for this game,
What was it?
0.
Amanda?
She got blanked.
Wow. You are the most impressive loser in this game then. Yeah. Get the record.
Wow.
Quiplash final score of Zippo. Croco, we need to make a Zippo award.
Yeah, I think we should probably get on that. Oh wow! I might actually be able to get an icon for that.
Camera's up too. Yeah.
Mayor McNobe, you quiplashed Amanda twice. Yes, time for coffee there, Nancy. Let's do it. All right. So the court is back.
I'm drinking water. I'm being good.
Right.
Debbie, I had one aunt and one uncle. That was it.
All rise for the jury, please.
And I just lost my uncle a few years ago. I want to say it was 2016. No, it's 2018. It was when my Uncle Bob died.
I don't know. I've been losing cousins for a few years now, including one much younger than I am when they didn't catch his colon cancer quickly enough.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1395.
That's rough.
1385. People versus Letecia Stauch. I'm sorry, 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Alencar, next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, our next exhibit
was the youngest
is
of, like,
Exhibit 211.
and
which
she's the
defense
oldest of,
is stipulating
my
to
aunts.
admissibility of 211. And then we were asking for permission to publish People's Exhibit 211 to the jury. For record purposes,
Debbie, my
this
grandmother
is
was one of
body-worn
11.
camera audio of Deputy Parker that was collected on the evening of January 27, 2020, when he, along with Deputy Yunkin, who we heard from yesterday, responded to 6627 Mandan Drive in response to the missing child report that the defendant made.
Defense, do you stipulate as to the foundational elements that have just been recited by the prosecution? Okay. All right. Exhibit 211 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
here about 4 o'clock.
It's this one. You have your notepad? Yeah. You have your big notepad?
Big one?
Yeah.
I would think not, J-Lo. Oh, damn. What is-
Recording. Mounted. Wi-Fi connected.
This is I'm pretty sure this is an audio clip. Not that it would really matter.
Hey, can we come in?
We got a close-up of her face earlier.
Busy tonight, huh?
Yes, unfortunately. Sorry, we took us on. I mean, we go by priority, and I mean,
Well, the neighbors have been awesome, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're back. Here we
and
go.
they could probably do more than we.
Yeah,
I mean, we
that's what-
we got two
Welcome
bodies,
back.
so
Exactly, that's what I was telling my husband anyway, because he was
I,
upset.
I was
Like,
trying to
honestly, the
shepherd
neighbors have
children
already
out
pretty
the
much
door
done a
for
lot
the
of work.
yeah, there's a
Nintendo
ton of them
movie.
out there. So
Yeah.
Oh,
We
Mario
did
Brothers
posts
movie.
and
Oh, is that
pictures,
out
and we
now?
did find-
Yes,
someone
it's
did
in
send us
theaters.
a video
Cool.
picture or something, and he was holding his Switch case.
His what?
Like his Switch, like a Nintendo Switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not like a Switch.
I was like, I don't know.
Like, so they've all been trying to be very like helpful and the whole situation, because so he was supposed to be here at 6 o'clock because we were going to eat dinner, and he said he was off restriction today, so he was going to go play with his friend, and that already told him he could play with his friend, and he didn't come back at 6, so I thought I looked outside and saw it was sleeting, so I said, well, maybe he's waiting on us to come get him.
They're sod.
So
Yay.
we drive to the neighbor's house, because I'm assuming he's at the neighbor's on the corner's house, and they're like, no, he's not here. So I was like, okay, maybe it's only one other person. So they kept leading us on all this chase of people who it could be. And we covered a lot of houses, and at this point, the neighbors all stepped in and kind of went to the houses ourselves, and because they told me to wait here, and she went to a bunch.
Okay.
But sorry, I've been like freaked out the whole time. To add to it, I'm almost positive he is with someone that he knows, because he searched on his phone, can my parents find me if my iPhone is, or if my phone is off. He also, and I'll let you look at this, sent my husband some crazy stuff that was like it was like so he sent my husband a message that says, do we have any bath salt? And then my husband said, for what? Asked me. And then, because my husband didn't think, like what he was talking about. And it says, my friend said, if I get some, we could play. And he has a Sonic there this weekend. Because he's big into like Nintendo Sonic.
Yeah, right.
And then my husband said, no. So then he said, can we play today if my tummy stops hurting? And so my husband said, he'd call him. Then he said, his brother has a car for a sleepover this Friday. So that's why we were trying to find some of the kids that we knew, we didn't know. Other people that had older siblings. So that's how the whole thing got started with this Jimmy kid. We feel bad, but we didn't start that. So everybody goes pounding on this Jimmy kid's house and looking for, people at Gafflin. And the kid was asleep, and he didn't have an older sibling. So it kind of got, how social media gets blown all out of proportion and like that. So yeah, so that's pretty much what we got. And then and we did my husband was like, go through his book bag and stuff like that. We found like a cigar in there. It was I guess a cigar.
Is there any used marijuana that you know about?
No, he's never even been like this. Like, he did start
As
coming to
brothers are hanging around and smoking pot.
the
Then
thing is, he is at Grand Mountain, and they're mixed with the he's 5th grade, 11 years old, and they also have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there now. Now, I know the school does a really good job because I work for the school district to separate the kids in the different, like, okay, the fourth, fifth graders, sixth grade, but that doesn't mean they still don't need each other in Larson Ranch. And that's the thing, because he does go take his bike up to Stingray Park. And what is that name of that little park? Whatever the park is up there.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And things like that. So that's kind of like pretty much that's what we got.
Okay. Did you give our dispatcher the social?
My husband has the social. I'm gonna have like a blurry version. I don't know if I can read it. But he was like freaking out, saying, I can't go find social. I'm upset. He is me. So I was like,
Yeah, I apologize once again that
Yeah.
we got pulled. I mean, there was something pretty urgent on it.
yeah,
They
definitely. You
came.
want to get people that are. He said he lost the social
So y'all have hit all the friends' houses, or at least some of the people that are out.
that we know. Is the social on his military ID? It might be if you consider him.
Was there anything missing?
No, there was nothing missing. He just had his game, which he's a huge, like crazy Mario, Sonic. He had that with him, and that's it. That's all we see missing, because my husband immediately said, "Go look for the guns." And like I immediately went in there, and I couldn't find one, so I was panicking. But you know how you're looking for something, and
Yeah.
and so I'm like, oh my God, it's gone. And then I realized, like, okay, I was hid behind some clothes, where. So all the clothes are coming for.
I mean, clothing wise.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. We didn't see any.
Toiletries.
Nope.
Does he have like a wallet that he carries around with like
The,
school ID?
the phone fit the wallet.
Okay, like one of the attached case, like the.
Yeah, an actual wallet.
Oh, okay.
His phone was with the wallet, and he had left it in his room.
And is the phone turned off? Have y'all?
Hmm?
Has anybody tried the phone?
Sure.
Well,
No, generally, Debbie, most 11-year-olds don't smoke pot, but
So how do you know?
I have
So he must have
encountered
used
some
somebody
that do.
else's Facebook. Is that what you're thinking? That like he logged in somebody else's and asked that question if can my parents find me, or was that on?
No,
His search history.
it was in his search history prior to this happening. So
Okay.
he had already like searched this information. He had deleted a bunch of things too, because it would have like one thing.
Nothing like trying
for
to
one day
hide
specific,
your
and it was like, okay, we know you're on YouTube. We know
hide your
you're on this. You
your
should be
whatever by
And there was a lot of
searching
messages
weird
deleted,
things
like,
from a kid's phone that he would have never
like for
searched.
example, his grandma.
No, that's
or
not
Nana, He
suspicious.
had everything deleted, but we've reached out to all them, and he hasn't been in contact with East Coast.
Okay.
So
Has there been any family issues other than? I mean,
No.
just the strange thing was asking about the basketball.
what happened last night? So he was upset about last night because he grounded from his switch. Like I told you, it's all around the switch.
No, yeah, there was a restriction. Yeah, you said that, but it was lifted.
So yeah, it was lifted today.
Uh-huh.
But last night he had, so we have 2 little small dogs, and he has really bad problems with his stomach because he takes Vyvanse every day. So when he doesn't, the weekends.
Is that like the medication that you list, the ADHD?
For ADHD, right?
Okay.
So the weekends we don't give it to him. So on the weekend it starts to kind of work. I give it to him every day, but if we're going to hike, I try not to, because he'll be zombie and hiking and stuff like that. So he said, this is what he told me and his sister. She's already asleep now. She's only 8. But he told me and his sister that he thought somebody was coming downstairs. So he immediately tried to hide it. He knocked the candle over, and it set the carpet downstairs on fire. Now it was nothing big, like a 12 by 12 spot. So I honestly wasn't even going to tell my husband. We went in there, we were like going to cut it out and like just replace it. Not
I get you.
Because if I called you and said, so right now the carpet, freaking out.
Yeah, you said fire, so I was thinking.
Exactly. So I just
Iris,
took the covers.
there are times she does sound manic.
I took the
and
covers that he was laying
This is
down,
Letecia
and I just
talking
threw it
to
on
the
there
police
'cause I got
officer
my
that
daughter out
she
and the dog's out.
reported
She was
him as a
working,
runaway
and
too.
it was
You can have everybody now.
I know. It was
At
something
this point,
that we
she's
were
still
just like,
claiming he's just a runaway.
no.
Okay, so they posted it.
She
Well,
does
he didn't,
sound
unless
manic,
he
but
took it sooner and
not
brought
only
it
does
back
she sound
because
manic,
Lena ends up getting a bite
some of it is
and rides the bite because
the
hers had broke. When she ran
over-explaining,
into
adding
him,
too
I
much
say ran into him as in
extraneous
not
detail
physically, but she
try
somehow
to
got
turn
his
the
bite because
attention
hers
away
wouldn't
from
work.
her.
So he could
We
have at
do
one
know
point.
she's most likely bipolar
They were
because
supposed to go
some
pick
of the
him up for dinner.
meds She was
And he never
complaining of
came
the
home.
side
They thought
effects
he was at
of,
his
well, they
friend's house. He
didn't
was
give
like,
the
Yeah.
meds.
he just started sleeping, so
I
they were going to pick him up
recognized
down the
what the
road.
side effects
What-
And
were
he was never there.
There's
And he
would
never went to his
fit,
friend's
someone
house.
said
and
he
they're
was on,
bipolar meds.
and he was taking the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah.
Because kids, they hide and they
Yeah.
they can hide for hours and
Yeah,
you'd be
we
surprised.
already checked the the ADT,
There's a-
yeah, there's kids here. I say kids here.
Here.
My sister and 2 dogs.
Okay. Grab her ID too when you
Yeah,
get done.
he was out there because they left and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere, wherever all it is up.
So just tell me a timeline. I know you said that y'all gonna go eat at 6.
Yeah, so it
We were
was
supposed to meet y'all back here, but you went down there because you started sleeping.
right. So
What happened between that and the time you got out of school?
Okay, so 3:15-ish, 3:20-ish, they usually come in every day and they have to like ride laps or something, like physical activities or something like that. But since his stomach was hurt and his daddy told him he could go ahead and get his switch time back.
Mhm.
So that's pretty much it. They usually get snacks and we always required him like, hey, you have to go outside, like all these things.
Mhm.
So
Pretty active then, huh?
Yeah.
So he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened instead of him doing that?
instead of doing what?
Doing that.
He had already talked to my husband about being off restriction.
Uh-huh.
So he said he was going to his friend's house.
I don't know, Maggie, I
And
don't
what
know
time
if
he
it was
left
the
at
one with
3:30?
the
I
body
don't know
cam
the
or that
exact
guy's
time because
partner.
I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs. Always like, whose house you going to? Give me their number. That's how I was with her. But like, he's like, oh, I'm their neighbor ride. They can ride bikes. Everyone's together type thing. So yeah. So all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we knew to go to different people's house because sometimes.
What time did you notice that he left to go? I mean, what time? I mean, between the 3:15 and
Well,
when did you notice he left?
I came back up here at like maybe like 4 o'clock and
He was already gone.
right. But then Lena came back in the house, which is the sister, and she said that she had to get his bike because her bike wasn't working. So he gave her his bike or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he left before 4, between 3:15 and 4. Okay.
Does he normally leave out the front door? Or
Who?
would he have normally left out the front door?
Or the garage. They agree to do both, or the back because he takes trash out. But we have a lock on that now. So.
Well, the only reason I asked, it looked like there was a ring doorbell.
Yeah, we already. That's how I told you that we already knew that he had left. Yeah.
And what time was that? Just so we have it for done.
We don't have the video recording. We just have like the thing on the ring.
Oh, okay.
We don't pay the fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can go ahead and grab your ID.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking all out.
Yeah, you're fine.
Did I bring my thing in here? Actually, it might be in there. Can you get her? Let me get my wallet.
Cute.
My.
You can just give him your name and date of birth.
Yes. No, I didn't grab the card today. No.
Would he have left his phone? Do you know?
Sorry?
Would he normally left his phone here? Does he take it with him often anywhere?
It kind of so depends on what we tell him. If
Mm.
they were to say like, oh yeah, you can take your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't take it.
Does he have service?
He does.
Is that his phone? Which one?
Yeah, this one's his phone.
Who's that?
His mom.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what she's on. Because she must be having it. It might be in that big pile of.
If she's looking for ID, just go grab her name and date of birth.
I think it might be, I'm just waiting on him, because it might be the same.
Yeah. It's okay, we can just get your name and date of birth.
Oh, okay, okay, because I was like, it might be the center console. Right, so Tecia, TECIA. Stauch, TECIA. Stauch. And STAUCH. And 8483,
Is it gonna be out of Colorado, like your driver's license, or is it another state?
another state,
What state is that?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's the accent, huh?
Yeah, that's the accent. Yes, sir.
8483.
Yeah, like August 4th, 1983.
And then a middle initial or name for out of states.
Is the other dog? Yeah, no, so no.
What's your middle name?
I mean, no, it is down. Huh?
Middle name?
It's my maiden name. ARDIN.
One out of 71, bumps on one verbal out of South Carolina.
And the number you called, were you the one that called or was it your husband?
No, I called 911 and then they said call like a non-line or something.
Let me know, Bernard.
Call a bunch of lines and then it'll, like a couple, like their Nana called another line, so.
Okay. Get her telephone number too, though, because they might not have a good contact if there's several people that called.
All right, so 843-655-7460.
Do you have a picture of him on your phone?
Mom.
Can you?
The ones we all have are like mostly him and his sister together. I mean, can you crop that out or is it?
Yeah, if you want to too. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, on your phone, you can send it.
So this
And
is the one that everyone has been sending, is this one. Do you want me to send it to who?
Yeah, his phone. And then go ahead and get that information for the information I sent you on there after you get the picture.
All right, what?
Stand by.
The send?
Sure. I just got a new phone number, so I
Okay.
don't remember what it is. If you wanna, while I do this, try and find the driver's license, or
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not finding you.
It's, it's LE. If you're running me in, like instead of TECIA, it's LETECIA.
Okay.
At Letecia.
One I'm setting one. We try Lincoln Edward, Tom Edward, Charles, Ida Adam for the first name.
Has anybody's been saying anything on the Facebook post or whatever that people are talking about?
Just that they're looking.
Okay, nothing.
I accidentally let it lock, I'm sorry. You ready?
I'm sending you that picture, right? Okay.
Just give them the one.
Negative. I have a OLN for you. 719663.
719.
31, it's gonna be 101275370, South Carolina. So y'all contacted all the friends that y'all know about at this point. Parents, any of them saying anything that you know about that they said they haven't seen him today as well, nothing like that. Okay. Nothing other than him taking his Switch, his game thing. Nothing else missing. He didn't ride his bike. You just told her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing other than that. Then no suspicious circumstances. I mean, other than some weird text that I guess he was sending dad about bath salt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's got some other information, just some medical stuff that we would like to have, and he's already listed as runaway. So if he's riding around with a brother and car, he gets contacted. What are you doing out this late? What's your name? It comes up that he's a runaway, and so they'll give you a call. You want to get that stuff, and then
He
You might not-
wasn't in here with this week. That stuff is down there, sir. Can I show him about the smoke stuff? I just didn't want him to step on the cutter, the box thing.
Yeah.
I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I thought I didn't know if I had that box put in there, because I told him about, he dropped it to me last night.
Okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure. I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's a box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even gonna tell Dad. And I was gonna figure out a way to put this in there from the situation, but.
At least you got a car. Yeah, you got.
Right, I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that, but. It's not even any friends around here. There is I'm gonna find this thing. He did have this one, like book thing.
It's where you're supposed to be at down the road. They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we hadn't seen him at all.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to.
yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over, the people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were the door with the bike. They came over, a bunch of people came over. Yeah, so
Any
he
friends?
did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see it like anywhere specifically, because like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade, and like, you got your like really, really mature kind of boys, but then waiting, he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Still kid.
So, no, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for, like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is his jacket gone?
He had he has several jackets. Like it depends. I'm very like fashion. So like, it just depends on jackets. Like you might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So you got a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like, I mean, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes, and he just,
Okay.
he has all that stuff. So. And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and.
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to things. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells him yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
There could be some friends that you don't.
Right. Because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast. So I had to fly back and forth for a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did. And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it instead of.
Well, how about your husband? He's gonna talk to these people?
Yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
So is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling, and we don't know who that one is. That's the one we don't know.
You guys have a name for that?
Because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. My husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name that he didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So.
And he took his game console deal.
Yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
One of them's gone.
Switch Lite, they have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them's gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like not far down.
Which picture is this?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that that was him or the description, and she was like, "Was that him?" And I was like, "Yes."
What was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in this
Yes,
Lawson
it's in
Ranch?
Lawson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lawson Ranch page, and so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they caught it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me, but as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alerts lists, and I weren't gonna you know. Huh? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatch already, but can you give us a description of him from
Yes.
hair color, eye color, any art,
Yeah,
you
so
know?
brown, let's see, brown,
I don't know.
like whitish color skin.
Somewhere around there.
Just keep this close because our heat. And then
Yeah. Well, they said that
410.
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about bath salts and hey, if I can get some bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something in their house. Yeah.
I got it.
And then Mom goes through everything, finds oh, this is Parker. Yes, sir. I'm not bad, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley, did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just did.
Right. I mean, there's not anything that's suspicious about it. I think that it just kind of went viral on social media, and so everybody's finding out about it now. I mean, he just didn't show him at 6, but he's also been in trouble and had a game console that he left with. So he's probably at somebody's house right now playing games.
That's why me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we absolutely think that, and we've calmed our stress level for a week.
Like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a
Uh-huh.
windbreaker.
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, have a little windbreaker type.
Okay, good to know.
Anything to
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm mid, so I'll be on it.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like
So
I'm gonna end up.
Okay,
asking
perfect.
a lot of the same questions that dispatch asked.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. If you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. Oh, there's Don Roy Cat.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, he's the head of security, so he.
Game or something tonight, so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something.
He said there was he said there was parking right down. So.
Smith.
Yeah. What?
It was the off duty.
No,
Oh, okay.
there's somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Is that dentist you go to?
If you guys want to call my husband.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We'll follow up because we may have a little bit more information. Yeah, then.
A lot of the,
Okay.
he does all that.
I've actually been over there stationed at
Not restationed here, he's just at
training.
at my career course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist, I think it's like Fountain Dentist maybe.
All right, we can get on it.
Base,
We'll give him a call.
yeah.
What's his name?
Al, A-L, Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H,
Phone number?
843-478-6714. Yes.
Are we back on 3?
I'm on 3.
And they call it code.
give him a call, try to
Okay.
get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, you know, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them all base.
Cool. All right, well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information that we
Okay.
don't already have. If not, we'll come back and, or we'll give you a case number for
Okay.
the runaway and everything. Okay. All right, thanks.
Down here, no.
I didn't see him.
Okay. You have gas, you know.
I. Oh my god. And two.
Right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. Right. Sergeant, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Christopher Ganstein, Ganstine.
And while it may be apparent, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the sheriff's office?
My current role is I'm a patrol supervisor.
Sergeant?
Yes.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I held the rank of detective sergeant, and I was assigned to the Colorado Springs Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit.
And in terms of your role specifically as it relates to that case, this case here, what were you tasked with doing with the Metro VNI unit?
One of our many tasks that we do is we do covert surveillance, and we were asked to start a surveillance operation on the defendant.
And as part of that surveillance on January 30th of 2020, where was your team located?
We had started early in the morning at, I believe it was the 10,000 block of Intrepid Way, which was in the Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
And were you able to make visual contact with the person that you know to be Letecia Stauch?
I was.
Okay. And do you see that same person here today in court?
I do.
Can you identify her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting next to an attorney wearing a blue suit, and she's wearing a purplish top.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the sergeant has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Can you walk us through what you observed on January 30th with that surveillance?
Yeah, so we were told from the night before that the defendant and her daughter were more than likely staying at that address. When I got there, the vehicle that was in question that she was seen in the day before, I believe it was a white Jetta, was in the driveway. And so I had actually, since I got there first, I had set up shortly down the street with a clear view of the door and the vehicle. And I can't recall the exact time. I know we were there for a little bit that they'd come out, but I observed the defendant and Harley, her daughter, walk out of the house and get in the vehicle. Harley got into the driver's seat and the defendant got into the rear right passenger seat.
And as at that point, after viewing the defendant get into the passenger seat, did the Metro VNI team continue to conduct surveillance?
And we started what we refer to as rolling surveillance. We're all in covert vehicles. And so we started from there, and we just were tasked with following her and seeing what she was doing.
And as you continue to follow her, any sort of observation that you made about movements or type of movements?
Yeah, she It was weird because there was only two people in the car. She was sitting in the back seat. And for most of the time that they were driving, she would either be completely slouched down so you couldn't actually see her in the back seat, or her head would just be up far enough to where you could kind of see her looking out the window. But she wasn't sitting like a normal person would sit, and she wasn't sitting in the front seat either.
And based on your training experience and what you've done, especially with the Metro VNI unit, how would you describe that type of behavior?
That behavior is common when we're following fugitives or following people that are, I don't want to call it surveillance conscious. I guess the term would be people that feel that they may be subject to law enforcement surveillance and are trying to hide themselves from that.
Avoid detection?
Avoid detection would be a good term.
At that point, is there a particular area, and if you could explain why a particular area was chosen in town to make contact with the defendant?
We had followed her for about an hour-ish, going to various places. Eventually, she ended up at a parking lot at the intersection of Woodman and Academy. It was the Marshall's clothing store. She had parked, or Harley had parked in the parking lot, and then they had walked inside the store. Shortly after they had walked inside the store, I was notified by Sheriff's Office investigations that they had obtained a warrant for the vehicle that they were driving, and that they had also obtained an additional warrant for a cell phone that was either in the possession of Harley or her, that they had both been using. And they had asked that we basically come out from cover, from surveillance, and make contact and secure the vehicle, and then secure the phone.
Do you have a rough approximation of about what time that would have been that you were given essentially the green light to move forward?
I believe it was the early afternoon.
And did you create a report in conjunction with your work on this case?
I did.
And would reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the time?
It would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
$13:24, so 1:24 p.m. It does. Sorry.
So at, and not everybody thinks in military time, but what is 13:24?
That'd be 1:24 p.m.
Okay. At that time, can you explain for the jury what you did?
So I'd coordinated my team. I had put some detectives inside the Michaels to maintain surveillance on those two. And then I had created a multi-person team outside. And the plan was that when they had checked out, we would be notified outside that they had. Once they had walked outside, we were going to have two units that have emergency lights just pull up. And we were going to do what we refer to as like a soft contact, just, hey, it's the police. We got to get your phone and we got to do this because we got a warrant. And that was the plan, that they'd come out and do that. Our main concern was obviously the phone and destruction of evidence, or being able to get back in the car and flee.
So in relation to the type of approach you use and decided to use, was that important?
I'm sorry, I couldn't overhear with the cough.
In terms of the type of approach that you wanted to use, a soft approach, that was important for the purposes of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you were wearing, how you looked that day?
Yeah, so I was undercover, so I was wearing street clothes. However, we have what we refer to as raid vest or bus vest. So it's similar to this, except what I was wearing is all black. All of my stuff that I would normally have on a belt, kind of like what this is all on my vest, including my firearm. The main difference, it's black. The word sheriff is across the entire chest. It's bigger than what this is. And then I didn't have a cloth badge at that time. That one actually had my physical real metal badge on my thing. And then it was in January, so I would have been wearing jeans and a hoodie under it.
So dressed in all of those things that you're wearing on January 30th, what occurred when you went to approach the defendant?
So it didn't go as planned because Harley had stayed inside, and then the defendant had come out. Specifically, when the defendant came out, she was holding the keys to the car. And so that's a concern. We can't let her get into the vehicle. Where her vehicle was, I was parked directly next to her vehicle, in between her vehicle and the store. So I radioed to everybody that we would stick with Harley inside, and that I was going to get out and just contact the defendant myself and just let her know what was going on, that we had a warrant for the car and that I couldn't let her in and I need to get the keys. So I had gotten out of my car that time, and as she walked up to me, I'd approached her. Actually, I didn't really approach her. She had gotten there about the same time, right in between the two cars.
While that approach is happening, can you describe the defendant's demeanor?
She was surprised. So she kind of froze, and I said, "My name's Sergeant Canson with the Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant for the vehicle. I can't let you into it. I'm going to need the keys." And basically, it was, like I said, it was a soft approach, just like I'm talking now. She didn't acknowledge me. She didn't say anything. Where she was, she had maneuvered kind of closer to her driver's door, and then just started slowly walking backwards.
Were there any observations that you noticed about her gaze or where she was looking, anything like that?
Yeah, so the two biggest things I noticed is she was just stuttering, like one word, like key, warrant, like just repeating what I was saying. And then she kept walking further back, and I told her, I said, relax, you're not in trouble. I just need the keys to the car. I can't let you into it. She continued to walk back, and then I noticed she started to turn her head behind her, because when that was going on, so there's my vehicle, her vehicle, and I'm here, she's here, so she can't go past me, she can't go left or right. So all she can do is basically turn around. And so I noticed that she was periodically turning around as she continued to walk backwards.
As she walked backwards, what did she do after that?
She turned and ran in a full sprint away from me. She had the keys in her hand. I was like, okay. Got on the radio, and I was like, she's running. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I started running after. As she was running away from me, she had taken the keys to the car and threw them across the parking lot. It took us a little bit of time to find them, but she had thrown them across the parking lot, and so she threw them one way and then kept running the other way from where she threw the keys.
Ultimately, after running after her, were you able to make contact?
Yes, to the two vehicles that had the lights that we were going to have come in, they rolled in. They got out. One drew his firearm and gave her commands, and she had stopped and got on the ground at that time. And then I didn't know what was going on, so I went up and handcuffed her at that time, detained her until we could find out what was going on and what had happened. And then she was given to two other people that had taken her back to a car.
Okay. But to be clear, at that time, she was not being arrested, correct?
No.
While you were present on scene with other law enforcement members, where was Harley Hunt?
She was, when that happened, she was walking out of the Michaels pretty like within a minute of that happening, and them and then me detaining the defendant.
Okay. And with specifically as it relates to the approval of the search warrant for a cellular telephone, was that able to be gathered that day?
Yes. Initially, Harley was reluctant to give the phone. And so one of the detectives, she had it in her hand. One of the detectives just yanked it right out of her hand, so she couldn't manipulate or do anything with it.
Was there any interaction that you observed between the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt, while you were present on scene?
Yes. The defendant was fairly hysterical. She was screaming. She was yelling obscenities, things like that. Once she realized that we were also in contact with Harley, she started screaming at Harley, saying, "Don't say anything. Tell him you want an attorney. Don't talk to him." Those type of statements. And we were trying to tell her we just need to get the phone.
And after obtaining the phone from Harley Hunt and securing Ms. Stauch, what did you do after that?
At that point, we had moved Harley because Harley started crying and she was fairly hysterical as well. But actually before that, I had talked to the defendant and I told her she needed to calm down. She's screaming. We're in a public parking lot. She's committing criminal acts and she doesn't need to get herself in trouble. So just to relax and calm down. And she did. Once I had that short conversation with her, she stopped yelling. And then we had moved Harley into the back of one of our patrol vehicles. We didn't close the door. We left the door open. And I just had a quick conversation with Harley to calm her down because she was crying and she was fairly hysterical.
Okay. And were you able to calm her down?
Yeah. I told her, hey, here's the deal. We needed to get the phone. I don't know what your mom just did, but we're fine now and we're going to let you guys go. So.
And to be clear, up until that point, the defendant was not arrested. She was not, she didn't have any criminal summons or anything like that you provided to her, correct?
No, until we can secure the scene and find out exactly what the circumstances were behind the unusual reaction of me just trying to get car keys, given the scope of the investigation and its infancy, we didn't know if there was something more that we didn't know until we knew. So once we calmed everything down, got everyone calm, we released them because we've accomplished what we needed to do, which was to execute the 2 warrants.
And after obtaining the cellular telephone, is that telephone then made available or accessible in evidence for other law enforcement officers with access to?
It was given. We had multiple detectives from majors there from the sheriff's office, and it was given to them.
You talked a bit about your training experience and different things that you've observed over your career as a law enforcement officer. As it relates to this specific interaction with a defendant, would you describe whether or not she was suffering a mental crisis, mental disease or defect at that time?
So to get in, I've been a deputy for 19 years. I've had a lot of interactions, arrested a lot of people. And in terms of surveillance and a lot of that, when people are surprised by law enforcement, we've heard the term fight or flight. So people have to make 2 decisions when police tell them to do something. Number 1, am I going to do it? And if their answer is yes, we're done. If their answer is no, the second decision they need to make is, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to run or am I going to fight? And so those decisions have to be made. And in this particular interaction, based on the totality of hiding in the vehicle, taking steps to be covert, those are overt acts. Those aren't, subversive acts. And between that and then what we refer to as target glancing, which means when a person wants to run from us, or let's say they have a gun on them or whatever, a lot of times they'll actually look to see, they'll forecast where they're going to run. Because they'll be looking around, they're trying to find what their avenue of escape, and that's what they're going to do. Same thing if they have like a weapon on them, a lot of times they'll be touching it, or if they have a knife, we actually train that we see these things, and I've experienced those things through my 19-year career. So I saw the target glancing, and it was pretty evident when she was backing up and then started turning around that she was going to run. And I think that in my mind, those were conscious decisions that were made.
Okay. But specifically as it relates to observing a severe mental disease or defect while you were present on scene observing her, did you observe that?
I did not.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ganstein. My name is Will Cook and I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to ask you a few questions. This encounter with Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt, her daughter, took place on January 30th, 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Stauch in person before seeing her at this residence where you, I guess, were staking it out or had it under surveillance?
I'd seen photos of her.
Photos? Okay. And is that how you recognized her when she came out of this house and got into the car with Harley?
Yeah, so when we
Was
do
the photos?
operations, we have briefing plans where we go over photos and all that other stuff.
Okay. Had you seen photos of Harley?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you've testified that it seemed like she was acting suspiciously, ducking down in the back seat of the car, seemed like she was avoiding detection.
She wasn't in the vehicle consistent with the more normal motoring public driving around, yes.
Okay. But you said it seemed like she was avoiding detection or specifically contacts with law enforcement.
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. So the person driving her around while she's doing this is also helping her to avoid detection or contact with law enforcement.
I can't speak to her intentions. I can only speak to my observations. My observations of her and her driving was not consistent with somebody that's actively trying to evade surveillance.
What would evading surveillance be?
When we follow individuals, drivers specifically, that feel that they're being followed by law enforcement, there's a number of countermeasures essentially that people will take. They'll make U-turns, run red lights, go down one-way streets, or go down to cul-de-sacs and turn around to see if anybody's following them, randomly pull over. It's in our training, our experience, it's pretty apparent when somebody's doing that, and I didn't see that here.
And that's what drivers will do to avoid contact or be followed.
Yeah, if there's multiple people in the vehicle, the only one that can make those decisions to do that would be the driver. They're the only ones in control of the vehicle.
Was Letecia Stauch on January 30th, when you had your interaction with her, was she a person of interest or a suspect in the death of Gannon Stauch? Stauch, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't, in my limited observation, because I wasn't part of the investigations division, it was relayed to me that there was concerns and she was potentially a person of interest. I never actually heard the term that she would be a quote suspect.
And when you were following them, did you know the driver of the vehicle at that time was Harley Hunt?
I had a high probability it was, based on the information I received last night and who was in the vehicle, and the vehicle was Harley's vehicle.
So you had gotten information that she was possibly staying at this residence with her daughter.
Yeah, we had a surveillance operation the day before, and I was monitoring that operation the entire night.
Okay. Did you have your body camera on? I see right here in the courtroom, you've got your body camera. It looks like the big black cell phone.
At that time, no, I worked in undercover capacity, and undercover officers don't carry body worn generally.
So you had no body worn camera.
I did not.
Did any of the other deputies or law enforcement officers at the marshals?
Anybody that was on my team would not have had one. This was 3 years ago. Obviously, there's been legislative changes since then that have changed who has to carry them. It was not normal at that time for our investigations people to carry them either when doing contacts, because they weren't specifically required like they are now.
Okay. Was Harley Hunt, since you knew her, she was at the residence, she was Miss Stauch's daughter, was she a person of interest in this investigation into the missing, I guess at this time he was a missing person, but later death of Gannon Stauch?
Not to my knowledge.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert diagnosing any of the diseases, mental health diseases from the DSM-4 or 5?
I've not been qualified as an expert in that, no.
Okay. And you've never gone to school for or gotten any sort of degrees in psychology or psychiatry or anything? You've never been called as an expert witness to testify as to that?
I've never been called as an expert witness, no.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor. all I have. Thank you,
Thank you.
Sergeant.
Redirect. Gratiano?
Yes. Sergeant, as part of a unit conducting surveillance, why would it not be feasible to wear a body worn camera?
Well, number one, we're in an undercover capacity. We don't want other people to see. Basically, I don't want anyone to know my detectives and who they are, what they look like, or anything else. Certainly, body worn camera evidence is discoverable, and that could potentially put my detectives' lives in danger that are working significant undercover operations involving criminal. We purposely hide our detectives' identity to the point to where they have different names and everything.
In terms of how obvious it would be to have a camera in the center of your chest, would that also be an issue as well?
Well, if we were wearing a camera, it would probably burn us, if you want to call it that. I think people would realize we were the police really quickly, and majority of our job is done behind the scenes, and people don't know that we're there. So,
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Gasting? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Dr. Leon Kelly.
Dr. Kelly, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step to the stand.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kelly. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
I'm Dr. Leon Kelly, Leonkelly.
Dr. Kelly, what is your occupation?
I am the El Paso County Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you been in that type of a role?
I've been with the coroner's office
There is
since
speculation
2008.
that
The deputy chief
she
until
didn't know what was
22,
going
until I was
on.
elected
She will be
as the
called
coroner and chief
called
medical
as a
examiner,
witness. She was a
and then I was
minor,
reelected in
so
2022.
she's not going to
Can
have
you tell the
many
jury
Fifth
about your
Amendment rights
education
to
and what allowed you
assert.
to do that job?
They
I have
were
a
saying
bachelor's of
this
science in
morning that it
biology
looks
from
like
Indiana
Stauch's
University.
going to take
I
the
have a
stand
medical
at some
degree
point.
from Indiana University School of Medicine.
That would be
Following
the
that, I
worst
completed 4
possible
years of
thing for her
training
to do.
in anatomic and clinical pathology at Penrose St. Francis here in Colorado Springs. And then following that, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Texas in Dallas.
I know
So I'm
Harley
board
should have
certified
known
in
that her mother was
anatomic
acting all
pathology,
early,
clinical
but
pathology,
that's
and forensic
Um,
pathology. And I'm a
again,
fully licensed
is
physician in
she
Colorado.
sent Harley to get cleaning supplies
Do you
and
also have
things,
certifications?
and then they
I
drove
do.
cross
Can you tell
country
the
to
jury about
watch
that,
her
please?
mom
I'm board certified in
chuck a
anatomic, clinical,
suitcase
and
off a
forensic
bridge.
pathology.
Any professional
So
memberships?
that
Yes, I'm a member of the
uh,
National Association of Medical Examiners,
for
the College
something
of American
like
Pathologists,
NGRI,
and the
which they're
American
going to
Society
try
of
to have to
Clinical
do,
Pathology.
they're going to have
What
to
about
be able to
publications?
have
Have
to
you
establish
published
that she
any
didn't know what she was
journals or
doing
anything
was
like that
wrong.
as it relates to pathology or any of your job
And
duties?
in
We
all
have. We've published
honesty, with
papers
what they
and
have,
posters as
the
well
only
on
way you're going to get
various types of
some
deaths in
of
the forensic
this
setting.
in,
Have you ever testified as a
with some
qualified
of her
expert
behavior
witness?
in, is
I
for
have.
her to
In
take
what
the
areas?
stand.
Forensic pathology,
I also would have to
strangulation,
guess
any
that she still
forensic,
thinks
many
she's
forensic
smarter than
sciences.
everybody else, as evidenced by the
What
Christian
courts have you
peanut butter
testified as an
letter.
expert in?
Multiple courts
And you know,
in
if
Colorado, including El
she's
Paso County, as
narcissistic,
well as courts
manipulative,
in South Dakota,
sociopathic,
California, Ohio,
sociopathic, all
Texas.
of that.
Okay. Your Honor, at this
Um,
time, I would move
she's
to
going to
have
have to take
Dr.
the stand.
Kelly qualified as an
But
expert in forensic
it
pathology.
is my understanding that Amanda knew sorry,
And just so
that
we're
Harley knew
all
to
on the same
some
page,
degree
Doctor, when we say the word pathology, what do we mean by
what
that?
was going
Pathology
on,
is a
or
field of
if she didn't know
medicine
why he died, how he
defined essentially
died,
as the study
whatever,
of disease or injury.
she knew
And then what about
something was
forensic
off. They sent her for
pathology?
cleaning
Forensic
chemicals.
pathology is
She
a
did
subset of pathology that
She,
deals
you know,
specifically
helped her
with
move cars,
deaths that
drove
occur
cross country. I could tell you
in
that
individuals
suitcase is
suddenly,
gonna smell good.
unexpectedly, or of anything non-natural. And so
So
it's a field focused specifically
they
on
can't
determining
compel her
cause
to
and
the
manner of
stand.
death in individuals who've died under
She
the most
may have
suspicious or
immunity.
injurious
They
circumstances.
may have offered the daughter
Doctor,
immunity.
back in
She was
January
17.
of 2020,
She was
what was
charged as
your
an
role
adult
then?
as an
As far as,
accessory.
I guess just what was your
So
role
they
back
may
then?
have And her immunity,
January 2020, I was the elected coroner and chief medical
that
examiner.
they're
for
not
El
going
Paso
to
County.
charge her as
Did you get
accessory
involved
to a
in
crime.
the criminal investigation of the
Well, her
DNA
social media
Stauch murder?
footprint
I
doesn't
did.
suggest
Can you
she's
tell the jury how
particularly
that
worried
happened?
about it.
How you got involved in that?
There were human remains discovered in Florida. There was a tentative identification as to who that individual was, but not a positive.
Yes, it was easy to find her.
Identification. To date, when I became involved, they weren't yet able to definitively identify the individual as Gannon Stauch. And so I was contacted by our local district attorney's office and asked if I could help identify him. And so the medical examiner's office there in Florida had yet to be able to accomplish that. And I've had good luck and experience in identifying individuals who had been deceased for a long time. So I said, yes, let's bring the remains, or at least portion of the remains, to El Paso County, and we will do our best to identify him.
What were complicating factors leading to this difficulty that you just described to get a DNA confirmation?
The remains had advanced decomposition, so the body had begun to break down. To make scientific identification, generally we talk about two things: dental, which is you look at the teeth, you x-ray them, and then you have to have radiographs or x-rays
So,
from
Amanda,
that individual that you think it is.
if
at a
I had to
dentist that they
speculate,
went
which
to
I
in real
generally
life.
don't do,
The other
but given
way
this
to
case
identify
and
individuals
situation,
is through DNA.
the daughter would not have known what was happening when it was happening at school.
As the
They
sick
did
dissolve,
have
it becomes very
videotape
difficult to use
of
traditional DNA
Letecia
techniques
leaving in the truck with
to
Gannon
to get
and
enough of that
only one
material that
person returning.
it's still intact to identify them. And so, living in the mountains,
So that was
in a place where people
that
are
was
often
when
go
they were
missing
like,
or not found for sometimes many years, we've grown skilled in being able to
here's a
identify
problem.
individuals who have that degree of
So
decomposition
nobody
or
knows if it was,
skeletonization.
crime of
What items did
passion,
you receive from
premeditated, like
Florida
all
to
of
do
that
the
stuff will come out.
analysis that you did?
So
But
for
her leave
the
again,
forensic
and you never
odontology
see him
examination, we
again, and
received
you see her come back in the truck,
teeth, dental material,
and he's
and
not
then
sitting up,
for the
he's
DNA,
in the
we
truck, he's in
received
the bed of the
female
truck,
on the leg bones, the
or
upper portion
whatever.
of the leg bone.
Tell the jury what you did to
And
potentially
then
find a sample that would be suitable for
Harley
developing a
comes home
DNA
from
profile.
school where
So
she
for the DNA, what we did was
so
essentially
if
take the
she
femur,
did know,
which
she
is
would be
terminal large
accessory
ball that
after
lives up
the
in the
fact
hip.
of
It's
disposing
relatively
of the
protected
body
and
and
be
stuff,
one of the
and
last
they would
things
give
that
her
could be
immunity
exposed to
in
the
that regard. If
environment.
it's just
And
like, yeah, my
that
mom lost her
femoral
shit.
head, the ball part that goes into the socket, that's the hip, contains a large
But
amount of bone and blood at its
they
center, essentially
also
bone marrow. And so
did
we saw
that's
in
there were some
and inside there is
searches
large
and
amounts, like I said,
some
of
things that
trabecular bone that
lead you
contains the bone marrow
towards
that replenishes the white
premeditation.
blood cells in the body. And so we sawed it in half, which revealed the inner marrow in a fresher state of cells that
So
had
if
been
that's the
essentially
case, I
released out
doubt
to
she
the
told
DNA
the
lab,
daughter
who then
about it.
could then scoop out that marrow and then look for DNA.
And
And
on
when you
the
say that you submit that
initial
to the
body worn
DNA lab,
footage,
is that the
when
Metro
she
Crime Lab?
It
reports
is.
him as a runaway,
Did you ever learn
the very, very first
whether
time
they were able to?
you
I was told
actually
that they did.
see the
Did you learn who
suitcase,
they identified?
they
that
ultimately
sample to
The
identify
DNA
the
was
one that
positively
looks
identified
like
as being
it
Stauch.
in the house.
Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
So he may have
Dr. Kelly, good
actually
afternoon.
been
How are you?
there
Good.
in
How
that
are you?
I'm
suitcase,
fine, thank you.
but there's no.
Yeah.
James, hey,
You do autopsies. You've done
um,
hundreds of them, if not
but
thousands
like
of
I
them
said,
over your career.
I'm
Correct?
guessing
Correct.
she wants
Okay.
to get up on the stand, even
When
if
you
her
have a human
attorneys advise her not
body
to. I mean, her attorney
that
said, "Don't
is
write letters to the
deceased,
judge."
it will
You saw how
start
that
smelling.
went.
For lack of a better term, it'll start emitting a bad smell, putrid smell, whatever you want to call it. But that's one of the hallmarks of death.
So they
is
can't tell her, "No, you
a
can't
bad smell.
testify."
Yeah, as the body breaks down, the bacteria that live in our body begin
The
to
daughter may
consume
have felt
the body.
trapped.
One
I
of the
mean,
byproducts.
let's be realistic.
So
That's her
once
mom.
decomposition begins,
She's not a
yes,
biological
human
sibling
remains,
to
as
the
do
other
all
kids.
organic
They,
remains,
all three kids were
including other
brought
animals,
into the
begins
marriage,
to smell
like from previous
quite
marriages.
poorly.
And
And I know it depends on temperature,
You know,
humidity, and a
you
lot of other
don't.
factors. But if you could just discuss
She may have not been in on it, but she may have been in on
when a
disposing of
person
the body.
dies,
Because
a
the mom
human
may have
being
thought it was an
dies, how long
accident.
does it take
Hell,
for
he
this
hit his
poor
head. He got
smell
hurt.
to
And you
begin?
want to believe your
So
parent,
the
right?
breakdown of the body after death is driven almost
So
entirely by temperature.
her mom
It's
may have been able
humans are
to
like
kind
any
of
other organism that
know
dies.
her in
If you have a steak
regards
and you
to
put
the
it in your fridge or your
circumstance.
freezer, it'll last for weeks, months, many years without smelling. You leave that same steak out on a hot day in the front of your house in the sun, and it'll start stinking within a couple hours. Humans are no different. And so, given normal temperatures, let's say 70 degrees inside a home, usually decomposition begins between about 24 and 48 hours. Usually by about 3 to 5 days, the body is sort of well into a decomposition and the smell is quite obvious and strong. However, given a very hot environment, 90 degrees, 100 degrees, bodies can begin decomposing within just a few hours.
So inside a home or a building, 70 degrees, climate controlled, or perhaps in a vehicle that's climate controlled at 70 degrees, you're looking at 3 to 5 days before it could really start smelling poorly.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say start smelling poorly, uh, somebody else in a closed vehicle or in a home, or they would be able to smell it. It would be very apparent.
It would, yes.
Okay. Would it be overpowering?
You're probably talking to the wrong guy for that. It's kind of my everyday.
You have a high tolerance for poor smells.
Be careful what you get good at. Yes, I do. But yes, generally, someone who's not used to dealing with that smell every day, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. It's essentially overpowering. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Doctor, your ability to withstand these odors notwithstanding, if a person freezes the body, will that delay when that smell becomes heavier?
It will. Yes, freezing a body will essentially stop decomposition as it does with all meat. And then once removed, it will take sometimes several days for bodies that we have that are frozen out in the environment during the winter to thaw to the point where you can even autopsy them, sometimes 2 to 3 days. So yeah, a frozen body or a body kept at cool temperatures essentially can last indefinitely before those smells appear.
And I'm going to ask you some probably very obvious questions here, but just bear with me. Gannon was reported missing in late January of 2020, winter months. If the body had been left outside in those conditions, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
If it was left overnight, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
And then if the body is kept in an enclosed container, like a suitcase with blankets in it, would that also potentially limit how quickly that odor escapes from that item?
It would. First, it would insulate the body, allow it to stay cooler longer. And then also any closed environment helps prevent that smell from emanating out, from flies getting to it, which aids in decomposition. So yeah, it would reduce the smell dramatically.
When your office responds out to crime scenes to retrieve a dead body from a crime scene, do you wrap them in, or do your folks wrap them in a body bag?
They do.
Is that to contain fluids and those sorts of things, and even potentially smell?
Evidence, fluid, smells, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions?
Body bags don't help smells, trust
Looks like
me.
we have one. Just pass it forward. And Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve
No,
that.
no, they don't. Just don't cheap out on them. It'll be it'll be better if you don't. Or using them doesn't help either.
No, it doesn't.
All right, Dr. Kelly, what impact does humidity have on decomposition?
So humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, would result in decomposition likely and potentially happening at a slightly increased rate. Probably not dramatically, not enough to alter the time course that I talked about. What it does do is alter dramatically the type of decomposition that's going to happen. And so in a state like Florida and the Gulf Coast, where you have high temperatures, lots of moisture in the air and the environment, the body tends to decompose in a way that's sort of very, very, very wet. And it goes through a process which we call adipocere, which is the bacteria and the things that live in a moist environment are very different than a dry environment. And so those bodies do tend to smell even worse, if you can imagine, than other conditions. Here in the West, where we live, bodies go through a different state. They start out juicy and wet initially because there's fluid in the body, but then it relatively quickly turns towards a mummification. Which is
Did my
dying
man just refer to a dead
of the
body as
which
juicy
does
and
tend
wet?
to keep the smell down quite a bit. The first, few weeks of the
Sir.
decomposition, there's not going to be a
Yes,
measurable
he did.
difference. It's really after that point
No,
where they'll go in these
sir.
different directions.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question
That's-
only, Mr. Allen.
Only
Like,
for
you
purposes of
hear
our
someone
record,
talking
can you
about
spell
moist, and you're
adipocere
like,
for
"Ugh,
the
I don't
court
like that
reporter?
word."
Yes, adipocere is ADI.
But you called it juicy and
All
wet.
right,
Got it.
all right. Mr. Cook?
Yeah, Jim Can,
All right.
I
Thank you,
don't
Dr.
care.
Kelly.
Refer
Thank
to
you,
a
Honor.
body
Watch
as
your step.
juicy and wet is just
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
okay. Unique.
This begs the question of just how many witnesses they've got. If
Ms.
they're going
Williams,
to
if
try
you
to
would
get
step
this to
forward,
8
raise your
weeks.
right hand, please, ma'am.
Because we're flying through them today.
You swear firmly the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good
Ms.
afternoon, Ms.
Graziano?
Williams. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Marissa Williams.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
for approximately 11 years.
And in 2020, what was the nature of your roles and responsibility with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was assigned to the investigations division as a detective.
And as it relates to your work, in this case, fair to say that you were the jack of all trades?
Yes, although primarily handled the financial responsibilities.
Okay. In terms of obtaining financial responsibilities, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. I initially took interest in I guess tracking the financial vouchers to determine what type of activity they had been taking part in during the time that Gannon went missing.
And so as part of that, would you have been involved in applications for search warrants, things like that?
That's correct.
Did you also have observations of other law enforcement officers collecting evidence, for example?
Yes, ma'am. There were other officers and investigators, both with the DA's office and the FBI, assisting the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in collecting the type of records I was collecting as well.
Okay. And I'll direct your attention to January 28th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for an interview, or at least a portion of an interview that occurred that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
The interview was at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I observed Detective Mark Riley interviewing Eugene Al Stauch.
Okay. And for other interviews that may have been conducted with Letecia Stauch, were you present for any of those?
I was present, but I did not observe the full interviews.
Okay. I will direct your attention to observations of Letecia Stauch. Did you see her in person?
Yes, I did meet her in person.
Okay. And is there a particular date you recall seeing her in person?
Yes, it was Wednesday, January 29th at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And on that date, can you generally describe her demeanor? How would you describe her demeanor?
She was evasive with questions. She was evasive with questions.
This chick's irritating me
She
already.
was, I would say, upset, but not in the same way that you would expect with a parent that's missing a child.
I'll sustain the objection on a different ground. I think she needs to
You
lay a
don't
little bit more
know how to
foundation as
pronounce the
to
name, which
her
annoys me.
experience regarding
But B,
context with parents of missing
you,
children.
you can't say how somebody should behave. But that's not your.
All right, and under People versus Froehler,
And yes, you
373
repeat
Pacific
yourself.
3rd, 672, Colorado Appellate 2015, I don't think that the Stewart standard regarding accident reconstructionist applies. This doesn't involve specialized training. This does involve her experience regarding context with other individuals who may have been similarly situated. The objection's overruled.
In terms of your experience in law enforcement over the years, have you had contact with a variety of suspects, a person of interest, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have probably hundreds.
Have you been exposed to parents of missing children as well?
Yes,
Parents of runaways?
yes.
And in terms of your training experience, specifically as it relates to being around parents of missing children, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor on January 29th of 2020?
My experience with parents of missing children or runaways comes from having worked on patrol during the years of 2014 through 2018. And most parents are
Yes, Debbie, we've
primarily
been
concerned
commenting on it,
with
but we're not
doing
testifying
something to
under
track
oath.
down their child, such as contacting friends, going out and searching for their child, or providing any type of evidence that would assist law enforcement in doing the same. But Ms. Stauch, on the other hand, was bothered by the fact that she had to come in and talk with law enforcement, and was more concerned about her well-being than her missing sons.
In terms of being present on scene, and again, based on your training experience as it relates to your role as a detective, but also as on patrol, did it appear to you at that time that she was experiencing a severe mental disease, defect, or crisis?
I'm going to object to this testimony in general as to these officers laying an opinion that they lack the proper foundation with this. I'm going to specifically refer the court to People v. Medina, Colorado Supreme Court, 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974.
Right. Ms. Gratiano.
Your Honor, for the reasons that we've had prior law enforcement officers explain their training experience and their observations while on patrol or other investigations, she's laid sufficient foundation to testify to that answer.
And Your Honor, Medina specifically deals with law enforcement officers that says that the limited interaction they've had is not sufficient for any opinion regarding that.
All right. Any further record? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's going on. This officer cannot testify about whether or not someone has a mental disease or defect in the form or in the same fashion that a psychiatrist would be able to testify as to whether or not somebody has a mental disease or defect. However, I do think that this officer can testify based upon her context with a defendant as to how she interpreted the defendant's mental status I think that's a common issue that we all deal with. Some people are, when we talk with somebody, we all understand that someone may be under some stress, someone may be acting differently, those sorts of things. I think that this officer can testify about that. However, this officer cannot testify about whether or not she has a specific mental defect or disease, and it will go to weight, not admissibility. Ms. Gratian.
In terms of understanding conversations that were occurring that day, how would you describe how the defendant answered questions?
I think she answered questions competently. She understood the questions that were being asked. There was no indication that she did not understand the questions or failed to understand the language that was being spoken.
At any point, did she refer to herself or address anyone by a different name, referring to herself?
Not that I recall.
And in terms of her overall awareness of the situation, how would you describe that on January 29th of 2020? How would you describe her demeanor?
I'm
Awareness,
not
awareness
really
as
sure how to answer.
yeah, awareness as to where she was, what was being done, what she was being asked, etc.
I think she fully understood the gravity of the situation because the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had asked her many times to come in for an interview and to assist in providing some evidence about the location of her stepson's whereabouts.
In terms of other documents that you assisted in retrieving from other law enforcement members, were you part of retrieving rental agreement from Avis Rental? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, and who did you assist in that process, if you did?
No, I was the one who collected the Avis budget rental records in March, on March 20th, I believe.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 232.
You may go ahead.
Moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 232.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. This is a different rental record than the one that I had referred to as collecting in March.
Okay. And when you talk about, you testified as to having contact with Avis, who in particular did you have contact with at Avis? Would have been a manager or somebody at the counter?
I don't recall the name of the person for this particular record. I recall for the other one, but not for this one.
Okay.
May I refer to my report?
You can. If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of a specific name, I'm not asking you for a specific name, but just what representative from Avis you had contact with.
Sure.
And it may be helpful just to explain to the jury just the general process of retrieving, for example, a document from a business. How do you go about doing that? That just might be
This is
helpful
a
to
really
start.
awful cross.
So yes, the process for collecting evidence from rental car business such
Has
as
this lady
Avis
ever
is
done
that
this
I
before?
issue a court order or a search warrant addressed to the company in the first place, and then have a judge review the probable cause in the affidavit. And once the judge has signed off on it, I serve it either in person or via some electronic delivery method that's preferred by the company. In this particular case, I did serve the warrant in person because the business was local. The Avis budget rental was at the Colorado Springs airport.
And to retrieve documents referring to a rental agreement, did you respond to that location?
I did.
And was a representative able to provide you with documentation?
Yes, ma'am. They provided the rental agreement that showed the signed agreement. It had been signed by Letecia Stauch, and I believe it was signed on Tuesday, January 28th, for a it was for a white Kia Rio 4-door sedan, and that vehicle was used for approximately 1 day before it was returned to the same location.
And to be clear, when you're retrieving things, you're retrieving a rental agreement, but are you retrieving documents that come with that rental agreement from that company?
Yes, ma'am.
Such as Exhibit 232?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you explain how you recognize what 232 generally is?
I recognize it because I've seen it before during the time I collected it.
Okay. And because you've seen it before, would you say it's a fair and accurate representation of the rental agreement documents you retrieved from the Avis representative that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 232.
Mr. Tellini, Exhibit 232 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. In terms of other work in this case, you explained that you collected various financial documents. Did you also have an opportunity to review those financial documents?
Most of them I did, yes.
And overall, were you able to, along with other law enforcement members, able to track movements or charges, if you will, of the defendant through those financial documents?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? No? Well, hold on.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Are we passing or not passing?
Your Honor, just pursuant to the stipulations that we've already put on the record,
Yes.
that have to deal with USAA records and American Express records, we've already asked for that stipulation to be put on the record.
And it has been, and I assume that this relates to some of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we are admitting People's Exhibit 231, which relates to that stipulation.
Okay. Are you doing that just as part of are you going to have a witness with that, or are you just admitting the exhibit?
We're just admitting the exhibit.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're talking about here is that the parties have reached stipulations regarding various different exhibits. And one of the exhibits is Exhibit 231, right? Exhibit 231, which is referred to as a disc of American
Roll
Express
call.
records.
They
There won't be a witness with that. It will just be records that will be
believe
admitted as an exhibit for
that
you to consider that has records from
she
American Express. The
dumped
parties
the
have admitted
body
or have agreed
in the suitcase
that
in a
the exhibit
field
can
in an
be
area,
admitted without further
and then
evidentiary
rented and
foundation
switched
or
cars up
testimony.
and left
So
and
exhibit
drove.
231
She
is
had it at
admitted.
a secondary dump site they were able to find forensic evidence
Prosecution,
at
call your
this
next witness.
alternate dump site. So
Okay.
it appears she took the body and suitcase from the house. No, at some point, knowing they were going to search, had it at a secondary site, and then when she thought she was clear, she went and got it there and began the
Ladies and
drive
gentlemen,
across
before
the
we get
country. So it was
into
not
the next witness, now's a good time
there
to take
when
a
they
break,
searched
since
the
we came
car.
back a little bit early. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 3, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Croc, thoughts? Patty, thoughts?
Oh boy. Her taking the stand would be the worst idea ever.
Yeah. I have thoughts.
Is
I'm
it
glad
like
I'm
my
not a
range
defendant.
thoughts?
I'm glad I'm not testifying for the defense.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to take up at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay, all right. Court will be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
Yeah, we have 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Harley, poor Harley, she's stuck here. That being said, if she agrees to testify, I would not be surprised to see immunity. As is accessory to a murder after the fact, or the dumping of the body, she serves the same time that her mother does. Assuming, of course, they charge her as an adult. Question for you, Loki.
Sure. Almost done.
On screen.
Hold on. Trying to pull something up. Yeah, I'm sorry, Thomas.
That's what it looks. That's what it seems to be. I mean, if she knew the cops were going to go looking around the house, chances are she dumped it. She dumped him first and then went back and got him later. Because we know he was found in Florida, but she had to hide him in the meantime.
Yeah, and they have said hold on. You know, they have like that's not new, right? Yeah, J-Lo. So she basically dumped the body twice. When you look at the facts of the case, you can actually see what appears to be the suitcase. There is no indication yet if it is the suitcase and his body was already in it, or if that suitcase was just part of a set. So look, there was more than one of them. But you do see a similar color suitcase.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, they do know it. The body was dumped in those woods. Remember, she said yesterday, 2 days ago, that she kept driving up to this one area and was driving around. And she was looking for this guy's house or whatever. Those woods are where they did find secondary evidence of the crime. So the thought is that she took the suitcase, dumped it there, knowing that once she filed a runaway report, it was going to be problematic. So this is what I was talking about earlier, guys. Letecia Stauch juror claims accused killer made hand gestures and mouthed words. A juror in the trial made allegations the stepmother made hand gestures and mouth words during court on Tuesday. Yeah. Trying to find it again. Where it's not a law and crime video. But there are accusations from a juror that she making gestures and mouthing words.
That would be a bad idea too.
Trying to find it.
Because that results in an immediate mistrial and other problems. She's just adding to it now.
Yeah, if she did, I have to try to find either the not law and crime video or something. So that's what I'm looking for. But there are accusations coming out. Ardo, again, it is my understanding that if the daughter did not immediately know that his body was in the suitcase, she would have. Because Letecia would have needed help eating it off a bridge based off of her height, weight, and I hate even phrasing it. The dead weight of the child in said suitcase to get it up and over the railing. You know, it's easier to pick a kid up if they're not being dead weight compared to, you know, like just deadlifting something versus if you've ever carried a little on your hip, you know, when they help, it's easier. So
They can stabilize themselves and maybe help prop up.
right. So she would have needed the help. Like the daughter knew something. Now, mom may have explained it away and been like, there was an accident, he fell, you know, whatever. But fuck, I can hear myself.
Because that just strikes me as silly.
But you know, like the daughter had to have known something. Now, she may have not questioned it because it's her mom. Or she may have not questioned it because her mom's bag of cats crazy. And that's the case. You know, I guess I can kind of understand not wanting to ask your mother that question. Hey, did you murder the other kid? You know, I don't know if you necessarily want to ask your mom that, knowing she just murdered your step sibling and has the body in the trunk. But if she's being charged with, I can pretty much guarantee they gave the stepdaughter immunity in return for cooperation or something. Because even if charged as an adult, that's not a big charge. No, hot coffee. I think the daughter knows everything. I'm just saying, she's not remotely valuable enough to withhold immunity. Like, culpability wise, it's a minor charge compared to being able to use her to prove first degree murder, capital murder, and that she wasn't crazy at the time. You
Well,
know,
they effectively
compared to
admitted
what they
she
would
did
get
it.
for tampering.
They've already admitted she did it. The only question is how bad is it going to be?
Right, but what I'm saying is with the stepdaughter, with Harley,
Mm.
Harley is more valuable as a witness
Than she is as a prisoner.
than
Probably
she is
why
as a
she's
prisoner.
out.
And so I can pretty much guarantee she has immunity. I'm going to testify, because otherwise you're going to get her for accessory after the fact. You can get him with federal charges for crossing state lines.
All sorts of mean stuff.
Mm-hmm. So she may know more, but JMK not possible. Daughter was in school. Mom is seen leaving with Gannon in the truck. Well, what is believed to be Gannon, because he was the only one home. Daughter was in school all day. Truck comes back with only one person visible. So, you know.
It depends on how well you wrap it up, coffee.
Coffee, it's a combination of how well you wrap it and how long. I know plenty of people that have been around dead bodies for 24 hours and not noticed. But she may have said, yeah, his body's in there. He stayed home from school sick, and he slipped, fell, and hit his head, and he died. And I'm freaking out here.
Oh, geez.
We've got to do something. And then you put her into the position, do I save my mom? Or what? Did they say how he died? Multiple stab wounds and gunshot wounds. Because of the
Yeah.
state of decomposition, it is my understanding that you don't know what exactly killed him and what the fatal wound was. So one of the things I can say, you know, for my careers and working in public safety and all of that, is I can generally tell what injuries happened while you were alive and what injuries happened after death. Because if you stab somebody 5 minutes after their heart has stopped beating, when you look under a microscope, there's no actual bleeding at the site, or it's very minor because the blood is already essentially congealing and you don't have like bruising in the tissues around it. So you can tell if a wound is pre or post mortem. But once you have that degree of decomposition, that doesn't help.
It seems like it seems like in the prosecution's opening they had a timeline of the injuries, starting with 2 gunshots into the pillow, and one up through up behind the lower mandible and back into his brain case.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's dead.
And the exit wound was towards the base of his skull.
They have, again, suspicion. There's no way to know if it actually killed him. Because, much like Dr. Rayner said, for one, and for two, I have seen somebody, and I had this entire discussion with 2 paramedics, 4 EMTs, and a police officer. They called me to a shooting call.
Mm.
And I got there, I pronounced the body. And then I was in my Tahoe doing paperwork. And this paramedic crew that was like new, young, and way too hyper showed up. And they were like, grabbed the body, started CPR, and headed to the trauma bay. When they got there, the doctor's like, she already called time of death. And they were like, yeah, but we put the person on an EKG and there's this tiny bit of cardiac activity. And the doctor rolled the body over and goes, do you see a brain? The guy had been shot in the head, and the entire brain and part of the cerebellum was in the back seat of the car.
Yeah.
His body just hadn't come to the realization of his dead yet. There was just enough brainstem left
his
and
head
still
moving.
functioning. You know, that there were some minor electrical activity. It wasn't effective, but enough that it would have picked it up on an EKG. But your entire brain and cerebellum are in one piece in the back seat.
Ouch.
That's not an injury that's survivable. Debbie, we don't generally transport dead bodies. Yes, paramedics, EMS is allowed to pronounce on scene in the field. Just like I don't need to ask a doctor's permission to give oxygen or give most drugs. You have standing protocols and orders. But I can run a 3-lead EKG, be like asystole in all leads, decapitation, whatever. There's a whole list of things. I can code 0 and pronounce it. I've pronounced hundreds of people in 16 years.
Okay. Is it possible that Harley was told when she got home that there was a divorce pending, or that she was getting ready to file for a divorce and then had her help load shit into the car? And then told her that the big heavy suitcase was the one with a bunch of his shit in it that she wanted to make sure he never got back?
Debbie, no, it's not a standing order. Pronouncement of death is not a standing order. It is a list of guidelines, and as long as you meet them or meet one of them, you can pronounce.
Okay.
But like for drugs and meds, those are standing orders and protocols. I don't need an order to do it as a paramedic.
Okay. They'll be letting the jury back in here in a minute.
But it takes 2 days, 3 days to drive.
For planning purposes, are you guys planning on leaving everything in here over the weekend? It's going to be locked. There shouldn't be anybody in here.
I'm sure we'll leave some things in here. Yeah.
Okay.
But,
I know you guys did a really good job.
So there's no way to tell if he was really dead.
Wednesday night. So,
but there were stab wounds and all of that stuff. So you don't really know what came first.
Yep. You
The
can leave,
chicken or the egg in that
because there
regard.
won't be anybody here.
She could have shot him repeatedly in the head, thought he was dead, taken.
All rise for the jury, please.
Taken him to another site and seen or heard him what she thought was breathing, which is just, gravity pushing that last little bit of air out of the lungs, and just stabbed him repeatedly to make sure. Oh no, Debbie, I know you didn't doubt me. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
It's Good Friday. It's Good Friday. Yeah. Hour and 20 minutes.
So there's no really
Thank you. May all be seated.
way to
Court will
tell.
recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Janine Sanchez.
Right.
Hot coffee. He has a really great demeanor and has really great courtroom management.
Oh, right. Ms. Sanchez, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Janine Sanchez, JANINE SANCHEZ.
Ms. Sanchez, I want to just do some preliminary stuff with you. You live here in Colorado Springs?
Yes,
And I'm going to talk specifically about January of 2020, so 3 years ago. Where were you living back in January of 2020?
in Lorson Ranch.
Were you familiar with a young lady by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes.
How did you know Miss Harley Hunt?
So we worked together at Massage Envy, and then we'd occasionally go to Bible study together.
Are you similar in age with her?
I'm about a couple years older than her.
Okay. And you said you worked at Massage Envy. Did you both share the same type of job, or did you have different jobs at that employer?
We were both receptionists.
Would you see each other often at work?
I would say, depending on the shift, yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you would sometimes go to Bible studies together. Did you ever hang out any other times outside of work besides those types of gatherings?
No.
Okay. Did you have each other's phone numbers?
Yes.
Would you sometimes text with each other?
Yes.
Would that include potentially sending jokes, memes, TikToks, that kind of thing?
Yes, we would send TikToks to each other.
TikTok is quite controversial these days, isn't it?
Yes.
How would you describe Harley's demeanor?
She was very nice.
Was she social or was she shy?
She was both. She was shy at first, and then once you got to know her, she was more social.
Would you say she had a positive personality or a negative personality?
Positive.
Bubbly or angry?
Bubbly.
Okay. Was she nice to people or mean to people?
She was nice.
And then how would she interact with customers that would come into Massage Envy?
She was really nice to them.
Was she professional also?
Yes.
Had you ever been over to her house?
No.
Prior to a specific time that we're going to get to in just a moment, did you ever have an occasion to meet any of her family members?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that her younger brother was missing?
Yes.
I'm not asking you for what was said, but did you actually get a text from Harley regarding that specific incident?
Yes.
Do you remember working with her on Wednesday, January 29th?
It was a long time ago, so I don't remember exact dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to help you orient yourself, and it makes perfect sense. It's over 3 years ago. We've had previous testimony that Gannon went missing on January 27th, which was a Monday. And then did you talk to a detective in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember talking about the last time you might have worked with Harley with that detective?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that report, would that help you remember what day that was you were referencing last seeing Harley?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
In Sanchez, I'm showing you a police report. And I want you to look at this last paragraph on the page and read through it and then tell me when you're done.
This,
That paragraph, yes.
yes,
Did that refresh your memory as to the last time you worked with Harley?
yes,
What day was that?
the 29th,
Was that a Wednesday, January 29th?
yes.
What was, again, not asking you for any statements that Harley made to you, but what was Harley's demeanor like on that day?
She was a little frantic, just not her usual self.
Do you remember telling the detective whether she was crying or not?
Yes,
And was she crying in your memory?
yes,
Okay. At some point, were you with Harley and picked up Harley's mother from the hospital?
yes.
Tell the jury about that. Again, whose car were you in?
We were in Harley's car.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Harley.
And what seat were you sitting in?
I was in the front seat.
What hospital did you go to pick up her mother?
I'm not sure the name, but it's somewhere around here in the downtown Spring area.
Memorial Hospital, does that sound correct?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. So, but you're just remembering it as a downtown hospital somewhere
Yes.
fairly close to where we are now.
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe as you're in the car with Harley, how she was acting then? Was she still acting like she was crying or upset?
No,
How was she acting now?
just normal.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about how she was acting?
In the car? Or-
Yes, while you're in the car with her at the hospital?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the Harley's mother getting into the car with you?
Yes.
Did Harley's demeanor change when her mother got into the car with you all?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about her, about Harley acting timid and overwhelmed at that time?
Yes.
Was that different than when she was crying earlier?
Yes, she had kind of calmed down a bit in the car versus earlier when she was crying.
Okay. When Harley's mother got into the car, I may have already asked you this, so if I did, I apologize. Where did she get into the car?
In the back seat.
Okay. So did that mean that Harley's still driving, you're in the front passenger seat, and mother is in the back seat?
Yes.
Was she sitting behind you or behind Harley?
In the middle.
In the middle, okay. Do you remember telling the detective anything about whether Harley was quieter or louder than normal during this car ride from the hospital to your house?
We definitely weren't talking for the car ride. It was more just quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the detective that Harley was quieter than normal?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I've already asked you this in an implied way, but this time that you're now seeing Harley's mother, had you ever seen her before?
No.
Do you see her here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Yes. Pink shirt right in the corner over here.
And you're using right hand to point over to my
Yes.
left over here?
Yes.
All right, ask to the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor or actions when she got in the car?
What do you mean by that?
Well, how was she acting?
It was my first time meeting her, so I can't really describe how else she would be acting, but I'd say normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not doing anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Do you remember her making any statements to you or just to anybody while she was in the car?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective about her getting into the car?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant apologized for having to stay at your house?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the detective about the defendant's demeanor in the car?
No.
How she's acting?
No.
Okay. You don't remember that at all? Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant was acting weird?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a specific statement that the defendant made to you when she got into the car?
Yes, I do remember that one
Okay.
statement.
And what was that one statement?
Just jokingly how she was joking about saying, um, basically, hope you don't think we're a bunch of murderers.
So the defendant said that to you.
Yes,
Did you find that to be weird?
yes. But other than that, the demeanor wasn't weird, just that one statement.
Okay. So she wasn't acting like she was losing her mind or anything like that?
No.
Do you
You're
remember
asking a teenager
whether
if
the
someone's
defendant started
acting
using
weird.
Harley's her cell phone?
Okay.
Yes.
Tell the jury what you remember about that.
I was in the front passenger seat, and her mom was in the back seat. Harley's mom was in the back seat, and I remember her taking her phone, like Harley's phone, to the back and kind of texting people. I'm not sure who.
So what you remember is that Harley had her phone in the front seat,
Yes.
and then the defendant, did she reach up and take the phone from the front seat?
Yes.
I don't
And
know
how did you
how
know that
old
she was
Harley was at
texting
the time.
using Harley's phone?
I'm thinking she's 16, 17.
Because I was there when she took Harley's phone in the back.
And then make her about 20 now. You're
I guess, could you
talking,
hear the keyboard
and she's a
clicks or
couple
anything like
years
that?
older.
Or how did you know that she was sending texts?
She made a remark saying, "Hey, can I see
So
your
rather
phone?"
one
real
of them are
quick?"
technically teenagers
Okay.
anymore.
She being the defendant made that
Yes.
comment. Did you get a text from Harley's phone?
Like, I'm
while the
sorry,
defendant
you're
had Harley's
asking
phone?
a high
Yes.
schooler if someone's
Did that
acting
seem odd to
normal.
you?
Very.
Why was that odd?
Because we were all in the car together, so there's really no point to be texting when we were all there.
And what did that text say, if you remember?
Not sure exact wording, but basically if her mom could stay as well.
Did that seem to you to be then that it was almost like Harley was asking you if her mom could stay with you at your house? That's kind of a confusing question, I know.
Yeah. More that Harley had originally asked to stay over and then later on asked if her mom could stay as well.
Okay, but really it was her mom asking on her own using Harley's phone if she could stay.
Yes.
Did that seem weird to you since you're sitting right there and it could have been verbally said as opposed to texted?
Yes.
Do you remember a particular time when the defendant said something about turning off location services?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It's been a while, but I remember that they had turned off Harley's location service basically on her phone.
Okay, so let's dive into that just a little bit more. Is this while the defendant has Harley's phone?
I do not remember.
Okay. What does location services mean to you?
Just basically seeing where someone's at based off of Google Maps.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant making a statement while holding Harley's phone that she was turning off Harley's cell phone location services?
I do not.
Okay. If I show you a report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Yes.
Just read this.
Amanda, she's been in custody since they went to bring her back from South Carolina, being that she fled across the country, and then while they were extraditing her back, she stopped, assaulted the two officers, injuring one,
Yes.
tried to make a run for it,
So do you remember the
tried to
defendant
be
making a
caught,
comment
brought
about
back, and then
turning off
tried another
location
time to
services?
escape.
Yes.
So
What
yeah,
did the
she's been
defendant
sitting
say
there.
about that
Just that she was turning off her location on her phone.
on Harley's phone?
Yes.
And do you
Hot
remember her
coffee? I
saying
mean,
because
I
she
don't
had
know that
to?
necessarily.
Yes.
I'm sure she knew something, but you
And then
also
what
have
did
to
the
remember
defendant do
your
with
mom's
Harley's phone after that?
batshit crazy.
After turning off the
So,
location,
Yes.
I believe she still had her phone.
Okay.
you know,
Do you remember telling the
she
detective that she then passed the phone back to Harley?
may not see some of
I do
her
not remember.
behaviors
Sorry.
If I show you the
or her
report again
mom
when that
texting
Yes.
her right
And I know this has been a long
there,
time, so don't worry about it.
you know. But yes, Harley, I'm sure knew what was going on.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So after the defendant turned off Harley's cell phone location services, do you remember the defendant passing Harley's phone back to Harley?
Yes.
Do you remember while you were still at the hospital, the defendant making a statement about evidence being found?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She was just kind of talking about how they thought they had found evidence on her.
And then also, did she mention finding evidence at the house? Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay, if I show you the report again, would
Yes.
that refresh your memory? Okay. You're just getting my steps in.
Sorry. Just want to make sure it's accurate. Yes.
Do you remember the defendant making a mention about there being evidence found at the house?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Just about like the carpet situation, how there was like a fire with the carpet.
Okay. Hold on just a moment. And again, I'm not asking you for any comments from Harley Hunt at this point, but did the defendant ever say anything to you about why
Iris, this isn't
her
Harley.
and her
This
daughter
is
wanted
the
to stay
daughter's
at your
coworker
house?
/ friend.
So Harley was just wanting to stay at my house because she didn't really feel comfortable at her own house. I'm not really sure why her mom wanted to stay at my house. With the whole texting thing, that was kind of odd. But we were already at my house, so I just let them both stay.
Was it strange to you that both Harley and her mom were now staying at the house as opposed to just Harley as originally arranged?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did it make it even more strange that this is also at the time that Harley's young little brother was also missing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait a second. Good question. How was her behavior, the defendant's behavior at your house?
Really, we just walked into my house, talked for a little bit, and then I let them get settled in the living room, and then I just went upstairs.
Okay, so you have a two-story house?
It's technically a 3, but the basement's unfinished.
Okay, so is your bedroom upstairs?
On the 2nd floor,
And then,
technically the 3rd floor.
okay,
Yeah.
and then where did they stay, Harley and her mother?
On the 2nd floor, when you first enter the ground level.
Okay, did you hear any strange noises the night that they stayed the night there?
No.
Did the defendant do anything out, that didn't make any sense or loud or anything like that?
No.
Did she act as if any other house guest would act while she was there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Sanchez? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Iris, I want to know if my man gave up on trusting his chair. He's not
Afternoon,
doing
Judge.
like
We'd
the
call
bounce
Nicole
back.
Mobley.
Like part of me thinks maybe he fell off the chair and we missed it, or someone said something.
You guys want me? You want to do this?
Ms. Mobley, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
You're just going right up to that.
Right there is fine for right now. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You're a little nervous, right?
Just a little bit.
It's okay. You're not the only one, okay?
Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Nicole Mobley, Nicolemobley.
And Miss Mobley, where do you reside?
Lorson Ranch.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Me?
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as People's Exhibit 4. Recognize this at all?
Yeah, it's my neighborhood.
Let me see if I can get this easy over here. We're going to put it on the easel here, and I don't know if you can you still see it?
Yeah.
And I don't need you to be precise, but can you just point out the general area of where you live, if you can see this in People's Exhibit 4? Here you go. I'm gonna give you this.
I'd be over here somewhere.
So for the record, you pointed to Mumford Drive in between Tarbell Drive?
Yeah, I'm on Decker, but the school's right here and my house would be like over in the section kind of by it.
Okay, great. How long have you lived there?
2 years? No, I'm sorry. That's way off. 3.5, almost 4 years.
So you were living there back in January of 2020?
Yes.
And while you were living in that neighborhood, did you have an occasion to meet someone named Letecia Stauch?
I did.
And tell the jury about how you met her.
So I think the first time I had posted a thing on our neighborhood page, I was looking for clothes for my niece that just moved in with us. And I had got a message from a Harley Hunt is who I thought I was speaking to. And then they offering some free clothes for us. And when the person actually showed up to my house to drop off those clothes, it was Letecia.
Okay. You talked about a neighborhood. How did you describe it? Was it a Facebook page?
Yeah, we have a lot of neighborhood like Facebook pages that are just for people in the neighborhood. I don't know if I put it on the residence page or like one of the for sale pages, but it's just everybody in the neighborhood.
And I know you're a little nervous, but only one of us can talk at a time.
Mhm.
She's typing everything we're saying, believe it or not. And so if you could just wait until I'm done and I'll wait till you're done.
Okay.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So someone named Harley Hunt responses to your page. Is that what happens?
Yes. I assumed it was Harley Hunt.
And did you then make arrangements for them to come by your house?
Yeah, to come drop them off at my house.
Okay, so tell us about that. Did someone come by your house?
Yes, Letecia came by my house.
And what happened when she came to your house?
She knocked on the door. Initially, she was just supposed to leave him on the porch, but I ended up being at home. She knocked on the door. I opened it. She handed me the clothes and we had a conversation.
And do you see Letecia Stauch in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the end of that desk in a pinkish purple shirt.
Only female seated at the defense table?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So what happened when the defendant came to your residence?
She came to the door, handed me the clothes, and then we just had a conversation. It was a little weird. I didn't know her. I had never met her before that. And I was kind of off put first because I thought I was meeting a
Harley Hunt. And it obviously wasn't, but she didn't introduce herself as to who she was. And it was just kind of weird because I didn't know her and she was kind of just talking to me about life stuff and like we had been best friends.
Okay.
So it was a little off-putting, but
And do you remember about when this may have happened?
it was right before Christmas, probably December 20 something. It was before Christmas of 2019.
So it would have been December 2019?
Yeah.
Was it the Christmas before you later learned that Gannon went missing?
Yes.
And so was there anything unusual about this initial contact other than it seemed like she was spilling her guts to you?
No, not really.
Okay. Did you have more conversation with her?
I did. She wrote me later on telling me she had forgot a pair of pants. That was just nothing. The next time was a couple days later on Christmas. She had sent me another message.
And what was that message about? Do you recall?
Yeah, she said that she was going on a work trip, that she worked for an airline and she needed to go to a training, and had asked if my teenage niece wanted to go over and basically watch the house, but also hang out with her teenage daughter.
And so did you learn that she had a teenage daughter when you initially met her at your house in December of 2019?
I kind of put it together considering she wasn't Harley Hunt and that's who I was like that was the name of the person I was messaging, and she kept saying my daughter in those messages.
And did you have a teenage daughter?
My niece was a teenager.
Okay. And so did the conversation come up back in December 2019 that, hey, maybe your niece and my daughter could get together, that kind of thing?
Yeah, she said that her daughter Harley didn't really have any friends because she didn't go to school here. So she needed somebody to watch her house and help with the dogs, and that it would be maybe a good way for them to kind of hang out too.
Right. And did that ever happen?
I didn't feel comfortable with it because I didn't know her and I wasn't sending my niece to somebody else's house.
And was your niece living with you at that time?
She was, yes.
All right. When was the next time you heard from Miss Stauch?
The next time I heard from her, or the next time I had any communication?
Well, either. Had you talked to her? Let me just ask it this way. Had you talked to her prior to Gannon being reported missing?
No.
So it was just.
Or not that I recall. I don't think so.
And so how did you learn that Gannon Stauch, her stepson, went missing?
There was a post on one of those neighborhood pages saying that, I don't remember exactly what it said. It's been a long time. I just remember there was a post that went up saying that her son or stepson didn't return home from a friend's house, and basically asking for help if anybody had seen him or could help find him.
And so prior to seeing that post, had you and the defendant talked about the defendant's family situation, who was living in their house, how many kids and that kind of thing?
I don't, not that I remember.
You only remember her talking about Harley, the teenage daughter?
I remember when she was at my house that first time, that weird conversation that we kind of had was talking about weird things, just like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. No, because that, I do remember. So when she was asking if we would come and stay, or if my niece could come and stay at the house, she had mentioned her husband works nights and is in the Army and is gone a lot. She mentioned Harley because of hanging out with my niece. And then she mentioned, I think it was the little girl, talking about her going to Grand Mountain, but I think that's it. I don't remember hearing anything else.
And when you say talking about weird things, what do you mean?
I just mean, I didn't know her, but she kind of talked to me like I knew her. And just being frustrated at home life. It was a very short conversation. It was just, I think to me, the reason it's weird is because if I don't know someone, I don't usually start talking about things like I know them and like I should know what they're talking about.
So was it like, way too much information here?
Yeah, kind of. And I'm used to, in the neighborhood, we do porch drop-offs. So you don't usually have to communicate with the person. They drop it off and leave. I'm not a very sociable person when I'm in the comfort of my home. And it was just kind of, thanks, have a great night kind of thing. Not, I want to stand on the porch in the cold for 20 minutes.
Gotcha. So let's talk about when you see the post about Gannon being missing. What did you do next?
Told my husband, and he just knows how I am. So he was like, do you want to go? Do you want to go help look? So we did. We got dressed in warm clothes and we headed out and went to start looking.
And would this have been on the night of January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And approximately what time was it that you went out looking? Do you remember?
I don't remember what time we started. I don't remember.
Was it nighttime out?
It was nighttime.
What was the weather like?
Freezing. I think it started snowing while we were out there because I remember being soaking wet and it was absolutely freezing out.
Was there any plans or any areas that people were looking? I mean, this post that you saw, did you have a game plan on where you were going to go look and things like that?
So there weren't really any plans like communicated with anybody. I think thinking of the age of the boy, it
Yeah,
was,
we'll
let's
call
go
that
look by
would
the
that wouldn't be
school, let's
me.
go to
Like
any of the
I
parks
would
in the
not.
neighborhood.
Nope.
And then
Nope.
let's go
Nope.
look over by the
Big nope.
house. And then we have these like ditches that are in the neighborhood that a lot of kids like to go down and play under. So it was just kind of staying in that general area. Okay, if my, kid was to go roaming off and hanging out with friends, where would they go? So we just kind of went based off of that.
And so you indicated that you thought it might be a good idea to go look at his house, Gannon's house. Would that have been 6627?
Yes.
People's before there, we have a big label that says 6627 Mandan Drive. Is that the area we're talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of like field where you can see there's not really any houses. Majority of what we did was in those fields.
And so were there other people out looking in the neighborhood?
There was a bunch.
No, you probably didn't count them, but approximately how many?
I'd say 40 at least. I mean, there were people out there with drones. There was a lot of people.
Flashlights?
Flashlights, vehicles, drones, people on feet. Excuse me. There were some people out there with dogs. I mean, it was like an unorganized / organized search is what it looked like.
And so best you know, was everyone reacting to this Facebook post about, it's okay, about a child being missing in the neighborhood?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
The neighborhood's kind of coming together?
Yes.
And did you talk to other people as you're searching and you're all searching for the same person?
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the area of 6627 Mandan Drive, did you stop by and see Miss Stauch, or was Miss Stauch out searching in that area, or do you remember?
I didn't stop by her house. I thought it was kind of weird because we're all out here looking and it was very obvious that she was at her house and not out here looking.
Why was that obvious?
I'm trying to remember exactly how. I mean, there was a lot of people that were going up to her house and she was opening the door and I mean, I met everybody that was out there and none of them were.
And obviously you had met her before. And so did you tie it together that Gannon Stauch was living in the same house with Letecia Stauch?
Yeah, as soon as the post went up on the neighborhood page, I recognized her right away.
Was she a picture of her on the post?
Not on the post, like her Facebook picture.
Oh, okay. And so as you're out that neighborhood, did you ever see any police cars coming to 6627 Mandan Drive?
I don't remember seeing any when I was there.
How long were you out there, do you think?
Hours. We were out until about 2-3 a.m.
Oh, so you went in that into the early morning hours of the 28th.
Oh yeah. By the time we got home, we had mud all the way up our legs, our arms. We were covered.
And were people out there pretty consistently until the early morning hours looking, or?
It died down a lot, probably around midnight. I mean, it did get really cold. If I remember correctly, I think it started snowing. So some people I think did have to kind of start giving up. So at that time, like as long as we went, there was probably maybe a handful of us at that point.
And so into the 28th of January, 2020, did you continue to follow the progress of the case, the Facebook postings and things like that?
I did to an extent.
Tell us about that.
I tried not to read into, or I guess look too much into the drama stuff that was going on through it. I tried to focus on the facts of things that were going on or posts that were made directly from the defendant.
A lot of drama and
A lot.
speculation and things like that on social media.
Oh yeah.
Was the media reporting pretty heavily on Gannon's disappearance as well?
Yes.
Were you watching that?
Yes, those things I would.
Did you reach out to Ms. Stauch and offer to help or do anything in any way?
That was another thing that kind of set me off. The night that he went missing, I had sent her a message. I cannot remember what I said in it, but I remember it was something trying to get information like where we should be looking, and she blocked me immediately.
What kind of message did you send her? Was it a text? Was it social media? Was it a phone message? How did you try to reach her?
Facebook Messenger.
And prior to that, had you been messaging on Facebook?
For the previous times that we spoke, it was Facebook, yes.
And did you ever talk to her about why she blocked you or anything like that?
Well, she blocked me, so I couldn't. I know my husband sent her a message saying, I don't understand why you blocked my wife. We're just trying to help you. Is there something you have against her? Like, what's going on? But we never got a response.
Did you continue to progress or watch the progress in the investigation to see whether or not Gannon was found, that kind of thing?
I did. I also, any search party that they had, we had like blue ribbon ceremonies, different things that we did. I participated in everything.
Do you recall seeing the defendant, Ms. Stauch, being interviewed on KKTV during this time frame?
I do.
What do you recall from that interview?
Can you, as in, like, what do you mean? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that one.
No, I answer it truthfully. I mean, did that spark anything and want you to be involved in the investigation based on what you saw her say during that interview?
The first thing that stood out to me, I think, with that interview is she didn't face the camera. And then there was a lot of, in my opinion, it sounded like her speaking in past tense when she would mention Gannon. But I also thought it was really weird that a majority of that newscast was her worrying about what people thought about her instead of worrying about where Gannon was.
And did that trigger your personality as to want to know more or find out more about what had happened to Gannon based on everything you're seeing, not only this interview, but the post on social media and things like that?
Most definitely.
Was there a point in time where you tried to reach out to Ms. Stauch again via some Facebook pages?
I did, yes.
And what kind of Facebook pages did you reach out to? Do you recall?
Brock, it's not
Do you mean
unusual to
which
you or
one
I
of
because we always
hers
have
or
them off. But it's
what? What
unusual
do you
for
mean?
someone
Well, let me, was there a
to
Facebook
have
page
them on
called
all the time
Support?
and then an event like this happens and then turn them off.
Yeah, there were several pages.
I'm not suggesting that was
I
the
don't know if I
situation in
communicated
this
with her
case.
on
It's just that you
any of
can't
her responses that were
you can't
happening
say,
on those
okay,
pages. I
people
might have made
turning off
comments to other people, but I don't remember if I
the
communicated with her
location
on those.
services. They may
I
have
just know that I reached out to her
they may have a
on
valid reason.
personal Facebook Messenger.
Is this the same Facebook page that you were blocked on previously?
Right,
or
but
another
you and I both have them
Another
off
one.
all the
Do you recall
time.
the name of
The
that?
fact that they were on and she made a specific,
I think it might have been, it was
you
either
know, thing
Letecia
to do
Stauch
it.
or T Stauch.
Did you get a response?
No, not initially.
When you say not initially, does that mean you eventually got a response?
Yes, I ended
I
up
don't know. I don't always have
creating
location
a fake
services on
Facebook page.
unless I
and
need them for some purpose.
Why did you do that?
I turn it. It's
I
been
wanted to
turned
see if
off.
I could get her to respond to me. And I knew she wouldn't on my original page.
And why did you want her to respond to you?
I felt like the conversation that we had on my front porch the first time that I met her, I kind of could figure out ways to get her to communicate with me based off of her, like the kind of things that she wanted to talk about. So I figured if I wrote her on a different page and could get her
If I really
start
want them to know where I'm at, I'll just leave the phone.
I mean,
stuck.
if
Just
I
leave the
worded
phone
things
on.
properly, I might be able to get her to start talking to me.
So did that happen?
It did.
Tell the jury about that. What did you put in the Facebook page messenger to get her to start talking to you?
I went on and kind of based it off, or started writing things based off of things that I had seen in the news or on social media, like things that she was saying. She had a lot of, I think, hate for Landon. And I think that I kind of started off with a combination of agreeing with her about things that involve Landon. And I also, there was a video that came out about a truck in a shadow. And I also wrote her saying I believed her about the shadow under the truck.
And is this video the video of when Ms. Stauch and Gannon come back on the afternoon of January 27th, 2020, and you see a leg drop on the other side of the truck?
So he did make it back to the house.
On the internet.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the video, yes.
The shadow is actually a leg coming down.
Yes.
And Ms. Stauch was saying who did that leg belong to?
She told me it was Gannon.
Did you eventually continue communications with Ms. Stauch via text?
Yeah, so I continued on Facebook Messenger, and then eventually we did make it onto a texting app.
Tell us about the texting app. Whose idea was it to use a texting app?
She had asked me to download a texting app on my phone so that we could talk more privately.
And was this on February 19th of 2020?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Did you go to the police department fairly shortly after this string of text messages?
I don't remember how long it was, but I feel like it was pretty soon after that, yes.
If a report indicates that you went to the police department on Friday, February 21st, 2020,
Sounds right.
would that be accurate?
Yes,
And when you went there, did you take your phone with you?
I did.
And did you provide your phone to law enforcement so they can take screenshots of this text messages that you're having?
I did. They took it for several weeks.
And would you recognize those text messages if you saw them again?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Andy, what's been marked is
This guy is droning on.
233. And within that exhibit, there's 30
Yeah.
pages. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
If you could take a moment and go through those 33 pages, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
This guy would be great ASMR.
This entire trial would be great as ASMR to kill people.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first 31 pages.
Okay.
31
are those
pages.
messages that you exchanged with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on February 19th, a Wednesday, from 9:59 in the morning to 11:48 in the morning?
Yes.
The second to last page, is that a text message that you exchanged with a Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And is that your text message as well, the one to Harley Hunt?
It is.
The last page, page 33, is that a text message that you sent to your husband?
It is.
Is the message that you wrote to your husband accurate? Is that what you said after this text screen that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Are now back to the original 33 pages. I think I've already asked you that. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with Ms. Stout back
You would
on
have to get my
February
best friend
19th,
from
2020?
college or
Yes, sir.
Patty
Move
or
to
you,
admit
Croc.
People's Exhibit
Get
233.
33 pages of text messages out of my
233
phone.
would be admitted. Go ahead.
I
Request to
don't even
publish.
answer my
No,
parent.
go
Like,
ahead.
I don't answer my mom half the time. My mom would sooner call Jay to get an answer than text me and think she's getting one.
Wow.
can either look at the TV screens or actually look at the notebook, whatever you're more comfortable doing.
Okay.
We're on to page 1 here. Before we talk about page 1,
No, I don't
what was
think
your
that's weird
motivation?
in any way,
Why-
shape, or
why
form
were you
over
trying
there.
to get her to talk?
I mean, we moved from a
Sometimes I get this
farm
impression of myself that
into
I can get people to tell me things
an
that
apartment
other
complex,
people can't. So I just wanted to give it a shot.
and the noise from the neighbors
When you're
drives me up
talking to the
trees.
defendant here,
I would destroy her because I'd be like, why?
No.
Why do you think you're so special that you can interject yourself
Yes.
into an investigation and think you can get answers and are going to manipulate a
Yes.
situation? When the reality is, you could have done something.
the top of the
that
text
leads to,
says
Ultimate success.
You know who Barbie Girl is?
You think
Her
you're
name is
a
Letecia.
little smarter than you are, sweetheart.
And did you know that that was her name through the Facebook
Well, it's not the
messaging
prosecutor's
before you
job to
started
turn her into
investigating?
mincemeat. That's the defense's
I didn't
job.
know that she didn't tell me the name, but it was the phone number.
I know, but this lady just
It
irritates
says
me.
Wednesday at 9:59.
Like, you're
I
not
don't
the
know
main
why she
character,
cares.
honey.
All started.
Yes.
Is it because she
That would've
didn't
been
brush her
February
hair?
19th.
Yes.
No, her hair's done. She just irritates me
So,
because
When it
she's
says to verify it's you,
like, oh, I'm gonna
what was your
agree with
real
her and try to
first name,
talk to her and try to
LOL?
get an
Is that
answer.
Miss Stauch?
And I mean, like, hey, you know as well as I do, it's not
Prior
hard to
giving
do
her string messages,
something
were you certain that
that
was Miss
then
Stauch who you were talking
becomes
Yes, sir.
entrapment
We did a thing
Right.
on
or
previous
something that
messages
ruins an
where I had asked her
investigation.
something. I don't
So
remember what
when
it
you
was,
like
but to
interject
validate it was
yourself
her
in
that
that
only she would
way,
know, and she did that.
it's odd.
And is she now validating who you are?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I.e.
Three.
Nicole is what you respond.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that one, Lucky?
So we can scroll down a little bit.
Like I said, main character energy.
Oh dear.
And again, everything that you say is going to be in green, right?
Yes.
She's saying, yep. Go ahead. And what does she say?
That she was realizing who I was, verifying that that's.
She said, okay, so listen, I didn't hurt my son or kill him. I want you to know that. I also want to know that I can trust you on it.
Yes.
How did you take that?
Not well.
I guess kind of in a couple ways. That obviously she knows something, but that I needed to work really hard to gain her trust, and maybe I could get her to tell me something. I don't know.
And so, how did you respond? Go ahead and read that.
100%. If you look up both my real profile and my fake on any of the Gannon pages, you will see I've been pointing out the shadow, and I have not bashed you.
So is that what we're talking about? The leg drop that we see January 27th when they get home?
Yes, sir.
And why did you tell her this?
So there was a lot of drama and things that were going on. People trying to zoom, like on social media, zooming in and trying to determine if there was a shadow or a leg, because there was a lot of, well, we didn't see him come home. So she, I think at one point was involved in some of that communication, trying to push that. I knew if I reached out and said, I believe you, this is what I saw, that she would start to trust me.
And so, just so we're clear, there's a video that was.
Why are
posted
you
on
playing
the
detective, lady?
The defendant and Gannon get in a truck and leave. 10, 13.
You are not qualified.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also a video that comes back. The truck backs up into the driveway. You can't see the other side of the truck. All right. You see Ms. Stauch get out of the driver's side.
Yes.
And then that's when you see this leg drop on the other side. And there were people saying Gannon never came home with her, so she must have did something.
Yeah, there was a lot of videos, people circling it and saying that's not a shadow or that's not a leg, trying to say that some people thought he came home and some people didn't. So it was a lot of back and forth on that.
So that's what's going on in social media. And so that's how did you want to gain her trust by saying, hey, I'm with you on this, that type of thing?
Yeah, she wanted to make sure she could trust me. And the only thing I could think of is if I went along the lines of certain things that were going on in the moment, and I was on her side for that part, that I would gain that trust.
Okay. And so She responds, thank you. I do need some help, though, and I could help you in return. Before you think, this isn't anything bad or anything like that. You recall that?
I do.
What did you think that was all about?
I didn't really know where she was going with it. Let me think on that. I'm sorry.
Well, we can scroll down and see what your response is.
Yeah.
Well, now we're on page 2 of that exhibit. So your response is just to show you what I've said to my own family in the past about all this. Can't make out. Looks like you attached something to the text.
Yeah, I think I attached something that like a message I might have sent to somebody else talking about it. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was just like, look, I'm showing you. I even told somebody in my family I believed you.
Is that again to gain her trust?
Yes.
So how does she respond after you do that?
Did you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. If I had did this, I couldn't have gone but so far and they would have found him. But they are focusing on me wasting valuable time.
Says thank you.
Thank you.
And then what do you say?
Okay, what do you need help with? I definitely don't think you would ask me to do anything bad, so it's okay.
And what did she say?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So I want you to tell the truth.
And you respond, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Page 3. And some of these are kind of repetitive just because of the way they did the screenshots, so bear with me. So you say okay, and then what did she say?
Someone was in the home when we got back. I gave this to police at my initial interview, but I thought he was being defiant and just going against his dad's wishes, leaving. I blacked out.
What do you take from that?
Well, I didn't believe it. But I don't know. I didn't believe what she was saying. I was kind of just waiting for a story to come.
Is this the first you had heard about someone else being in the house?
It is. As far as I remember, yes.
First you heard of her blacking out?
Yes.
Up until February 19th, 2020, did you just think Gannon was missing, or what was your thoughts about what had happened to Gannon?
I had hoped he was just missing, but from the very first night, I just had a bad feeling.
We can scroll down, please. Oh, so you respond, so blacked out before he left, because I'm a mom and I know how that is. It says, I've done it and reacted. You mean to say reacted?
Yes.
With my kids and situations. I just did it when my house flooded. What do you mean by that?
So I think in my head, I was thinking maybe a situation happened and she overreacted and something might have happened. So I wanted to kind of play on that and say, look, I'm a mom. I've overreacted in situations. My house had just flooded. So I could have overreacted in that situation. So I was just kind of, I think, trying to play along with it.
You didn't know what was going to come next, I take it?
I had no idea.
And so what does she say next?
I am beginning to think that the guy was still in the home when police came. Either way, he popped back up with Gannon, so I'm assuming they were in the storage room. He threatened me, and I put them girls upstairs to protect them.
She says
Yeah.
And you asked her who was the guy.
Yes.
How'd she respond?
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. He took a suitcase and some of our things and Gannon's things, and I was crying. Then he hit me across the head.
So is this the first you heard of a suitcase?
Very first time, yeah.
And how did you respond to that? And why did you respond the way you did?
This is why the cops are being the way they are. They knew you didn't do it, and that's why they are being so quiet. I knew you were innocent. So I responded in that way because once again, I'm trying to keep her thinking that I'm on her side so that she'll continue telling me more.
So how does she respond to you saying that?
Someone had to see him leaving with a suitcase and G. I don't know if she, I assume was he, was hurt when he did. I was scared. Someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared.
So as you're out there, night of the 27th, searching the fields and the ditches and the whole neighborhood around their residence, anybody carrying a suitcase walking around?
Not at all. I would have questioned that.
Would anybody stop that person, strange man in the neighborhood?
In a heartbeat. Our neighborhood has cameras everywhere, and you can't be a guy selling solar panels walking up to somebody's door without somebody posting, "Who's this weirdo at my door?"
We can zoom in on the next page, please. So she said someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared. And you said, can I ask you this? You think Landon sent this guy?
Yes.
How does she respond?
I will do anything to find that person, but I don't know how. She could have, and then things may have went wrong.
Now, had you gotten to know Landon and Al and Lena and the rest of the family from efforts that were going on in the neighborhood to try to find Gannon?
I remember, I think I met a few of them maybe once for a very small amount of time. I think there was an aunt and Lena at one of the events that I got to play with Lena and do a few things with, but I didn't get to know them, no.
Was there a church in the neighborhood that was heavily involved in the search effort, and people would meet at the church and discuss things and try to find Gannon?
Yeah, we would do it at the church, but we also had a point when right off of Mandan, there's that field, and we actually set up tables with food and snacks and waters, and everybody would gather there and do search parties. And I think that's where I did most of my communication the one time that I think I spoke with a couple of them.
So why did you ask her if she thought Landon was involved?
It was made very clear, and I don't remember how, if it was social media or what it was, but that she didn't like Landon. So I think I was trying to play off of, okay, well, she doesn't like her. So if I start talking about Landon, it pulls her in more because I'm kind of siding with her.
Okay. We can scroll down, please. And you say, I've been thinking she sent someone to get both kids.
Yes.
Same thing?
Same thing.
You're trying to draw more information out of her?
Yeah. And that's what I had met in the previous, or when she had said things may have went wrong in the previous one, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if I play off of, okay, maybe Landon sent somebody down here and it didn't go right. They were only able to get the one kid, and you know what I mean? Kind of played it off.
And then she responds to that, says, but Lena was gone, so he couldn't.
Yes.
And did you know who Lena was?
At this point, yeah, I did.
Was that Gannon's 8-year-old little sister?
Yes.
And you asked her, how did he get into the house? Did he force his way, or did he act like he was there for a reason? Do you recall asking her that?
I do, yes.
Trying to get more information?
Yes.
And how did she respond to that? Can you read that for us?
When we went in through the garage, I went into the bathroom. So either already in there or came gate. Maybe G had seen him before. That's why he kept checking the gate to make sure it was locked.
And then what's the next thing you asked?
Do you think the detectives believe you but have to act the way they are so this guy doesn't know they are onto him?
Where'd that come from?
Again, just I think I had heard things of her talking about, I did actually, I think some of it might have even been in the news. She was really against those detectives. So I wanted to play off of, well, maybe the detectives are just doing this as a ploy. They're going to try and make it seem like you so that nobody's focusing on this other person.
Doesn't make any sense though, does it? Does that make any
Apple.
sense to you as to why the police would do that?
No, not at all.
So are you just basing on things that she posted on Facebook about the incompetence of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office or something like that?
I'm playing off of anything that has either been said by her on Facebook or the thing on the news.
And how does she respond to that?
Not sure. I think they don't have anything on Ring cameras. Someone had to see him leave. I need a witness, any amount. Do whatever for them if they come forward. They need to start looking for the guy and posting it on our states. It's just on our states. I don't know.
Okay. And then how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, I'm telling you, I think Landon did this to try to get her kids back and it went wrong. So now she is using this to get money for her nasty habits. Poor Gannon, I really hope he isn't being tortured.
Where are you getting this information from?
Posts. There were things that were going around about Landon potentially having a certain kind of background. Why was Gannon and Lena in, out their custody anyways? So I kind of just played off of that because again, I knew that she didn't like Landon.
Were these posts that were in this support T Stauch website or Facebook page?
I'm
people
pretty
who were supporting her.
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
And how did she respond to that? Can we scroll down, please?
And get off me. He would have been found close by if it was the killer. I couldn't have went far. I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and then tried to say we were bad parents by now.
Now, what did you think she meant? Can we please leave that up? What did you think she meant when she said he may be close by if I was the killer?
Object to, she can,
Yeah,
that's the speculation.
It goes to her response to this.
Well, no, she can't testify as to what somebody else was thinking. She can testify as to what somebody else said and why she undertook a certain course of action, but she can't testify to what somebody else was thinking.
What was going through your mind when you heard her say, if I would have killed him, he would have been close by?
Just trying to think of how to answer that the right way without going against it.
Was this the first time you ever heard her say anything about if I was the killer?
Yes, 100%. I'd never heard anything about him being killed prior to this.
Can we scroll down now, please, to see what your response is? So you respond, did Gannon seem like he knew him? Or was he acting scared when he was talking?
Taking him.
Taking him, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is that how you responded?
Yes.
Now, above that, she says, I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and tried to say we were bad parents by now. Now, I think he may be out of all that. Is this the first time you ever heard her anything about Gannon being out of state? And did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in the state of Florida?
I did.
Go to the next page, next page, please. So she responded to when you asked if Gannon knew him, he didn't act like he knew him. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And what else did she say?
The guy did say friends with Uncle Matt, but I don't know if that is real. He doesn't have an uncle named that on our side.
And how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, see, this is what I was thinking. And I told my husband, I think Bio Mom did this. Does Landon have anyone she knows named Matt that she says is like a brother?
And again, why are you saying this?
Again, just to continue going along the lines of what I think she wants to hear.
And how did she respond to that?
I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them my life, a reward, whatever. Anything to get them to expand the search.
And how did you respond to that?
Did he ask where the little girl was, or what did he say to you?
That's fine.
So he said, is that your daughter at the door? You recall that?
I do, yes.
And then says, but I sent her to the mailbox.
Yes.
You know who she's referring to when she says daughter?
Yes, Lena.
I'm losing my mind because they need to look for the description of the guy. They need to expand and put up alerts and states. My heart is breaking.
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this time as far as how you're going to respond to get more information?
I think this time it might have taken me a little bit to kind of think about it. I guess I had kind of got thrown off because earlier she had said, when I had made when I had said something about maybe Landon had something to do with this and intended to come get both kids, the defendant's response was, but couldn't because Lena wasn't home. But then all of a sudden it's, well, Lena, is that your daughter at the door? So I was just kind of trying to think of things to try and play off kind of what she was saying. But I definitely was really at this point like, okay, something's not right here.
We can scroll down, please. So go ahead and read what you say there in green at 30 now on page 13.
Okay, let me think on this. On a way to help. I've been on the news and I know I can't just all of a sudden say that, but I will help figure this out or something. Who can help? Just give me a little time to think. I will help. Anything to get him found. I'm so sorry to go through that and then be accused. I can't imagine how you feel. I'm here for you.
And then she responds, you were on the news?
Yes.
Were you on the news?
I was, yes.
What were you doing on the news and what were you saying?
I was one of the searches I think that we had at the school. We did a search and maybe it wasn't a search. I think it was like a ribbon thing. We did a bunch of blue ribbons that we put all over the school. And the news had asked me to go up and speak about searching, like locations and things.
Were the blue ribbons, what were those all about? Why were there blue ribbons?
We turned the whole neighborhood blue for Gannon.
Is that his favorite color?
I think it was his favorite color, but he also loves Sonic.
We can scroll down, please. And she says, and whatever they need, they're going to have to pay me for defamation, civil rights violations, etc. But for now, I need him home. I need my boy home.
Yes.
How did you respond to that? Let's go to the next page, please.
Yes, my husband and I went out the first night till, I think it says 2 a.m. And
go ahead, Don.
Then I went out every day for a week looking.
Now, when you say that, how does she respond?
That's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover. He hit me in the head, and then I don't know if they got in a car or what. When I got back up, I was in complete shock and crying. And when I told the police they think I'm crazy, that someone could have been there when they arrived. In my questioning, they will like, no way. In my questioning, we like, no way the police didn't know he was there. I mean, heck, I didn't know.
So was she trying to tell you that Gannon and this man were in the house while the police were in the house?
Yes.
How'd you respond to that?
As in the message?
Yes.
Okay. So they never even tried to look into any of what you said. WTF is wrong with law enforcement. They could have found him, but to me, they didn't even try.
You're not saying welcome to Fruta when you say WTF, I take it?
No.
Just wanted to clarify. All right.
I also didn't know if I could say the other word, so.
WTF is fine. If we can go to the next page, please.
Well, before she gets here.
So she responds to that by saying that's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in a cover.
How is this relevant to anything?
I thought those pages looked the same.
Former duplicate because we didn't catch all the
Yes.
screenshots. So in response to your WTF comment, she says, nope. They were it was someone you were cheating with. Dumb stuff. I'm telling you, when this is said and done, I will have a heck of a lawsuit from them. You recall her saying that?
I do, yes.
What does she continue on?
I've already been asked by some attorneys if my innocence prevails, then to be the first to see them. I even took a lie detector test. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need the help. I am trusting that you don't say anything about our convo. I am innocent. He is my son.
What did you think about when she says, I hope that you wouldn't say anything about our conversation or convo?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, what was going through your mind when she says, I am trusting that you don't say anything about our convo?
That she's probably getting ready to open up and say more.
Did you get the impression that she was going to be asking you to do something else?
I did, yes.
What was that?
Lie for her.
So you respond. How?
I did meet a guy that night that freaked me out so bad I had to leave with strangers to get away from him. I wish I knew how to show you what he looked like, but I don't have pictures.
Tell us about that. Did you meet some guy out there while you're searching?
I did.
What was that all about? Tell the jury.
All that was about is I was out there with my husband, but my husband ended up in a different area than I was. And some guy came up that I think he was using a drone, started hitting on me, and I felt really uncomfortable. So luckily a truck with some ladies in it that were out searching showed up and they let me get in the truck with them and they took me to another part to get away from him.
This guy have a big green suitcase that he was rolling around?
He did not. Or a little boy next to him.
Is this what you're talking about? Are you trying to lure her in by giving her some truth?
So I kind of had a feeling what she was getting ready to ask me or get more in detail of asking me. So I was trying to give her kind of that, oh, well, I did see somebody that made me uncomfortable.
So she says it may have been him, but he left with a suitcase and G was walking and took his cover.
Yes.
Did you ever ask her, what are you talking about? What is G leaving with a man and taking a cover?
I don't remember if I asked. I know that. I think I just played into everything. I don't think I asked anything specific at very many points.
Do you know who she was referring to when she said G?
Yes.
Again?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. How do you respond to that?
I will never repeat this conversation. I promise you, I believe you. Sorry. Can I have a minute?
You all right? Yeah.
It's just that.
There's some, let me get you some tissues.
Oh, there's some. Could you read it?
Sure. Did you say this was hours later and I told my husband this guy that creeped me out? What if he had something to do with it? Then hours
And
later. he
every
came out
reason to be
help
salty,
search,
there's Mama Bear.
just to be close to the house to see what was happening. And I told him.
I don't
this
think
that
she's crying.
night Before I knew any of this.
Yes.
Are you
I do,
talking
yes.
about the defendant, Debbie?
No.
Why'd you tell her this?
Again, just to keep her going. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
We can go down to the next one, please. Now, did she
Oh.
actually send you a picture during this conversation?
Yes.
And
The
what is that
defendant
picture
looks
of?
like
Do you
he's
recall?
Trying not to giggle.
Gannon's bed and his blanket.
Is that why you're getting emotional? Because you saw this picture coming up?
Yes.
And I apologize for that.
It's okay.
Good
What did
answers
she
to that
talk to
question
you about
for
when
you,
she
Debbie.
sent you this picture?
She said this is the cover he left with. This is online now because it showed you back at the house with me timestamped. What if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture and explained the description and you didn't think was relevant until now because the kid had the same cover? I swear to you, I didn't do this. I just need help with someone getting this out there so they can start posting in other states.
That's a bit
You know
sus.
Gannon was found?
I do, yes.
Know that he was found in a suitcase?
Wait,
I
how
do.
long's it been at this point?
How did you respond to this?
That's a possibility. Do you remember around what time it was?
And what did she say?
After police left, so it was last night, maybe one or so. I didn't know he was still there until police had left. And on some people were out searching, he could have blended right in.
If we can scroll down, please. Did she also go on to say, especially if cars were around in the area, they had to get in a car at some point?
Yes.
Did you see anybody, kids getting in a car while you're out searching?
Not kids in this aspect, no.
Like when you're out searching,
Yes.
is that all over the post? Is
Yes.
pictures of Gannon?
I think that I also clicked on her Facebook and looked him up too.
So you respond, yeah, there was a lot of cars and people everywhere. Is
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Well, not a lot of cars. There was a few cars, a lot of people though.
And then what did she say next at 11:11 a.m. on the 19th?
I wouldn't ask this if I didn't want to find our son. I'm cornered because of no ring activity.
Did you know what she meant by that?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when she says that?
Just there was no footage of him leaving or any man walking out with a suitcase and a blanket and a little boy.
So no footage of that on the internet posted on Facebook pages?
No, and none on anybody's rings.
We can scroll down, please. Looks like you asked a couple questions here. Could you go ahead and read that for the jury?
Yes. So this was before the cops searched the house. So he was making Gannon hide with him and be quiet. That's not only scary, but also really sick. Do you remember? I think it's supposed to say what he looks like. Tall, short, skinny, fat. So I can think of a way to say it with ask details.
Why are you saying that?
To play along. Keep her going.
Do you want her to think that you're going to come up with this story and tell the police about what she's asking you to say?
I wanted her to believe this, yes.
What did you say next?
So I was in the field by your house from about 12 to 2 and could see your house most of the time. So now I need to think really hard about this because I saw a lot of people out and now I'm wondering if I could have seen anything. It was freezing cold and we were exhausted, but there were so many people out there.
How did she respond to that?
Yes, he's Hispanic, shorter, 5'7" or 5'8", about 175 pounds. He was, or sorry, he has like either a tattoo or something on his face. Maybe
32
teardrop or
pages of
something like
text
that.
messages.
But a marking. He had on a jacket. I don't remember the,
Of which she's currently looking at number 21.
I don't remember the color. But Gannon left with him in that cover, so that stuck out to you when you seen it online. Just recently. Yes, he stayed in the house while they were there, but I didn't know until later. But he took suitcase with them. Beware, I saw him laid it up before he hit me in the head because I'm sure he loaded the suitcase in the car and put Gannon in somehow.
Then how did you respond to that?
I wish I could remember that night better. Like a car in front of your house or close because I parked on your street a few houses
I
down
agree.
to get out and search the
Iris.
field.
And then when she says, at this point, I just need the main info out there. Again, I only ask because it's our child. They're looking in all the wrong places. Driving me crazy. Caller saying that?
I do, yes.
Is she leading up to something? I know we're going to get to this question she's going to ask you down the road, but at the time that you see this text come across, are you anticipating her asking you to do something?
Yes.
Go to the next page, please. She says, most people want to always help, but I know this is tricky. I mean, if it's money or whatever, name it. I want them searching the right way.
Yes.
What'd you take from that?
That she's getting ready to ask me to do something and offer money for it.
And how did you respond to that?
I want to help, anything to find Gannon. My daughter knows him and this is destroying her. And I feel broken now that I've been searching and doing what I can.
We need to like cut this. This chick is pissing me off. It's like the stupidest
And I met
thing.
Lena, and that made me break down.
Oh.
So I'm
Like
about
this
to meet
girl
with my
just
dad to
is
help
the
him put together
definition
a
of
chair.
who you don't
He
want
just got a new
interjecting
house.
themselves into
He is
shit.
nosy when I'm on my
Yeah,
way
she thinks
on
these
my
tube
phone,
stories
so I
not
only want to
working.
message when he isn't next to me. So if I'm slow to
Straight,
reply,
I'm the
that's
main
why.
character
I don't want
energy.
anyone knowing I'm talking to you because then people get nosy. And like I said, anything we talk about is between us.
And you go on to say, I'm not even telling my husband, right?
Correct, yes.
I wouldn't object to cutting it myself. Defense
Says,
isn't going to
okay,
have time to rip her up.
You think you could do it? Let me know.
That's going to wind up getting done
Gannon
somewhere.
is who I want home. And they can turn their searches the right way. Then they could call me back in and take me seriously.
Yes.
And how did you respond to that at 11:39?
I'm going to see if my first post is still up from that night because that will prove that I was right by your house at that exact time and will help. And no, you don't need to give me anything. I just want to help get him home.
Why did you say that?
Just to keep her going. And I don't recall at this point, I might have already been in touch with law enforcement.
What do you mean by that?
I reached out. I think there was a number that we could call if we had any information, but I'd reached out and they ended up having me sit down with a guy from the FBI. I think it happened around this time I don't remember though. But yeah, I met with the FBI and they kind of gave me some things to go along with as well.
Do that during this conversation?
Right there with you, Mama Bear.
And keep the conversation going.
I think I made a call and then kept the conversation going.
Because what do you say at 11:39 and then she responds at 11:40?
Okay, I could help with that to say, or with what to say, and yes, I will. You guys need some help too. I'm desperate to find G.
Well, it sounds like that you guys are having pretty constant conversation based on the timestamps on here, at least within a minute of each other.
Yes.
Was that accurate?
There's still 10 more pages of this.
And she says, I'm desperate to find G. And then how did you respond to that?
You passed the polygraph,
You
so
had
why
to
don't
sit
they
there and
start listening to
manipulate
you?
shit
I
and
don't
do
get it.
this.
They're dumb, and I
And
know you
have
passed
main
it because they
character
posted that you
energy.
did.
Like, I just want to hit her. She's
All right, you
annoying
know what
me.
I'm going to ask now. How did you know that she took a polygraph and passed it if she did in fact do that?
Well, she had told me she was taking a polygraph, but it was posted online.
And again, with these on these pages that were support the defendant type pages?
Yes.
You can scroll down, please. And how did she respond to your polygraph question?
Well, I wanted this, and then when they call me back in, I will take that. Then they will listen. I will take a witness. I will take a witness too. So they say, let's call me back in, and then I think they will refocus on search and search differently. And then I will take results then. The police can keep you anonymous to the public.
Now, on February 19th, were you familiar where law enforcement were searching for Gannon's body?
I think so, yes.
Where was that?
I think it was like Palmer Lake or somewhere.
So did you know that as she's talking about them searching in the right place? Was the media running stories that they're searching for Gannon in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I think this is when they were searching the Palmer Lake area and they had put like wall barrier type things up so people couldn't see that. So there was a lot of people posting speculation and it was all over the media.
If we could scroll down, please. You say looking for my first post now, and then how does she respond?
Okay, even if you could just call Albert and tell him first, he would keep you anonymous, except to the police. Besides, it's for Gannon. I can't stop at anything to get them to refocus and find who that was.
So what were you thinking she's asking you to do when she says, call Albert?
She wanted me, in my opinion, she wanted me to call him and tell him that I
Object to speculation again.
Yeah, sustained.
What were you thinking?
Sorry.
Okay? I don't want
Sorry.
to talk about what you thought she was thinking.
Yeah.
But what were you thinking when she says, I want you to call Albert?
I was thinking I was supposed to call Albert and tell him that I saw a man leaving the house with a suitcase and
This
Gannon
lady is
in a
almost as
blanket
infuriating. The first phone
and
call.
give a description of a man.
Okay. And do you know Albert Stauch to be the same person who's seated right over here?
I do, yes.
Front row?
Yes.
Had you met him during this process at, again, these events for Gannon?
I think I met him once, but I definitely saw him a lot. Yeah.
He was on the news as well?
Yes.
If we can go scroll down, please. So you say found it, and what are you referring to when you say found it?
I found the first post I had made.
Probably. Because she can benefit from the defendant's
Was that the
defendant-
end of your conversation with Ms. Stauch on February 19th, 2020?
That was the end of getting communication back. I had sent one more message on a different page at one point, but yes, that was it.
And she didn't respond to that?
No, she did not.
And then, what do we see here on the second to last page of that exhibit, page 34? Is this a different phone or a different app that you're using to communicate with someone named Harley Hunt?
No, it's Facebook, but now I'm using my, it's Facebook Messenger, but I'm now using my account as well.
So why did you reach out to Harley Hunt?
Let me read it.
Is that the defense attorney?
We can get this some context. Do you remember when you reached out to Harley Hunt based on what you said there?
I think this is actually the night on the 27th. This was the message that I sent. I got that response and that's when I got blocked.
So you're reaching out to Harley Hunt, why?
Trying to figure out where we should be searching.
You also reach out to Ms. Stout about the same time.
I did. Well, I wasn't sure what account she was using because she had contacted me previously on the Harley Hunt account. So I initially did that, but then yes, I also tried her account as well.
And then the last page, if we can go to the last page of People's Exhibit 233. This is a text message with you and your husband, and I really want to just talk about, why did you tell your husband she wants me to lie and say I saw Gannon leave in a car with a man?
Because that's what she wanted me to do.
And is that when you went to the sheriff's office and had an interview with detectives about what we just went through?
Yes.
And you turned your phone over and let them have everything on your phone?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I approach and receive retrieve the exhibit.
First?
Yes.
Yes.
So it looks like, by the way, good afternoon. I'm Will Cook and I represent Ms. Stauch. It looks like all the information and the text messages we went over, except for the last two, it all took place on a Wednesday from 10 a.m. in the morning to about
Noon.
11:48.
So you mostly talked to her at
Sounds
this
about right.
time.
Okay.
Good.
So all this happened in a span of less than 2 hours, this back and forth.
I think so, yes.
Okay. And did you know her, not by Letecia, but you knew her by T-E-E?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily knew her by anything at that point.
Okay. And can I approach the witness again?
You may.
So, Ms. Mobley, looks like all of the information, the text between you and Ms. Stauch you talked about, it looks like it has a specific person, Barbie girl, a green background. And then the last text you show between you and your husband, it's listed as my love. It's got the green background. One with Harley Hunt, it doesn't have that listed up there. Was this was in fact like a Facebook community post that you put out?
I think
And Harley Hunt just happened to respond to the main community post, correct?
you might be right. That might just be a post, yes.
Okay.
I know this is definitely 100% Facebook.
Okay. But you see here when your post where you're talking about it was just out walking the house for 2 hours. 3 weeks ago, it says like or reply. Then it has Harley Hunt 3 weeks ago saying thank you so much, like or reply.
Yes.
That's a community post you were making, correct?
Yeah,
And
probably.
You
Yeah.
responded to a community post, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't just a text message just between you and Harley.
Yes. So you are correct. I was wrong on that earlier.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect?
No, thanks, Your
Yes, the subtitles are auto-generated by
Any
YouTube.
jurors have any questions for
My
Ms. Mosley?
God, I hate this lady.
Well, unfortunately,
Thank
she's
you, ma'am.
off.
You may step down. Just watch your step.
Please tell me done for the I
Counsel
can't
approach,
handle.
please.
This chick has like straight main character freaking energy.
Well, she is the protagonist to her own story. You know, she wants to be the super detective that cracked this case.
Yeah, that's the Hardy girl. She can't be the Hardy boy. She the Hardy girls. Leave that alone, Isabella.
She wants to be Nancy freaking Drew.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, she kind of looks like Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, the witness.
Oh, Sandy. Ow.
Sandy. That's good.
You all know what I was talking with the lawyers about, don't you? We're going to take a little bit of an early break and send you on your way for the weekend. Again,
Yay!
I'm going to read this instruction in its entirety again, even though you've heard it.
Okay.
So that was a fun afternoon.
Oh yeah. Up until blood.